chat. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Turn this off. Go ahead and just get pillars running. Hope everybody's having a great morning. We're going to hop right into this playthrough. Continue it. We just got our hunter on our team at the end of the day yesterday. So that's exciting. We have a full party of 6 now. I have a full cup of coffee. So let's go. Okay.
I'm here.
And we have some dialogue. Let's see. Sigani draws up beside you, her fox following at her heels, and takes a seat next to you.
Even if you are putting one over on me, it's nice to have a hunting party again.
Looks like you've been gone from home a long time.
5 years for me. Must be 30-something for Ichimak.
Hearing its name, the fox looks up. What an adventure.
It certainly started out that way. It's been a long hunt. A long time away from my family. Before, I'd crossed the tundra of Nasitok following caribou herds. I didn't want to leave Kalu and our children, but I was eager to visit lands my people rarely do. But 5 years without finding him. It's like 2 hours of necking. I'm ready to be done with it.
Why do you have to find Persok?
Soul recovery is an old village tradition. We call it the Tarnek Ilitsak. Once in a generation, we seek the soul of a much respected and long dead village elder. We tell him what's changed in the village, how people remember him. The only other Tarnek Ilitsak during my lifetime happened when I was a girl, not long after Persok died. We feasted on blubber and fermented milk for a week, and we honored the chosen huntress as a hero.
Yum. Fat and sour milk. Hey, to each their own, I guess.
Then she left, and we returned to our duties. We still sang her name to the skies during festival season, but we otherwise didn't speak of her.
What happened to her? I don't think she ever returned. It happens that way sometimes. She folds her arms, her expression sober. I'm sure your village still remembers you, Sigani.
It's not being forgotten by my village that troubles me. But sometimes I wonder how my husband and children remember me, if they think of me often.
Of course they do. I would like to believe it, and yet sometimes days go by and I realize that they have not crossed my thoughts. Such days are rare, but they happen. She looks away, tugging at the strap of her quiver. It shames me to think of it, but more than that, it scares me.
Still, there's no point in dwelling on it. More often, I find myself wondering whether Persoc will remember us. You claim to see souls. What do you think? Do you remember your past lives?
Hmm. I feel like 1 and 2 are very similar, so um, just say yes in fragments. She leans a hair's breadth closer. Really? What's that like? Hmm. So many options, good options. Go with
Good
this.
things, I hope. Maybe Persoc will be the same way. Would make my job of telling him about the village a lot easier.
So sorry, what I answered with was she asked, really, what's that like? I said, I've been learning a lot about myself. Where and that's when she responded, good things, I hope. Maybe Persoc will be the same way. Would make my job of telling him about the village a lot easier. What would you tell him about your village?
Masuk is probably much the same as it was 100 years ago.
Okay.
We live between tundra and frozen forests, and the land takes as much as it gives. But our hardships bring us together. And the elders truly unite us. They keep the stories of past generations, and they guide us from season to season, through good years and lean.
Itamak brushes her against her hip and she scratches his head. Recently, there have been a lot of good years. My aunts say we've had fewer clashes with neighboring villages thanks to the hunting territories that Persoc helped establish. In bad years, we rely on trade with the merchants that pass our shores. We exchange walrus tusks and seal pelts for grains that last us the hard winters. Persoc brokered a lot of those agreements, too. She holds up the bear figurine. He got this from one of the Amaua ships that used to trade with us. Sounds like Persoc did a lot for your people.
That's what I'm supposed to remind him.
Sounds like you're on a hunt of your own, though. You feeling the thrill of the chase? We're ready for this to be over. Hmm. Sorry, Chet. I said I enjoy the adventure. Every day brings something new. She laughs and thumps her knee. Just what I'd expect from a rugged outdoorsman. It's refreshing to travel with someone else who can appreciate the scent of a trail, that's for sure. She rises and stretches, looking around. We've got darkness on our side. Shall we move on? I'd like to talk some more. Tell me about Idumak. She scratches behind his ear. A good hunter, but not much of a talker. That's been fine by me. When we hunt in Nasatak, we almost always bring our foxes with us. They help us track and flush game, and they are fearless defenders against bears and snow leopards. Clever Itumak has always been my favorite. He wags his brushy tail. We already know she has a family. She told us that. What do you do back in Nasatak? I'm a long hunter. I stalk game across the tundra with some of the other wives. We usually hunt caribou and oxen, but we find hares and birds too. It's a good and respected position to see so much of Nasatak in the company of my friends and sisters. This is one of the pleasures of life in Masuk. What are your now talk a little bit more about our family. You have a family back in your village? Of course. We'd never send a woman who hasn't had the chance to find a mate and have a couple children of her own. Tell me about your children. I've had 5. Yakona, Estua, Nayo, maybe? Anik, and Malak. Estuya and Anik died young in long, lean winters. Malak was barely talking when I left. She scrapes a thumbnail along the handle of her hunting knife. He probably won't know me when I get home. Brutal. She frowns, her hand falling from the knife. Even in Nasatak, I spend most of my time on the hunt. But then, it's easier to relish the hunt when I know I'll see my family enjoying our kill. Now, what's your husband like? Kalu's a good man. He's raised our children well and built us a strong home while I've been away on hunts. Our parents chose us for one another when we were still young. Okay. Not the way things are usually done here, but ours chose well, she smiles. We came to appreciate each other as helpmates first, then friends, and then, well, you know how it goes. There's a hint of a blush below the stripe of face paint. Oh. Want to know about your home, Dad? Nasatak? She rubs her nose with one broad finger. It's a big island in the middle of the Deadfire Archipelago, just off the coast of the White that Winds tundra, mostly, with a few snow-covered forests in the warmer parts. Most of us live in fairly small villages by standards here anyway. Mine is massive. Tell me more about Massive. We're a tundra village. To an outsider's eyes, we're probably not much different from the others around us, but our elders have stories that go back hundreds of years. Epic hunts, battles with neighboring villages, sojourns across the sea. We share these stories too. Who lives there? Mostly Tanik like me. People here call us Boreal dwarves. Migratory clans of Glamfelin from the White that Wind sometimes spend their colder seasons on Nasatak. But we don't see too many other foreigners who can tolerate the elements. What is Nasatak like? She shrugs. Cold, but not as cold as the White that Winds. The few kith who visit Nasatak find it sparse. There's plenty to sustain a village if you know where to look. She ticks the items off on her calloused fingers. We get hides and meat from caribou, sills, and small whales. Bone, too, which makes fine bows and arrowheads. Okay. What are your thoughts on my search? She frowns. Helps to know what you're hunting. You've got a lot of tracks to follow, but where they'll lead is anyone's guess. Curious about your search for Bersak. I'll tell you what I can, but Tarnek Elitzak pilgrimage like mine are rare. I think these are fairly self-explanatory. What happens when the elder is found? That depends on the man or woman he's become. It's easiest when the rebirth happens in another village of Nastak, where the tradition is understood. Even in the White Winds and southern islands of the Deadfire Archipelago, people understand this custom and will welcome you politely enough, even if their souls do not remember. How did you get picked to come search for Prasad? She grins. Another old village tradition. The elders watched the caribou migrations and cast sill bones to determine the right time for this journey. When the omens were determined, all the village wives drew shark teeth. We're the ones that go away to hunt and fish, so we're the best suited for a task like this. Anyway, I grabbed the little tooth. She frowns. Traveling so far is a rare privilege for us, but as you can see, the journey can be unpredictable. Okay. Let's look at. All right, we got passionate right there. Very cool. So we got passionate. That means our defenses went up across the board again. Good, good, good. So of all the choices we've made so far, half of them have gotten us a passive defense bonus for our paladin. Good. Save that. We need to finish uncovering this part. Oh man, we've really got to. Goodness. Oh. One second, chat. Sorry. Okay. Apologies, chat. Apologies. So, we have got a very full party now. Let's see. We interrupt is insane. Okay. Here we go. That'll work for now. Let's do this.
Ready, Watcher.
Oh, the fox. So cool. Okay.
Not a sound.
Here we go. There are definitely things moving. We're going to be fighting something here. Why should...
I'd be glad to.
We're not. Or yes.
Hey,
Can't.
Who Pierce?
Get a good shot with this.
Nice. Okay. That. That. There. There.
hey.
That's not very helpful.
I'm here.
Take that.
I'm here.
Now. I think this is where we were wanting to go. Got a little bit of gold right now. It's good. Oh, there goes Fog of War. Off again. Okay.
At once.
It's so glitchy. I don't know why it's doing that. That's fine.
Nice and quiet.
Speak to me, commoner. Takes a smooth tongue to solve problems, doesn't it? Sometimes. The Dot Bridgeman. Reach out for the soul. You see a ship being tossed about in a storm-ravaged sea. Swells rise and fall, carrying the ship with them as if it were a toy. A man stands on deck at the helm of the ship, while water whips around him. The crew moves about frantically, trying to keep the chaos under control. He barks orders at them, pointing where to go, and giving each one a task. The men, while still visibly distressed, seem to calm down when they are given their orders. He instructs the helmsman to resume his duties at the wheel and rushes to the aid of a crewman who is struggling with a rope attached to one of the sails. The ship crests a wave, almost going vertical in one direction and then immediately again in the other direction. Several of the crew are thrown from their feet, sliding across the deck as the ship is rocked. Yeah, it was supposed to be rocked. After the swell passes and the ship returns to a relatively normal orientation, the man quickly scans the deck, counting silently. No one has been lost this time, thankfully. He looks in the direction they're headed, seeing no reprieve from the storm in sight. His jaw squared and his upper lip stiffened, he returns to the helm and takes the wheel again. And another. So there's got to be something to do here with the different colors in their names, I think. I could be wrong. Reach out for the soul. See a lavishly decorated room, walls hung with tapestries, ornate oil lamps creating a warm, relaxing atmosphere. There are several other overstuffed couches covered with silk pillows and an elegant table in the middle of the floor. This woman is seated at the table, sitting across from another woman. They are both well dressed, their style befitting the room they're in. The other woman's hair is blonde, in stark contrast to this woman's black, and is swept up on her head in a dramatic style. The women speak in an easy, free tone, obviously familiar with one another. Though they each seem to be comfortable in the other's company, a strange nervousness surrounds the blonde woman's actions. She occasionally betrays herself with a little giggle or stammer, hitching over an easy word as she speaks. Her demeanor swings from friendly to shy and back again, no warning. This woman leans back a little in her chair, stretching lightly. As she finishes her stretch, she gently lays her hand next to the other woman's hand, letting their fingers subtly intertwine. The second woman stops speaking mid-sentence, inhales sharply, and turns red. She does not, however, move her hand. This woman smiles and moves her hand further over the other holding it. She then stands, moving around the table towards the blonde woman, whose face shows conflicting emotions of terror and lust. She giggles and pulls her hand out from under the other and brings it to her mouth, the red of her face deepening. This woman stops, looking down at her, eyes sparkling. She reaches out, pulls something from the blonde's hair, letting it fall around her shoulders. Then she leans over, brushing her lips lightly over the blonde woman's cheek, resting her mouth against her ear. As she whispers, her hand moves lively down the other woman's body to her waist. The blonde shudders and leans into the hand, eyes closing, cheek pressing against the other. Oh, sorry, I misread that. Blonde shudders and leans into the hand, eyes closing, cheek pressing against the lips, still whispering at her ear. This woman hands deftly removes a small bag from the other woman's belt and secretes it under her own cloak at the small of her back. Then she gently kisses the other woman's cheek and stands again, the smile never leaving her mouth. Okay. I feel like there were some errors in that text, but could be I'm just horrible at reading. I'm not good at English. Okay. Other? Nope. We need more reasonable people in Defiance Bay. Zoran Zinnius Kavik. Reach out for this one. You see a flurry of matted white hair and an incandescent freeze fire staff before you see the man, cold and wild. He chews a wizened apple, slowly, discharging spell after spell into the jumble of villagers screeching their way toward him. Cold flame vents from his nose, and apple seeds shoot out of the side of his mouth as he saunters forward, ignoring arrows and curses alike. A deliberate twist of his staff, and a bullet of force glides through the torso of one assailant and another. A roar blisters his throat as he launches himself into their midst, tearing into their essence with his staff. A pleading hand reaches toward him and quickly falls, ignored. Silence takes hold as the tattered man gathers his prize, a basket of fresh pears. He hums as he eats. Whoa.
I'm here.
Excuse me. Okay. Welcome to Defiance Bay, but watch yourself in our city. Understand? Hello? Loot? Yes. Yes. Now we can go to Copper Lane. 15 minutes. Let's go.
Defiance Bay. The city at the heart of the Deerwoods Revolution now seems on the brink of another. Refugees line the streets, homeless and hungry, displaced by Whitewind's legacy, hoping for relief within the city walls, and finding none. Dissidents congregate to protest and to heckle, calling for an end to animancy and the ouster of their duke. The city's militiamen cast fearful looks as they patrol the streets, their hands trembling at the hilts of their weapons. The capital of a country that had not long ago incinerated a god now appears to be a spark away from sharing the deity's fate.
Okay.
Slow and silent.
Just sneak through this city. Nobody can see us. They can't see us. That cat can't see us. You can't see us.
It used to be a lot less of a mess.
Hello, kitty. Fox, meet kitty. Looking for the Temple of Wodecup. Huh, if you say so. It's in First Fires, just west of Crucible Keep.
I'm here.
Oh, we can't go up there. Saw an animancer's experiment make a little girl kill herself.
Certainly. Greetings.
Oh. Rowan's arms are crossed and his mouth is set in a grim frown as he watches the gathered protesters. He looks ready for a fight. He sizes you up. New in town, eh? You've picked an interesting time to visit Defiance Bay. All these refugees fleeing the frontier and finding the legacies no better here. It's the Animancers, Magrin Scorchum. And they nest in this city like rats. You mark my words, though. Us dozens are going to put a stop to it. Tell me about the dozens. He taps his chest. We're an organization of interested citizens who want to free Defiance Bay from the dangerous influence of animancers and the tyranny of the aristocrats who support them. We also consider ourselves a militia of sorts, seeing as the Crucible Knights are little more than a flock of preening nobles in training these days. Just like a militia, the dozens, except for the training and the discipline and the code of honor. I love Eater. So this is Rowan. His eyes gleam. And we are always looking to expand. The more people see things our way, the better for the state of the country. You have any interest in hearing more? Stop by Admith's Den sometime, the Expedition Hall. A lot of free thinkers in there. Can set straight all the nonsense the nobles and animancers want you to believe. Might even be some paid work there for motivated types. What are you doing out here? He gestures at the crowd, which buzzes with angry chatter, trying to get folk to see reason. We're in the midst of a crisis, and instead of purging the nefarious forces from our city, the Duke is granting animancers dangerous liberties. What do you know about animancy? It's the study and manipulation of essence, which any sane person will tell you is the purview of the gods. The Aedirans, at least, had the sense to outlaw it, which is the only good thing you can say about them. It's not like magic, chanting, or the soul readings those ciphers do. It's been around since ancient Ingwithan times, which is why you'll see animancers tinkering with old Ingwithan artifacts. Kana raises a fist to cough discreetly into it. Half-truths all, but he's an enthusiastic performer. I'll give him that. Rowan. He shakes his head. Trouble is, the Animancers got no idea what half those artifacts actually do. Not that they'll admit it. Our emphatic friend is correct about one thing, at least. I'd like to know more about Defiance Bay. This is the capital of the free Palatinate of the Deerwood. We started out as the capital of an Aediran colony, but we booted the Flaccid Scepter from these lands 150 years ago. Flaccid Scepter? I said Flaccid. Flaccid. These days, we're a minor port, a major port receiving trade visitors from all over the world. But we, some of us anyway, strive to hold on to the pioneering spirit that earned us our freedom a century and a half ago. This city is divided into 5 districts: Copper Lane, First Fires, Andra's Gift, Brackenbury, and Heritage Hill. He ticks each off of a calloused finger. Oh man, here we go. Tell me about Copper Lane. This here is Copper Lane. He taps a scuffed boot on the cobblestones. It's primarily a market district, but you've also got the Expedition Hall directly north of here, where you can join treks into the wilds. That's also where my fellow dozen martyrs and I tend to meet up with other concerned citizens. Points to a long domed building west and north of your position. And that's the Hall of Revealed Mysteries. Eerie place, if you ask me, but they've got the biggest library in Deerwood. Kana laughs. Eerie indeed. It might be less so if more kith stepped inside. Perhaps we ought to visit OutsiderAntics and see just what mysteries are revealed. Cool. Tell me about Brackenbury. A noise of disgust rattles in his throat. The nobility that didn't sell back to Aedir stayed there. Most of the families there trace their lineage back to old imperial times. Other than a lot of has-been nobility, you've got Hadrit House, where Lady Webb and her spies operate, and Brackenbury Sanitarium, the main cesspit of animancy in the city. He spits on the cobblestones. Tell me about First Fires. Oh, that's what... This was for... That's where the revolution started, hence the name. These days it's overrun with politicians and panders, but we'll take it back someday. That's where you'll find the Ducal Palace. Hey, how's it going, baby? Hope you're all having a great morning. That's where you'll find the Ducal Palace, the Valian Embassy, and Crucible Keep. He shakes his head. Crucible Knights were the original freedom fighters in Defiance Bay, but now they're just strutting peacocks with their eyes on fancy titles and their heads up their butts. There's an old temple of Wodika there, too. We keep it real nice for it. He winks. Tell me about Andra's Gift. Got the name because it was a wetland that was drained back in the Imperial days. Now it's a seedy district populated by sailors, common folk, and more than a few thugs. But it's a fun place, too, if you know where to look. He winks and elbows you. Look for a place called the Salty Mast, where when you're there, you are there. Other than that, it's mostly warehouses and abandoned homes. Tell me about Heritage Hill. He shivers. It used to be one of the more prestigious districts in the city. Heroes of the Revolution claimed plots up there, next to an ancient Ingwithin tower and the city cemetery. He had the best views in Defiance Bay. Attracts richer types these days. A lot of animancy patrons, he spits. He glances at the crowd and lowers his voice. You wouldn't have heard, but something happened over there a couple of months ago. The authorities sealed it off and they are keeping their mouths shut. But mark my words, animancy's to blame. Let's talk about something else. Farewell.
I'm here.
Okay. Commoner. 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 I need to be doing that. Justicer. Yeah, okay. See what's down here, if anything. Nothing, nothing, nothing? Okay. Commoners, what is this? The Goose and Fox. Let's go in the Goose and Fox and see what's going on. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Reach out for the soul. You should have fire burning slowly on the side of a winding road, unmanned. There seems to be no fuel, no wood or oil for it to consume, no hay or twigs. Despite this, it roars, crackles, wails in the wind. It takes you a moment, but you begin to notice a figure in the flames. Its shaking hands cradle a young face, molten red tears marring skin the color of coal. The boy cowers, flame coating him as he holds his knees to his chest. In the distance, a man approaches, faceless. He extends a hand to the frightened child, who considers it warily before taking it. The flames die down, leaving his limbs and settling on his head like obedient pets. All tears dried, they walk together, fire and death, hand in hand. Alright. Another. Reach out for the soul. You see a wizard playing illusions in a town square. Fingers plucking color and sound from the air and weaving scenes of beauty and fright. A crowd of onlookers gasps and cheers, enthralled with the display, all but one boy standing off to the side, mouth agape. Green eyes are pale with wonder, vision after vision playing out before him, and something inside the boy clicks. Without warning, he bolts, disappearing into the crowd, pushing and shoving desperately. The mage finishes his show soon after, a giant silver dragon descending through the crowd, and 1,000 stars exploding into nothingness. Collecting coins, he walks around the clapping crowd, bowing and nodding at each as he passes until a small sack is dropped into his hands. The boy stands for a moment before him, small and still, and begs the wizard to apprentice him. He glances at the hefty bag, weighing it, and the boy carefully. Finally, he nods and flicks gently at the bag, which disappears. The boy grins. "How did you do that?" he asks, but the illusionist merely winks. The vulture. Okay, reach out for the soul. You see a hand, curled and bruised, staked to the floor with a bent metal spike. Blood covers the floor and drips with the furnishings and walls. This man looks up from the body he is crouched over to survey the carnage he caused to the family in whose house he now skulks. 4 bodies total, a woman, 2 young men, and a girl. Lie blindfolded on the ground. Their legs are bound, and both hands are attached to the floor with spikes. He has lifted the woman's blindfold and is currently doing something to her eyes. He pulls back a small blade and covers the eyes again, gently patting the blindfold. He stands and looks around, seemingly satisfied with his handiwork. Suddenly, his breath quickens, hearing someone approach the door to the room. He bounces in place, excitement almost overwhelming him, then rushes to the back of the room, concealing himself in the shadows. From his vantage, he sees the bodies are perfectly arranged, each one facing the door, welcoming the man of the house back, arms outstretched as if in embrace. The door opens as he slowly pulls another spike from his belt, the tip of his tongue playing across his teeth in anticipation. Yikes.
Yes?
Okay.
Certainly.
Okay. Let's see what's up in here before we do any more. Okay, let's just talk to this individual first.
Hail, traveler.
Bishop, the man behind the bar is nearly the size of an amaua. A handle protrudes from his back, and his face is set in a stoic frown. He gives you a small nod. Here for a drink? There's a tiny pewter cup in front of him. He turns it in one broad hand, but doesn't drink from it. Tell me about yourself. Name's Bishop. Used to be a scholar of Barath. Now I run the Goose and Fox and keep the regulars in line. He shifts, and you see a warhammer strapped to his back. What more is there to tell? How'd you go from religion to taverns? The journey isn't as long as you'd think. It started with Hollowborn and with this. He takes a black bottle from under the bar and fills the pewter cup. It was my sister's son. He takes a drink. At the beginning of Waitman's legacy, he was one of the first. I never expected there would be so many after him. Tragedy is part of the cycle, but it's followed by rebirth. Yet every year, more parents were grieving for their Hollowborn children, and the gods were silent. So you lost your faith. He leans forward, crossing his arms on the bar. Barath promises rebirth. Cycles. But the only cycle I found was this one. He taps the bar. Have a drink. Have another. And another. Till I couldn't remember how I got home. Wake up. Come back. I finally woke one day to see my family had packed up and left. For all I know, they'd left days before and I just hadn't noticed. But they were gone, so I came here. I've cleaned up since then. Not that I've found my answers. He tosses the cup back. I've just stopped asking questions. This is a lively place. It was founded in the early days of Deerwood and Independence by a traveling scholar named Earl of Levi. Levi? We'll go with Levi. Earl of... I don't know. He wanted a place where kith of all backgrounds could gather in and hash out the issues facing their new country. I think it's Levy. He rests his elbows on the polished wood of the bar. It didn't take long for the place to fill up. Brackenberry aristocrats argued with dock workers from the gift, while soldiers wrangled with politicians. Deerwoodens have never been known to turn down an argument. He takes a sip from the tiny cup. I can imagine things got interesting. Soon, kith were coming from the farms and settlements too. He waves at the door as if expecting a crowd to bustle in. This place got even more popular with the Valian sailors than the salty mast, and that was the problem. He drains his cup. No matter what people say about fair-mindedness and civil debate, there's only so much people will tolerate. Errol found himself on the wrong side of an argument with the wrong Thane, and when he disappeared a few days later, some said it was the work of that Thane. He shrugs, spreading his hands over the bar as he surveys the room. But Errol knew which way the wind was blowing. If you ask me, he skipped town, hid out somewhere, hoping for rational minds to prevail in Defiance Bay. He cracks a wry grin. If only he could see it now. Okay. Yellow lad. You can buy a pet. We got pets though. I'm not going to spend 150 on a pet that does nothing. Okay. I'm not really going to look at selling anything right now. Okay.
I'm here.
There's all kinds of stuff going on here.
At once.
Okay, fast mode. Let's go over here real quick. Reach out for the soul. You see a half-consumed ale slosh its way across the distance to his mouth, spilling across the stains of food long past. Glazed eyes glance at the brawl across the room, gaining fervor as the fight extends through the room. Another L, he murmurs to the bartender, downing his drink and turning towards the wall. He pulls a picture from his pocket, a painting of a young child, all brown hair and green eyes, and holds it above the candle. It does not burn. Elves later, he begins to sing. The bar a mess of broken chairs and wounded pride, and they all listen for a moment before continuing their drinks. Svef, conversations. His ache is felt through the room. His sad story reminds them of their sad stories. When he finishes singing, a silence hangs in the air, palpable among the smoke and the sweat and the yeasty smell of beer-infused exhalation. He is the first to break the silence, ordering a round of ale for the room. The general din of conversation sparks and resumes, but the mirth now is tempered with far-off memories and thoughts. Okay. This Stelgare's pelt stick with dust and moths. The plaque below the beast reads Maiden Falls 2682. Okay. Let's finish. Reach out for the soul. You see an impressive gathering of wild Orlans in ceremonial dress, shaded by a copse of ancient oaks. Underneath the largest oak stand two young Orlans, hands clasped, eyes clear as they promise to care for and love one another in the joining of their clans. An older Orlan steps forward, towards them to speak. Beard seeming to sprout from directly underneath his eyes, and declares their union complete. The jubilant Orlan clans carry the newly wedded couple away to their tent with snorts of laughter and crude jokes, leaving the older Orlan to sit alone beneath the age-old oak. He sighs, observing the scene in the distance. He whispers a quiet benediction, glad for their gladness, and melts into the trees without another word. He has seen enough happiness for one day.
I'm here.
Okay. That's good.
I'd be glad to.
A woman sits by herself, spinning something on the table in front of her and watching it with furious intensity. It's about the size of a coin, and it wobbles over a crack in the wood with a metallic rattle. She snatches it up with one hand and slams a half-empty cup down on the table with the other. This is not a good time. You look like you could use another drink. I'll get there. She takes a long drink from her glass. Just trying to calm down. Trying to talk myself out of something foolish. Something foolish? She says nothing for a few moments, as if hoping you'll leave. At last, Kainra looks up at you, and lamplight falls across her face. A purpling bruise is blossoming along her cheekbone. There's something I need to give my fiancé, Ernest. Only he doesn't seem to go anywhere without his new friends, and they're not exactly pleasant company. Tell me about these new friends. They come into our house with their dead eyes and their black teeth. I'm not a fool. I know what it means. Pernisk makes me leave when they show up, but it's obvious what they come to do. Last time they came, I told them to get out. Let them have their fun somewhere in the gift, but not under my roof. She scowls and then winces, her fingertips gently probing her bruise. Beth changes you, I guess. The Pernisk I knew wouldn't have squashed a spider. I never thought he'd... She trails off, still feeling the swollen, discolored flesh. So maybe I could go talk to him, but Sveth makes people calm and listless. It shouldn't make them violent. It's probably the come down off of it. I thought Sveth just made people lay around not doing much. What's Sveth? Obviously, it's some sort of drug or something. Have you gone to the Crucible Nights? Apparently the Crucible Knights are not what they used to be, so... But I kind of want to at least ask this before I offer to get involved. To tell them my fiance hit me? She shakes her head. They'll just tell me to stay away from him. We've got too many other problems to worry about a domestic dispute. I want to ask this just so we understand exactly what Sveth is. So, I don't see the joke. She eyes you suspiciously. You really don't know? It's a shrub, I think, from out in the mountains somewhere. It has dark berries, and they treat them somehow. Make this pulpy paste. You rub it into your gums, and you're supposed to see, I don't know, amazing things. Your own soul. People who use it, that's all they do. They lay around seeing things for days. We'll say number 2 now, just to see what the response is. But Smith makes people calm and listless. It shouldn't make them violent. It's going to be to come down. I don't really know. Seemed better than believing he's always been this way. Maybe I could go talk to him. Kainra, her hand rests on the table, and she clenches it into a white-knuckled fist. There's nothing more to say to him. We're finished. I just want to give this back to him and have a clean break. She opens her hand, and a ring clatters on the table. It was his grandmother's. Even after this, I don't have the heart to sell it off. But if I go back there myself, I know what'll happen. I'll lose my temper, and I'll probably wind up with another one of these. She points to the bruise. I wouldn't normally hand this off to a stranger, but people say you've got a good heart. If you give this back to him, he'll know we're done. I'll take the ring. She looks at you and nods. The house is just north of here. Just, please don't hurt him. As furious as I am, I don't want that on my conscience. Okay, I'll do my best. But if he attacks me, I'm going to slaughter him. Okay, lady? Stealing. What is that? A dragon is outlined in charcoal pencil. The thick, jagged lines and the faint smell of sulfur suggest the artist completed the sketch in a hurry. Cliff Dragon, White March, 2685. Okay. Hello, Brad. Reach out for the soul. You see a mud-soaked clearing, rain falling to the ground in large drops. This man is lying on his back in the muck, his hands holding open the maw of an enormous stelgir that stands over him. Its front paws on his chest. The heavy rain falls over them, playing counterpoint to the grunts made by the opponents. Dead stelgar litter the ground around them, and the man's body shows signs of a difficult battle. His clothing is torn, hanging in scraps in some places. Bites and scratches cover his arms and legs. A huge gash cuts across his forehead, blood and water mixing as they run down his face and drip into the mud. It takes all the man's effort to keep the beast's jaws from clamping down. The man looks around wildly until his gaze finally lands on a large axe laying barely within arm's reach behind his head, the rain slowly covering it with grime and muddy water. He looks at the stelgir and then back at his axe, grim determination on his face. His arms are shaking, and it seems he will not be able to hold the beast back for much longer. He takes a deep breath and wraps his right hand around the stelgir's bottom jaw. Then lets go with his left hand, freeing the top of its head. The stelgir's mouth snaps shut on his right hand as his left shoots out above his head and grabs the handle of the axe. The Stelgir grinds its teeth and pulls back, trying to free itself from his grip. Blood dripping from its mouth onto his face. With a grunt that quickly becomes a bellow of pain, the man pulls his right hand down, bringing the beast's head closer to him, swinging the axe around as he does. The blade of the weapon pierces the Stelgir's neck and it yelps, its mouth popping open as it tries to step backward off of the man. Before his mangling hand can lose its grip, the man pulls and twists as hard as he can, trying to get the beast on the ground, using the Stelgir's resistance to pull himself into a sitting position. He brings the axe down on its neck again, and one final time as its head and his hand simultaneously come free. The head flies from his grip as he thrusts his hand behind his back to brace himself as he falls. As his hand hits the ground and his full weight lands on it, a second bellow of pain erupts from his mouth. Breathing heavily, he brings his now mangled hand up to assess the damage. The little finger is gone, lost somewhere in the mud. The two fingers next to it are twisted, broken, and torn, barely attached to his hand by small bits of flesh. He sighs, grabbing both dangling fingers with his left hand. He grits his teeth and pulls. Whew.
Yes?
Brutal. Okay. Man, there was a lot of reading in this place. And we haven't even been upstairs yet. Holy moly. The next game we play cannot have very much reading in it. Cannot. Oh my gosh, dude. Gathered amongst such titles as Flora of the Living Lands, Unity and Disunity, A History of the Deadfire Archipelago, and treatises on the Kolklin people are half a dozen travel journals held together with twine.
How do you do?
Man. Two-tone Wexel. An Orland man relaxes with his feet propped on the table. Patches of dark brown skin peek out from under a full mane of blue-green hair. He and the Orland woman with him exchange laughs and comments with the trio at a nearby table, and he spins a dagger in his hand. His hazel eyes watch you. You look like you've seen a night or two in the wilds, joining us for a drink. Who are all of you? The name's Two-Tone Wexel. The lady next to me is Key. We've had our fun with the expeditions, but we were hoping to enjoy a little peace and quiet for the next few weeks anyways. Dreadshot Dayton. A man at the next table nods at you. I'm Dreadshot Dayton. This is Hurdy and Ilfa. Two-Tone Wexel. We were part of separate expedition teams, but we both suffered losses and decided to band together. He ticks several items off his fingers. Beasts, barbarians, biowax. It's a dangerous time to be an adventurer, but a prosperous one, too. Dreadshot Dayton. At the next table, Dayton raises his glass. And here's to many more prosperous journeys. Is there something else you wanted? Apparently not. The Orland woman nods at you, a cup of wine in hand and a scepter across her lap. Ilfa nods at you, a pint in one hand and a mace slung over her shoulder. Dayton is busy filing a spur off of a small round bullet. Burly Amaua raises a hand in greeting. Okay, I thought there was going to be a lot more reading than that. Oof. Feeling we do not still in this playthrough. So. Alright. Harad Raoul. You see a man standing on a dock. Sailors, soldiers, and prostitutes swarm around him, but he's watching the ship disappearing over the horizon. He should be glad his men didn't take his life along with his ship, but failure is almost as bad as death for a Valian. And the gods only know he hadn't fared any better in his family's mercantile business. It's almost a relief to see that the last herald of his failure sail into the distance, sparing him the need to go back to his father and admit defeat once again. Besides, with sharp wits and an eye for opportunity, there's always a chance for a comeback. He pulls a flask from his hip and takes a long drink. There will be time for that later. He adjusts the flap of his eye patch and finds the tower of the brothel. He plots a new course for the evening, a grin on his face. Shana Glynn. Reach out for the soul. You see a group of people standing on a... Oh my goodness. You see a group of people standing on a clear patch of earth, surrounded by several motionless bodies. On the ground, in the middle of the group, is a small figure, curled up to protect itself from the kicking feet of the people standing around it. This woman is there, apart from the group, holding an enormous sword. She leans on it, using it almost like a crutch, hunched over and breathing heavily. She stares at the people and grunts, pulling herself upright and lifting the sword from the ground. She draws in a large breath, leans into a run, and quickly closes the distance between herself and the group. A blood-chilling howl suddenly explodes from her. The mob freezes mid-kick and stares at the terrifying bull of a woman now charging it. She jumps at the last second, bending slightly, turning herself into a projectile, flying into the middle of the people assaulting the figure on the ground. Everyone topples as she flies into them. She hits the ground beyond them, rolling, leaping back up, and turns to face them. She plants both of her feet and lifts her sword, surveying the field. Suddenly she spins on her heel, swinging her sword with savage grace, cutting down the nearest of the assailants. Letting herself get pulled into the momentum of the spin, she brings her sword around, blade sideways, into the head of a would-be opponent. The bottom of the hilt shatters his temple, and he crumples to the ground at her feet. She looks up, rage-filled eyes, daring the remaining two men to approach. After a quick sideways glance at each other, they turn heel and run. One briefly looks back over his shoulder, ensuring she isn't following him. She slowly lets out the breath she had been holding and walks over to help the figure still huddled on the ground.
I'm here.
Hello, hello? Not
I can
stealing.
do that, as requested.
Nice. Nope. Another stack. Let's go. Cool. All the lockpicks. Oh man, another book. The most unfortunate tale of Favia and Bernat, a Valian tragedy. Okay. I need coffee and a quick bio break, and then we will read this text. So much reading already this morning. Jeez. Give me probably about 5 or 6 minutes, chat, and we'll get back into it. Hopefully, going through the rest of this big, city areas, we won't have to do reading all day long. But I need more coffee. Quick bio break, and we'll get back at it. Thanks everybody for being here. All right. We have coffee. Fresh coffee. Now we can read. There is just as much reading so far in this game, if not more, than actual. I mean, the writing in the game is really good, though. So, I mean, there's something to be said for it, but it's a lot of reading. Scene. Leia watches Bernat approach Favia's tree, looking for her human form. Leia. Behold, now comes the fun, that for which I have waited. His love is forfeit, her life is forfeit, and all I have worked towards shall be fulfilled. He says he knows his love. He says no force in the world can keep him from her, but what chance has force against guile? Never will he find his love, for she is no longer his love. The spell cannot be undone except by her death, and by then it will be too late. But wait, has he seen her? But wait, he has seen her! Exclamation point. That was not a question. I read it wrong. Leia steps back to observe. Favia. Pray, mortal, why have you come here? These woods are not for your kind. The affairs of men have no place at this tree. Leave. Leave ere your welcome lapses. Bernat. Foul creature. Where is my love? What have you done with her? Always this has been this station for our encounters. Never before have I seen you. Where is my love? Answer. Answer ere my patience lapses. Favia, fool, this is my land and this is my tree. Your presence never before has been felt. Again, I say to you, leave. My generosity will not be extended a third time. Leia steps forward again. Leia. Talk. Talk? Discussion? I know the way to hurry the conclusion of this tale. Leia takes a breath and extends her throat as if she's yelling. A scream comes from the copse of trees where the Quigris stands. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Bernat, my love. Bernat steps forward, brandishing his sword. Bernat, prepare yourself, wretch, for not even death can stand between me and my love. I will have her from you, or you will meet your end. Bernat moves toward Fabia, who closes to fight. They fight. During the fight, Bernat is grievously injured as he delivers the killing blow to Fabia. She falls to the ground, and as she dies, the spell on her breaks, transforming her back into her Delimgen form. Fabia, Bernat, my love, what have you done to me? What was it I said? What was it I did? Has our love soured in your heart? Bernat, Fabia, my love, my life. What foul sorcery has befallen you? How have you come to be laid low by my hand? Fie to the gods for such treachery, fie to all who stood in our way. Fabia, fear not, my beloved, for now we are together, and together will always will be. Nothing can keep us apart. But lo, why is it suddenly so dark? Where has the sun gone? Where are you? I cannot see you. I will find you. I will. Fabia dies. Bernat. Oh my gosh. A curse upon the fiend who has betrayed me, to hold love in your hand and to have it wrenched away. Bernat winces and puts his hand in his shirt. It comes out covered in blood. Bernat, what luck, what chance. Tragedy may yet turn to fortune. Fabia, my love, soon I will rest in your arms. We will lie together again as one, and forever shall we be side by side. I go now to meet my love. Barath, I accept your cold embrace. I welcome your company. I beg your mercy. Bernat lies down next to Fabia's body. Bernat, I am ready. Bernat dies. Leia steps out from her hiding spot and runs to Bernat's body. Leia, Bernat, you fool, you wretch. How can you leave me? I am alone. I am forgotten. I am cast out. Without your love, how can I continue? Life holds no thrall without your visage upon which I may gaze. What shall I do? But here, my salvation, my answer. Leia picks up Bernat's sword. Leia, his blade, his weapon. I shall be impaled upon him, and he shall cut through me. I will not be denied my love. I will not be denied my love. You will be mine, if not in this life, then in the next. Leia impales herself on the sword. Leia, I come for you, my love, my Bernat. Wait for me, and I will find you. We shall live forever. Later. Is it Romeo and Juliet? Is that what this is, basically? Is that what we're dealing with here? Chat.
Yes?
Margaret's fire casts light in dark
What's this say?
places.
The pages of these old books are crisp and fragrant with the salt of a sea breeze.
Yes?
Yes? We got all kinds of people. Let's talk to him. Okay, reach out for the soul. You see a grin slide across the face of a man and on the face of a woman, younger still than he. She moves closer in the tallow light, sure and slow, tasting the anticipation of his tongue, the desire on hers. The candle gutters, sending yellow-brown light sneaking across his multifaceted eyes. She sits back, now all too aware of his luminescent horns and dust-stamped blue skin. His otherness leaves her breathless, but from fascination or horror you cannot tell. He reaches across a hand, trailing the line of her jaw. Sibilant whispers snaking through the air, tempting, cajoling. Something in her breaks, and her grin slides back as he extends his tongue to lick the curve of her throat, pausing at hair's breadth from her flesh. The thing we spoke of, your husband. I shouldn't. He'd be ruined. A faint protest. The man wags his forefinger at her, tisking playfully, tracing a line with the finger down the length of her torso, causing her to writhe. He stops it just short. She gasps. I'm about to sneeze, chat. I apologize. I should have muted that before the first one. Oh, so sorry. Excuse me. That felt good, though. Felt real good. Okay. No fair. That's cheating, she pouts, childlike. Not if we make the rules, the man winks and he resumes his stroke.
I'm here.
Naughty. Reach out for the soul. You can see a man praying soundlessly on the ground, lips moving to some ancient and unknowable hymn. Lying in his hands, his sword sputters into blinding white light, banishing the darkness around him instantly to lurk in corners and shelves. He opens his eyes slowly, continuing his silent prayer as he adjusts to the new light, his face tight with concentration. He stands and begins to move deliberately towards an enormous iron door, strange symbols inscribed upon its rusted surface. His prayer gets louder, gains substance as he gets closer. Blue eyes burn with fervor as the glowing tip of the sword touches the center of the door and slides through. White light spreads across its surface, symbols flaring to life as the paladin chants. A gentle tone sounds, ringing through the ancient structure, and the door begins to open. The symbols have disappeared, along with the rust, and the paladin steps through into places unknown, bearing a light he is only now beginning to understand. Cool.
I'm here.
And you. You see a firm hand scribbling notes from an ancient, surprisingly sturdy-looking tome, script precise, pictures small but clear. The monk runs his fingers across the paper lightly, page after page, searching for something. The script is ancient, almost illegible, but he perseveres, scrawling stacks and sheaves of notes, transcribing the book into something more comprehensible. Suddenly, he starts scribbling hastily, eyes wild. Pen a blur across the newly ink-splattered page. With a start, he pushes out from the desk and closes the tome, sending waves of dust to coast about the room, and grins wildly. He hurries to the exit, notes piled under his arm, and a new adventure on his mind. All right.
I'm here.
Oof. Yeah. Let's get out of here.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Well, what were you doing back there? Kana just having his own party. Alright. Holy moly. We spent a lot of time in that place reading. Goodness. You see a man crosses his arms and sticks his chin out. Moonlight and torch color his face. Dang it. The elf standing in front of him wears a panicked expression. Are you mad? I've seen it. Aha! The first man cries, raising a triumphant finger. You just said you'd only heard it. The elf blinks. What in the name of Galwin's beast does that have to do with anything? You said you'd only heard it. Now you're telling me it's a monster the size of 2 Amaua with blood-dyed fur. The man takes a step closer to the elf. And now I'm saying you're a liar, Doran. Doran sputters. Gods, Viserys. Who cares what it looks like? It's a rabid wolf. You saw what it did to the sheep. The elf throws up both of his hands, shaking his head. You want to stay out here all night to see the thing for yourself? Have it your way. I'm getting out of here. Fine. All right. Good. The elf storms off, casting one last glance over his shoulder as he disappears down a hill. The man sets off in the other direction, a sword in one hand and a torch in the other. Within minutes, he comes to a broken paddock where a dozen sheep lie dead, their throats torn and their innards scattered across the ground. It's not the work of a normal predator. It's a lichen. Something crunches through the dry grass. Viserys spins, but sees nothing. He raises his torch higher. This time, a rustling sounds from behind him, near the paddock. He turns again to see a wolf. It's not nearly as large as Doran had sworn, and while its fur is matted with red around its throat and paws, the rest of the elf's description has proven to be rather lurid exaggeration. Typical. Viserys takes some small satisfaction in this, even while the wolf lunges for him, its jaws foaming and eyes rolling. Cool story, bro.
I'm here.
Cool story. What do you want, you little swindler? What are you doing out here whispering to adults for? What the crud? What? Gordy. Gordy the mischievous little kid. A young boy watches the passerby and counts a grimy handful of coins. His face and arms are smudged with dirt, but except for the grass stains, his clothes are in good condition. As you approach, he blinks and makes a quick, furtive effort to pocket his coins. The boy stares at you, his mouth hanging open. After several seconds frozen in silence, he mumbles, your head is on fire. I like this kid already. He snaps out of his trance, but continues to watch you with fascination. Hey, mister, want to know a secret? He wipes his nose with a sleeve. I know a real good secret. Careful, I've traveled the continent, and the hardest bargains still come from my 7-year-old. Sagani. That's good. Really? What is it? He shrugs and clasps his hands behind his back, kicking a loose pebble. I just saw folks hiding some really neat things. I could show you where, but Mom and Dad told me not to talk to strangers. His eyes slowly roll up at you, but maybe you could help me with something, and then we wouldn't be strangers. Help you with what? Gordy's voice suddenly rises in pitch and tempo. Crucible Knights have these daggers made out of March steel. It's the best steel around, except for Durgan steel, which doesn't count because no one makes it anymore. So we need Durgan steel stuff. He stops long enough to catch his breath. Anyway, there's this merchant over by the expedition hall, and he has a dagger made of real March steel. His eyes grow large and round. He said he wouldn't sell it to me because I'm a kid, and kids don't know anything about daggers. That's not true. I know lots about daggers. I know about the different kinds of steel. I know how the Crucible Knights make them in a forge. I know that the tip can pierce low-gauge scale armor. That one that's good and sharp can cut through bone. See, I know plenty about daggers, and I really, really want this one, and if you could just get it for me, I promise I'll never, ever ask anyone for anything ever again. Okay, buddy. Okay, Gordy. In Masuk, we begin training our daughters with the hunting knife as soon as they can talk. Many can field dress a hare before their 10th birthday. I wouldn't trust this kid with a butter knife. I would love to do this one if I was playing like a not good-natured character. And I can't lie. You'll shoot your eye out. So, I mean, I definitely wouldn't want anybody giving my kids a knife without asking me first, so. And who's to say that this kid's going to actually tell us anything worthwhile? And even if he did, who's to say that what is there is something that we would want? I mean, I would like to know what's there, but like I said, we're playing a good character, so I'm sure your parents told you that, or you wouldn't be asking me. But if I'm going to be a real warrior, I have to start training young, just like the heroes in the stories. I just know I was a great warrior in a previous life. My mom even says I have an old soul. Kid's got a dream, chat. Kid's got a dream. Gordy jumps up and down, hooping and hollering. I know a real adventurer would understand. He points to a large building. There's a big merchant over by Admeth's den who sells weapons. He's the one with the dagger. I'll wait right here for you. His gap-toothed grin stretches from ear to ear. All of this is Copper Lane. Holy moly. Catacombs. There goes the Brackenberry. What is all this? Wow. We're just gonna work our way around here. I don't have it yet. You know what they look like, right? Real Crucible Knight daggers have a special steel on the pommel. Also, you can tell March steel from Whifflin steel because Whifflin steel has this wavy pattern, and March steel doesn't have a pattern at all. Okay. So, it'll have a seal on the pommel. And it won't have a pattern on the steel. Gordy trails off, rambling about the various types of steel and no longer paying you any mind. Skinflint? Reach out for the soul. You see an old dwarf counting coins behind a grimy shop window, her hair limp with grease and sweat. A sneer playing around the edges of his pinched mouth. The bargains of the day lie scattered across the table, from tarnished tawdry jewelry to an acid-encrusted dagger lying precariously near the edge. His half nose twitches in anticipation as a customer enters, a disheveled young noble, once white double stained with a life gone wrong. Eyes dart behind him, searching for pursuit, before he dumps the contents of his Hessian bag on the table. The dwarf leans forward, fingers flicking through the silverware and assorted goblets. He shakes his head emphatically. sneer fully settled, shoving the items back at the man. The man pleads, begs, eyes rolling panicked in their sockets, asking for something, anything, a few silvers. The dwarf leers and tosses 3 copper pans on the table. Desperate, the young noble tears a signet ring from his finger to the dwarf's ill-concealed delight. A few more coins go into the pile, and the defeated man, swearing stitches under his breath, exits the shop. The venerable dwarf grins at his good fortune, picking food out of his 2 sharp teeth as he examines his haul.
I'm here.
What is this? What are the catacombs? We are not doing catacombs yet. That's going to be fights, pretty sure. So we're going to hold off on that for a moment. Kind of want to get us one more person going here. For some security. So with a shock mage. That'll work.
I'm here.
Commoner. Dalton. Southerly man paces back and forth, taking short, hobbled steps. His gaze is distant, and beneath it are the dark rings of many restless nights. He appears to be having a conversation with someone who isn't there. And the way you fought, cutting down 2 at a time, we shared quite a victory, you and I. Who are you talking to? The man looks up at you, startled. By the flame. For just a moment, I thought I heard her. He puts a hand on his chest, catching his breath. Troubles you? Just the memories of my youth and the North Watch Rangers. Trials and adventures from a lifetime ago. He shakes his head. Of late, the memory of lost battles and fallen friends has been especially vivid. Tell me about these memories. It's been nearly 60 years. We were known throughout the Deerwood Den. We thought we'd adventure together forever, collecting coppers and inspiring songs. The wrinkles around his eyes deepened. That was until we faced Helig of Thene. Okay. He was a wizard whose experiments in necromancy left a trail of bodies, some reanimated, from Solus Vale to Midwood. We tracked him as he fled toward the Valian republics, catching him just west of the Lake of Drowned Tombs. We were fools. Seasoned as we were not prepared for his foul magic. Our numbers were nothing against his powers. A wiser man would have ordered a retreat. Not me. By some curse of the gods, I was knocked out, and when I awoke, my rangers, my Rowena, were all dead. He holds the empty air in his arms. Who is Rowena? My friend, my comrade in arms, and my love. We planned to adventure together until we grew old enough to settle down and enjoy our fortunes. Young as we were, we couldn't imagine anything would tear us apart. He gives you a closer look. I met others of your order in my younger days, braving perilous territory to help the helpless. I know this sounds like an old man's madness, but I hear her, a voice just over my shoulder, calling to me in my dreams. And at night I see her wandering the catacombs beneath the city, trying to escape. Foolish as it sounds, I can't shake the idea that she's somehow down there waiting for me. I've even ventured below, though it Dang near cost me my life. He hesitates. Were I half the warrior I was in my youth, I'd search every grave and rat hole. As it is, I'm stuck with this feeble body and the agonizing notion that my love is somehow down there, beyond my help. I'll search the catacombs for a sign of your love, bruh. Tears spring to the old man's eyes. There's an entrance just southwest of here, on the other side of the canal. He sniffs and wipes his eyes. You are truly a gift from the gods, if there's anything you can find of her.
I'm here.
Cool. Cool, cool. Commoner, actor, understudy, audience member.
What's this?
Hello, hello. Oaken Scarab figurine. Summon 3-time wood beetle? What? Uses 1 per rest. Dick. Alaskan. Plus 3 perception, plus 25 defense. Against ground attacks. -2 dex. Okay. Yeah. It goes in a quick item slot. I'm afraid. So we'll science this. We'll science this in one of the next battles we do. But if it goes away after you use it, the thing is, if it goes in a quick item slot. I'm afraid it might be a one-time use thing, but it does say 1 per rest. So I'm really hoping it's not. That's pretty cool. Very cool. And he's our chanter. He summons some things anyway, so I just figured put it on it. Well, cool.
At once.
Sorry, I can't talk now. The statuesque woman has a gaze that could cut stone. She turns her chiseled cheekbones to the sky and favors you with a look of acknowledgement. Her eyes shimmer under silvered eyeshadow and a razor-precise line of kohl. Before you can speak, she throws her hand up in dramatic fashion.
Hail, traveler.
Autographs after the performance, please. Great art requires great concentration, and greatness is expected from the Rebel of Stars. This is going to be hilarious. She's going to throw a fit because we don't know who she is. What is the Rebel of Stars? We're the finest theater troupe in the city. We believe that the best art is immersive and true to life. She looks at the amphitheater with a rapturous expression. We stage our performances right here in Copper Lane for the edification of all. Oh, no way. We're gonna have to, like, play a part in one of these acts. Does the Rebel of Stars take in many new members? But of course, good drama is a balm to the soul, and we wish to offer a true theatrical experience to as many as possible. What kind of members do you take? We take in the new and old, the tall and small, the experienced and inexperienced, whoever is best suited to fulfill a role to the utmost. How long do you keep members? As long as they're able to satisfy the demands of the roles. She smooths a wayward strand of hair. True acting can be a grueling process, so some last longer than others. I'd like to ask something else. What do you do? That depends entirely on the demands of the role. She lays a slender hand on her chest. I am the Pallid Knight, the Widow of the Wood, and the Warrior Queen Makka, all at different times. To live a different life each day is a glorious thing indeed, my friend. Okay.
Yes? At once.
We'll work our way back around this way. Okay. Hall of Revealed Mysteries. Go out there.
I could while away hours in here. If we had the time, of course. Do we?
Oh man, there's gonna be a lot of reading. I can already tell. Oh. Go after the soul. You see nothing at first. Inky darkness filling your vision, the dust of eons flooding your nose. You hear a strike, and a torch gutters into flame, revealing a man without a face, and a library of books flickering in the dull glow. He moves to the closest shelf, sliding the torch into a socket. He gingerly pulls a black-bound book into his trembling hands. He flicks through it lovingly, caressing each page before turning to the next and the next. Finally, he finishes, placing the book in a satchel to his side, and takes down the torch. He spends hours wandering, reading, collecting, until his satchel is as thick as he himself and half as heavy, and begins to make his way back to the entrance. With a barely audible sigh, he draws two decaying doors closed and torches extinguished.
Good day to you.
Vexa. The woman barely glances up from the tomes on the table as you approach. You're welcome to browse the stacks, but mind that you keep your voice down. This is still a temple, after all, and Grimda doesn't tolerate disorder. Tell me about yourself. She throws your broad shoulders back. I am a scrivener and a devotee of Whale. It's my duty to look after our records and resources. Her chest swells with pride. This is a temple? It looks like a library. Her eyes grow wide and round. That's because it is. Whale is the god of mysteries and answers, encryption and decryption, concealment and revelation. She raises her hands to the row of shelves. It's guidance from the understanding of the unknown and the protection of hidden knowledge. The Hall of Revealed Mysteries was built to celebrate that. To think there's such a place in Deerwood, incredible. I love a glimpse of the archives. How many secrets must sit upon these shelves? Fascinating. Isn't it? Temples dedicated to Whale tend to hold vast stores of knowledge. We use that knowledge to unravel and preserve the mysteries of the world. Who is Grimda? Why, she's the High Archivist. She's one of the most accomplished scholars alive today. Nothing goes on here without her knowing about it. Almost nothing, anyways. She scratches behind her ear. You should probably tread lightly around her today. Farewell. Stealing, 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 stealing. Records of books borrowed and returned fill the cubby holes. These titles all refer to Glenn Fathom mathematics and advanced geometry. Stealing. Boost. Okay. Let's go look down here. We're going in there. Stealing. Elder Archives.
I can do that.
Okay, no entrance. Okay, I don't want to go in there without her permission, then. I don't want to risk. Possibly, the painted eye seems to move wherever you turn your back.
Good day to you.
An elderly dwarf surveys the stacks. Her skin looks as tough and wrinkled as walnut. Despite her stature, she manages to look down her nose at you. You're welcome to look around, but let the priests and scribers continue their search. She shoots the nearest robed figure a withering glare. Wouldn't do to give them any other excuses. What about yourself? I am the High Archivist of Hall of Revealed Mysteries. She coughs loudly into her fist. And I'm too old and too busy to be bothered with inane questions. Even just one or two? Outside. What else do you need? What are they looking for? Maybe I could find it. She sizes you up, stroking her chin. Could you now? She scowls at the robed priest again. You certainly couldn't do worse than this lot anyway. Thieves made off with an ancient scroll of whale. They intend to blaspheme by selling that which should remain hidden, a secret of the 100 Visions. Her wiry eyebrows arch over her spectacles. The guards caught one of them, but were overzealous in their interrogation. All they could piece together was something about a farmhouse on the road to Deerfruit. Track the thieves down. I don't care what you do with them, but bring back the scroll. Well rewards the persistent secret, and so do I. An ancient scroll of will? There's a fine prize. I mean, a worthy task. Questions about the missing scroll? Ask. What do you know of the thieves? Very little, except they were foolish to believe they could steal from the god of secrets. That, and they were fleeing to a farmhouse. How should I handle these thieves? However you can, kill them rather than leave them. It makes a difference to me. I'll consider it one of Whale's mysteries. What's so special about the scroll? Whale is the god of secrets. If I told you that, I'd cheapen it, wouldn't I? She cackles. It's a parable, the kind that nourishes the inquisitive mind and poisons the foolish. Let's talk about something else. Like to know more about Whale. Her smile reveals a row of crooked teeth. That's the rub, isn't it? Whale is the god of the things hidden and revealed. The more of the 100 Visions one sees, the more one has yet to discover. Though we often call Whale he who sees and is not seen, it is neither male nor female. To assign any definitive characteristic to Whale is to miss another essential part of its divinity. The 100 Visions. A term of reverence for Whale's many revelations. Despite the name, they are infinite. Each epiphany leads to yet another enigma. And I thought I was busy. Farewell. Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I was pretty sure if we went in there, it would save. It would do something like that. I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
At once.
Fast mode. Let's go. Let's go.
Adair, you have said you fought in the Saints' War, but for which side?
The one that blew up my god.
I didn't mean anything by it. I imagine a man with a head made of fire and light could be very convincing.
Funny thing about Dear Woodens. With all that fire and light, they just treated him like another authority figure. The dozens.
He shakes his
Pretty
head.
sure you won't find one among them who stood within 100 miles of that bridge when the Godhammer went off. Too bad, too. Then there'd be less of them.
What do they call themselves? The dozens. It was 12 Deerwoodens stood outside Halgot Citadel waiting for Icewind to cross the bridge there. They had to hold him there long enough for the Godhammer to detonate, so that's what they did. Godhammer? That's what they called the bomb they blew up Icewind with. Don't know much about it other than that. Anything kills a living god, guess you gotta name it. What do you have against the dozens? Nothing serious. Nothing I don't have against a lot of folks anyway. The dozens, they like to take things into their own hands. Gets ugly sometimes. We don't have them in Gilded Vale, but they'd be right at home there. They picked that name so that they could do whatever they wanted and feel like it was right. Got nothing to do with honor or sacrifice. They like to invoke Magrin too, when they especially want to feel right. Somehow, I don't think she'd be too impressed with that lot. I'm sure she'd like to set them on fire anytime they use her name, but the gods probably got rules against that kind of thing. People hide behind symbols so they can't be questioned. There must be plenty of other groups that are better reflections of the figures that inspire them. Too bad, I wouldn't mind seeing something like that. Surely Magrin has worthier followers. That's tough. What do I want to say here? What I would like to say is too bad I wouldn't mind seeing something like that, but it's not necessarily in line with what our character is, so. I'm going to go with either number 1 or number 2. Let's just go number 2. Sure, I just can't think of any off the top of my head. I shouldn't say that. There's a group of Eoth Asians, the night market. They still do right by their god. Helped get a lot of people to safety during the purges. They're easy to forget about, though, because they have to work in secret. You can thank people like the dozens for that, too. Continue on. Right here. Still just 6. Okay. I like that you get interactions with the characters from time to time. It's pretty neat. Okay, we're gonna have more stuff here. Reach out for the soul. You see a dark room, its contents in disarray. The blinds are pulled against the light, and the sounds of shouting and running can be heard outside. This man moves through a house, throwing items into a bag. He wraps up some food, collects some clothes, and searches for a chest for various odds and ends that resemble magical components. He stops at a bookshelf and quickly scans the spines, running his fingers along them to help keep his place. He sighs, sliding his finger across the spines again, mumbling to himself. Finally, he chooses a couple of titles, takes them from the shelf, adding them to the assortment of items he has already gathered. A small group of squirrels and birds watch him as he passes through the rooms, moving almost as a single entity. They are trying to stay near him, but also seem to know to stay out of his way. He is obviously in a hurry, but he maintains a deliberate demeanor about everything he does. The outer door bursts open with an explosive sound, causing the animals to scatter, terrified. The man turns, bringing up a hand, holding a book in his other, whispering something that can barely be heard. Ice crystals begin to form at the tips of his fingers, crackling against the heat of the room. He sees the man standing in the doorway and immediately drops his hand, the ice vanishing as quickly as it appeared. The man in the doorway gestures, telling him to hurry, points toward the horizon somewhere outside. The man in the house dismisses him with a wave, saying he is almost done here and will be coming soon. He scans the dwelling one more time, searching for something he might have missed. Satisfied, he leaves, not even bothering to close the door. Outside, he can see people, all prepared, as he is traveling away from the town, away from the rising plumes of smoke on the horizon. Okay. Reach out for the soul. Oh. Okay. Man. You see a small crowd gathering near the entrance to a temple. This man stands against the wall, the crowd forming a semicircle around him. He speaks with a calm, measured tone, his soothing voice carrying over the sounds of the surrounding city. He speaks of the world, history, the gods, and religion. He speaks of cooking, brewing, child raising, and old wives' tales. There does not seem to be a subject he lacks, at least a passing knowledge in. People ask him questions and he answers them in return, sometimes being detailed and in-depth, other times only giving a general answer. Regardless of what is said, all of his answers seem to hit to the heart of what was asked, each person satisfied with what they've learned. People come and go from the crowd, its size growing and shrinking, but never completely dissipating. Hours pass and he never seems to tire, sharing his knowledge with anyone who would benefit from it. As the light of the day wanes, the group finally growing small enough that he draws everything to a close. As he gathers his belongings and prepares to leave, a man approaches him, asking why he does this. He asks for no money, no food. What benefit is gained from his actions? He looks at the man, gathering his thoughts, then simply tells him, "Knowledge brings wisdom. That is my faith." Cool. I can dig that. What is in here? Scrivener's Dormitory. Boiled tea, empty ink pots, and one detailed sketch of a fire-breathing old dwarf are all that remain of a long-studied session. Stealing, we do not steal. Stealing.
Hail, traveler.
By Will's eyeless face. You are one short ogre. But why are you green? And how are you getting the ducks to keep flying around you like that? What are you talking about? Your ducks, your green skin. Should I speak it louder, slower? Let me know. You're a scrivener? Yes, I am a scrivener. I read books, I write books. I once ate a book, but only because it looked like sweet pie. Or perhaps it was sweet pie baked to look like a book. Interesting. Oh. I'm also a collector of herbs. Flowers, plants, I sell them. Mostly I eat them. This dude is on one. That's funny.
Well met, friend.
Tell me about the dormitory. It's where the scriveners who work at the Hall of Revealed Mysteries sleep. I'm a scrivener. This place smells like old stockings. Gross.
I'm here.
We do not steal. The sturdy bunks are topped with thin blankets and even thinner mattresses. Must be here for Corin. A rancid stench rises from the basin. The dishes at the top of the pile are flecked with morsels of meat and cheese. Those at the bottom are coated in a slimy fuzz. Yum. Okay, man. We do not steal in this playthrough. Paladin. No stealing. Probably some good stuff in there, but oh well. More lockpicks. You take those. Is this place? The painting depicts the famous scene from The Light of Dawn in which the traveler and the ghost happen upon a starving man. Cheers. I think that will require the proper key. Rathian's scripture. Behold, thou faithful, the visage of thy transformation. Fear not the journey when the portal opens. Become one with the will, with glad heart and cheerful countenance. For the doorway shall open for all in their time. Neither the rich nor influential, neither kings nor rulers, neither the strong nor powerful can escape its embrace. Barath will usher thee through the doorway, and thou wilt return to life, thy mortal life begun anew. There goeth the cycle, there goeth life, there thou goest also. Thou shalt approach the door, the inevitable shall approach thee. Do not turn back on the portal, do not turn back on new life. Walk the path and welcome change, or face the night. For he walks the road with thee and will guide all to their destination. Thou mortal, the skull thou wilt become. Thou closed off, the key thou shalt turn. Thou sealed the threshold thou shalt cross. Pretty sure I've already read that.
I'm here.
Okay.
Sagani, does your fox bite?
Yes,
Can I pet him anyway?
it's your hand.
I'm gonna pet him.
That was awesome. That was awesome. Wait. Okay, we need to go around town. Bring it around town. Mercenary. Add it. Jeez. A couple of crude beds have been improvised from an assortment of tattered blankets and pillows. Dribbles of some dark liquid stain the fabric. Oh, here we are we? This is going to be... Yeah. Nope, not picking that. Someone has peeled the labels from these bottles. They're stuffed with a dark, gunky pulp that gives off a pungent odor. Yeah. Okay. The guard holds up a hand as you approach. You can turn right back around. The lower floor is all yours, but nobody goes upstairs. Why not? He scowls. Because you'll be breathing through new holes in your neck if you head up there. That's why. Just mind your own business. Once you're on the Svef, you're not going to much care where you are anyways. Okay, so I gave him 100 CP. Any chance you could look the other way? The guard narrows his eyes and takes the money. I do like the view over this way. He turns around. So, not sure that was gonna be worth it, but... The pots are crusted shut with some unidentifiable gunk. Okay. Well, let's see what's going on up here. Hopefully it was worth 100. What?
Ready, Watcher.
Yes?
Nice and quiet.
Ready, Watcher.
We got our copper back. Or Okay, here's my thoughts. This is weird that, like, dude let us upstairs, but now we have to battle. I kind of just want to take these guys out. See what else might be in this room up here. And we'll probably get some stuff off of these guys. What I'm also worried about is that if we engage these mercenaries, then everybody downstairs is going to go hostile against us as well. I don't necessarily want that. So I might just go back downstairs. We already got our money back. We absolutely got our money back, like big time, just by coming up here. And so let's go downstairs and talk to the main guy here and see if we can figure this out. I mean, if we have to slaughter everybody, we have to slaughter everybody. That's just the way this goes sometimes.
I'm here.
We got all that cash, so that's good. It was well worth the 100 we paid.
I'd be glad to.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Following your lead.
I'm here.
Following your lead.
I'm here.
Just
Hey.
in case this gets a bit crazy.
Of course.
Hmm?
I'm here.
Hi?
My joke. Yeah.
Ready, Watcher.
What? How may I help?
You move back
If
there.
it makes you
You move
rest
there.
easier.
You move there.
Hey,
You move there.
I'm here.
Following your lead.
I'm here.
Okay. Before you, so this is Pernisk. This is the husband of the lady that we met earlier in town who was hit. The man before you flashes you a toothy and rather unpleasant grin. Well now, a new face. Welcome, friend. Name's Pernisk. And this, he gestures to the room around you, is my humble abode and place of business. And I do hope you're in here to do some business. He glances at the nearby guard. What is your business exactly? If you have to ask, Pernisk smirks. Let's be clear. You go running to the guards, you're going to regret stepping foot in this place. In fact, I'd put even odds on you regretting every decision you made in your life to leave you standing in front of me right now. His face shivers with a quick, unreadable emotion. But you stay smart, and I figure we can end up very good friends. You can ask my previous customer. They'll vouch for my supply, he grins. I keep it simple. If you have the coin, I have the Sveth. You're free to make use of the premises so long as you don't do anything stupid and you don't get to tangling with the other customers. Now, Prunus clasps his hands together. What can I get you? Give him Kainra's ring. Prunus takes the ring and turns it around his fingers. Nice. What's this for? I kind of want to remain silent and see what happens, but I don't know. Um, hmm. Let's do number 1. Prentice laughs. Oh, yeah, I see now. She's making a statement, is she? Good riddance to her, then. Sorry I ever spent the coin to begin with. Now, is that all? How dare you hit your own fiancé? How can you live with yourself? She was asking for it, Prentice growls. Sort of like you, right now. Maybe you ought to quit digging around in affairs that don't concern you. Me, I've got business to get back to. He points. Doors that way. She didn't want me to hurt him, so let's talk about something else. Let's talk about Kainra. She seemed to care for you. Why are you doing this? Plenty of stars in the sky. Tell her to go set up in the salty mast if she's feeling lonely. Prentice shrugs. Me and her are done. Seems a difficult thing to forget, giving your grandmother's ring to someone. Maybe she's just not worth remembering, eh? Prentice snorts. While you're playing lapdog for her and all, why don't you go back and tell her to keep clear of here? I would love to slaughter this dude right now. She didn't want me to hurt him, though. I'm pretty sure I remember her saying that.
Absolutely. Certainly.
So, now the journal says something unusual is happening at a house in Copper Lane. A man named Prentice is acting strangely. The house next to Copper Lane Market has become a theft den. Prentice was home, but something about the man seems unusual. I gave Prentice the ring as requested, yet he didn't seem to recognize it. I could go back to Kainra now, but there's something peculiar about this situation. After reading the journal now, it makes me want to go back in and try to figure out what's going on. Hmm.
Yes?
I'm almost wondering if we just go upstairs and...
I'm here.
Hey.
Hmm?
Aye?
Yes?
Yes?
Following your lead.
I'm here.
Serious? I asked him what Sveth is. Sirius Prentice eyes with suspicion, then disbelief. Sveth's worth every hand, my friend. It's incredible. Let you see your own soul, and you're looking at Defiance Bay's first and foremost Sveth merchant. I keep it simple. If you have the coin, I have the Sveth. You're free to make use of the premises so long as you don't do anything stupid. We've read that already. To get your stock. I wonder if we bought it all out. If we bought all this Sveth. We have some, don't we? Cost us 135 to buy it. We can only sell it for 18. Let's talk about Kainra. So just careful while you're doing this. So I don't have the option anymore,
I'm here.
but it kind of makes me want to go upstairs and the journal is weirding me out with this one. I gave Pernis the ring as requested, yet he did seem to recognize it. I could go back to Kaner now, but there's something peculiar about this situation. That makes me think that I need to go take a look upstairs.
At once.
I don't think that's really Pernisk. That's what I'm starting to think. No. Everybody chill. We're going to slow mode that. Okay. So hard to tell. So many characters now.
Absolutely.
Well, that's cool.
I'm here.
Ready, Watcher. Got it.
How may I help?
What?
What? So these guys are definitely aggro. And there's a locked room in there too. It appears. Hold on. Hold up. Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Following your lead.
See if we can pull these guys.
Hey,
Get back here. First of all, he's injured already. Um,
Following your...
Help him. You get him. You knock him down. You. Book. Knock down. I can barely. Okay, he's almost dead. Badly injured. Either knock that down. Nice. Why? That was really weird. Okay.
I'm here.
Oh, baby. Dude. Bunch of fine equipment. Alright. Oh, rusty bronze key. Cool. Stash.
I'm here.
Let's see what lies this way.
Let's go. Here's as though someone rummaged through this uneven row of books in a hurry. Alright. Take that. These jars are chipped and cracked as if knocked to the ground and set back in place. Adiran dialects. Oh, no. Dude, no. I'm not reading that one. I'm sorry, chat. That's not happening.
I'm here.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. One side of the overturned vase is splotched with crimson. Someone has gathered sheets and towels into a makeshift bed. The rumpled fabric is stiff with blood and unwashed sweat. Pernisk, a man lies bound and bloodied on the floor before you. His face is a tapestry of bruises, and blood is spattered across several corners of the room. The man cringes and sobs as you approach. Gods, please, please, no more. I can't take any more. I'm not here to hurt you, bruh. The man pauses, gazing up at you. You're not. Oh, praise Barath. You're not one of his men, are you? He glances nervously behind you. He shakes his head. Please, I don't know who you are, but my name is Pernisk. This is my house. You have to help me. Then who was that downstairs? And I took some of your stuff, Pernisk. Sorry, but I'm gonna keep it, probably. An imposter, some wizard named Nerid. He came into my house, tied me up in here, tortured me, and now he and his men are eating my food, breaking my things, selling Sveth inside of my own house. He blinks. He just turned up all of a sudden? This would be a lot easier if you weren't trying to hide something. Pernisk looks away, unable to meet your gaze. I may have hung onto a tiny portion of my supplier's share, but I needed that money. What exactly happened? He sent over the wizard, Nerid, the man downstairs, Pernisk shudders, to make up the lost copper, I guess, and to hurt me while he was at it. Feels like it's been days. All right, we are met with decisions. I kind of want to ask him, why should I help you? Because I mean, he kind of brought this on himself, right? Um, I need him to give me a reason. Ernest looks crestfallen. Because it's the right thing to do? Okay, I look. Nereid took all of my money, but he still has it. If you kill him, he's bound to have most of it on his person. You can have all of it. Maybe I can convince him to leave. I'm not worried about money. That's not what this playthrough is about, dude. You don't you don't know him, what he's capable of. You'll see soon enough.
I'm here.
Okay, so we got a battle on our hands, apparently. Okay. Chat, I need more coffee. We're gonna have a battle on our hands, I think. So that one went okay. I think we gotta fight a wizard though. It's gonna be probably pretty brutal. But give me a few minutes, grab coffee, quick bio break, and we'll get into this wizard battle. All right. Thanks for being here. Just a few minutes, we'll get back at it. Alright, alright. See what we can do here. I don't know if we're going to get attacked as soon as we come down or what. I would assume so, but apparently not. What? Okay, dude.
Yes?
I'm here.
Hey,
Hey.
hey.
Yes?
Yes? Hmm? What? Sorry. I was thinking up a song. What rhymes with Watcher?
What?
I'm here.
Hey.
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Furnace grins. You're right. Anything I can do for you? I found the man you tied up upstairs, the one also claiming to be Furnace. The toothy smile falters. That's so. Shakes his head. Shame you had to go digging around, friend, because now I can't exactly let you leave, can I? He's getting tired of pretending to be that sad sack anyhow. His mouth curves into a snarl. Guards! Alright. Hold on. Maybe we can come to an arrangement. What do you propose? This is the only option? You give me a discount on SPEF and I won't interfere with your operations? What? I don't like that. Because I think what that means is that they're going to stay here and Home Dude's just going to stay locked up there. Nah. We're just going to attack. You, sir. Aw, Cam. You. Get over there. That's actually not going to work very well, is it? No. Um. Oh, I thought I canceled that. Okay. No, 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 no. Nerd's already near death. You. Actually, you. Book. You. Stop! Nerd staggers back, holding a bloody hand in front of him. I give up. Just leave, and I'll go peacefully, alright? You can go peacefully into my dungeon. He flinches, regret already building in his eyes, if that's my only choice. I think we might have just gotten our first prisoner. That's fun. I need to take a look at Kana. I thought he had... I thought we got a second level chanter spell. I know we did. I know we picked one. So where is it? That's weird.
Following your
Get wrecked, dude. What's that? Found near it in Copper Lane. A hired thug impersonating a Svef dealer who owed a debt to a supplier. He was using the identity to sell Svef and thereby recoup the supplier's losses. Sick! We got our first prisoner. Very cool. Alright, man. Awesome. I wonder what we can do. That was okay. And we still have that. Very neat. Now, I'm wondering... Dude, I know we picked a level 2 chanter. Or level 2 chant. But it's not there. It's really weird.
Yes?
Holy moly. Oh, baby, look at all the monies. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes?
Even more monies. Okay. Let's
here.
go. Still got addicts just like hanging around.
At once.
What is my front line here? I can't remember. Okay, dude. Get some. Get some. Get some.
Following your lead.
Sit down. Bye-bye. Alright. Not stealing. We are not stealing.
I'd be glad to.
Okay. That's neat, man. I'm glad we made that prison. Is it done? Is he dead? He's already taken care of. Persnick stares at you. I can't believe this nightmare is finally over. He grins weakly, then seems to remember something. You've no idea what you've done for me, but... He looks up at you in a way again. I need to find my love, Kainra. Only, after whatever Nerid put her through, I'm afraid she won't give me a chance to explain. But she might listen to you, please. She must be somewhere in Copper Lane. It's the only home she's known. And please don't tell her about Svet, about what I do. I could make it worth your while, a discount maybe. Perhaps you should trust her to make her own decisions rather than lie to her. I know, and I can't force you to keep this secret. I just don't want to lose her. After what happened here, I'm sure she won't have anything to do with Sveth. Or me, if she finds out. Kainra sent me here in the first place. She did? Persnick smiles brightly. That woman helped save my life without realizing it. Please bring her home and tell her that everything is back to normal. I'll go talk to her. I can't thank you enough, truly, how I've missed my poor Kainra.
I'm here.
Okay. We'll see how this goes. Again, our character, you know, we want to be benevolent and passionate. That's what we're going for here. I'm afraid if we tell her the truth, we'll get honest. I don't want honest. I want passionate and benevolent. We'll see what our options are. We'll see how it goes. Hey, Matt. How are you? Good to see you. Ah. You working on your playthrough right now? Oh, there are things here still. Oh, we want that. We definitely want that. Okay. Good. Good, I'm glad, Matt. Yeah, it sounded like a rough one. Absolutely. Bummer. Oh. Oh, I was thinking yesterday you were talking about starting over again. Man, are you gonna play the same character? You doing monk again? Or are you gonna try something different? Just curious. Or do you know? Did we run into her at? It was somewhere over here, right? Oh, really? Okay. Do you know what race yet? Oh, really? Those are the only races you play, right? Hmm. Cool. Okay. So I'm guessing Orland this time then, huh? Right on. Cool. Well, yeah, and I mean, it makes sense if you're doing these hardcore runs, you know, to be running the meta, right? Give your give yourself the best chance possible to make it through the game without dying. Yeah. It's good to see you. Where was she? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, for sure. This oh, okay. She was in here. That's where she was. Yeah. Back there at the table, spinning that ring. Yes. Yeah, you can wear helmets. Yep. Big downside of godlikes, right? I don't want to lie. I'm not gonna lie. Pernisk was being impersonated by a powerful wizard. However, the real Pernisk was also Dill's Sfeth. Um, I mean, it's not a lie, really, is it? It's just not telling her everything. No, we're going with number one. She blinks at you, stunned. I had no idea. Furnace, he. She brings her fist down on the table, sloshing her drink. Dang it! How can I trust him after something like this? That he's lied to me for this long. She runs her hands through her hair and takes a deep breath. I should just be glad I found out about this before the wedding. Yeah, sorry. Hey, thanks so much, man. I appreciate you stopping by. It's going pretty well so far, man. I'm enjoying it. So, uh, you know, great game. Lots of reading, man. I ran into a lot more reading when we got to this place today. But hey, good luck on your run. Stop back by and let me know how it's going today before the stream ends, if you want. Thanks for stopping by. It's always good to see you. Good luck to you as well. Let's go with number one. Kinray, you think I could help him turn around? I hadn't thought of it that way. She sighs. You really do see the best in him. There we go. Ooh, good experience, Kinray. I appreciate what you've done for us, and I'm certain Ernest feels the same way. You're always welcome to come see us if you need anything. Oh, and take this. She unclasps something from her neck. Picked it up from one of the merchants that helped me stand firm in my decision. I'll be fine without it now. Unwavering resolve added to the inventory. Okay. We didn't get anything for that. Weird. But let's see what intellect and resolve. Intellect +2. Oof. Now, intellect is 18. Maybe we put it on Durant's. And his reflex is going to go way down if we do though. I don't understand why these items aren't. So we get +2 from Hermes' hat, but this should give intellect and resolve +2 as well. And it's not. Why? Can you like not go above 18 or something? You absolutely can. Why did that only take him to 19? Okay. His reflex is terrible, but he actually doesn't have. That'll work for now. I've got to start using like traps, and scrolls, and stuff. I always forget. Cool. Got 2460. What do we want to make? Upgrading the botanical garden will allow your stronghold to generate a random plant every turn in the stronghold treasury. Western Barbican. Let's do that. Let's really get that security pumping. Okay. Good. We got that taken care of. I'm interested as to what we can do with...
Hail, traveler.
Yeah, let's get a room. Cool.
I'd be glad to.
We've got a little bit more of this area to go take a look at. We've got to buy the kid a dagger so he can turn into a ninja
If we go to
assassin.
Vale, then you're close to home.
Close can mean a lot of things.
Surely you'll go back when this is all over.
Dunno. Guess that all depends.
I love the fact that, like, with this big party, we've got so much interaction happening now. Commoner Laura.
Good day to you.
Young woman stands by a cart, watching the crowd with large, bright eyes that focus on you as you approach. Take your time, traveler. If you're looking for enchanted scrolls or garb, you've come to the right place. Are you selling a dagger made of March steel? She stands on the tips of her toes and points to a stall between the stairs. You must be looking for Igrin. See that tall Amaua over there? He sells weaponry. Okay. Anything else? Show me your wares. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, chat. I've got the sneezes. I got the sneezes today. Woo. Ooh. Excuse me. Peregrine, the Orlin woman bounces up and down at your approach. Remember me? We met at Madmere Bridge. Yeah, she slaps you playfully on the shoulder. Thanks for helping me out back there. As promised, I'll give you the best prices in town. If it weren't for you, I'd still be broke. Show me your wares. She got a bunch of traps, camping supplies, and rope and grappling hook. None of which we need, so... Good morrow, cousin. Namer.
Hail, traveler.
Merchant smiles brightly. Well met, traveler. Are you interested in purchasing any rations for your journey? You're selling a dagger made of March steel. Narmer blinks at you. Apologies, but I sell no weapons here. Only fruits, vegetables, and meat. Would you be interested in any of those? Show me your wares. Dragon meat. Dragon eggs. Okay. No. Guessing it's this guy. Yep. Igrin.
Hail and well met.
Igrin stands behind a stall, polishing a broadsword. The patterned flesh around his eyes is crinkled with age, and the muscles in his arms are knotty and lean, but he holds the weapon with ease. He nods at you. Come take a look. You won't find a finer collection of armor and weaponry in Defiance Bay. Outside Sonild's, of course. He flashes a crooked grin. What's so special about Sonild? She operates in the Expedition Hall. He jerks a thumb over his shoulder. Sells the best equipment in the city. But Weenan keeps her on a short leash. Keeps her fine inventory reserved for chartered expeditionists, members of the dozens, and anyone else he takes a liking to. I'm looking for a particular dagger made of March steel. Just like the Crucible Knights use. Let me guess. You've been talking to that kid, right? He laughs and shakes his head. I'd be tempted to sell it to you anyways and let the little rascal learn his lesson, but a pack of adventurers already took it off my hands. Those adventurers you sold the dagger to, where are they now? Folk like that only visit Copper Lane to crew up at Admith's Den Expedition Hall or down a pint at the Goose and Fox. Since they weren't headed into the den, well, you've got my best guess. The Goose and Fox. Okay. Oh, it's those people upstairs, isn't it? Yep. Tell me more about the dagger. He oils the cloth in his hand. Made out of a high-purity iron ore that comes out of the White March Mountains. Traditionally, the smiths at the Crucible Keep have smelted it into daggers and swords, which they only give to the Knights of the Crucible. Of course, I'd be surprised if that kid didn't already tell you all of this, he grins. If March steel daggers only given to Crucible Knights, how did you get your hands on one? Igrin pauses mid-polish, his cloth slowing over the blade. A lot of steel passes through my hands, friend. I don't make it my business to ask where it all comes from. Fair enough. I don't mean to pry. Let me see what you have to sell. Ooh, very expensive. Pike's Pride. Okay.
I'm here.
So... Oh, man. Gosh, reach out for the soul. You see a dimly lit room with extravagant decoration. Pillows of silk. Brocade cover the floor surrounding a... Silk brocade cover the floor surrounding a large velvet-covered divan. A man sits on the divan, his shirt untucked and only halfway buttoned. Behind him stands this elf, dressed in the same lavish finery as decorates the room. Her hips gyrate gently, dancing slowly around the man as she begins to sing. He looks up at her blearily, intoxication clouding his vision. He smiles tunelessly, humming along with her. Her words are too low to hear clearly, but as her singing grows more intense, the lights in the room seem to dim even farther, and everything loses focus. She takes his face in her hands, singing directly to him, running her hands down his shoulders and arms until she is holding his hands. The man's eyes grow heavy, and he quickly succumbs to sleep, slumping backward. She holds his arms, catching him as he falls, and gently lays him down across the divan. She stops singing when his head hits the pillow, and suddenly the lights brighten back up, and everything snaps back into focus. She slips her hand into his jacket, retrieving an item that she places in a small box sitting on a nearby table. She looks back at the man, shakes her head, and escapes into the night. Linkle Greatstorm. You see a man stumble, knees bleeding, clothes torn, eyes dead. His skin is damp with sweat, but he pushes onward. His back is arched, defeated. At his side hangs a bow, strings limp from disuse. He trips through the undergrowth sightless, ignoring all but the sound of his own anguish. Comes across a deer, guts spilled across the forest floor, still steaming in the cold night air. A Stilgare watches him from above, perched on the trunk of an enormous fallen tree. It takes the man a moment to notice his danger, and he seems almost glad for it. The Stilgare unravels itself from the tree, eyeing him carefully. Its distended stomach almost brushes the ground as it jumps down, and the man dives to meet it. For a moment, time seems to slow as the man and beast collide. The Stilgare roars, swiping at him with its claws, and soon has him pinned, great yellow teeth and acrid breath ready to end his intrusion. But with a wet, ripping sound, instead the agonized Stilgare is himself gutted from neck to rump. The man exhales deeply, covered in blood, ponderous. Not today. Not today.
I'm here.
Okay. Going on back here, huh? What's going on? Come on, man. You see an immaculate inn, dark wood counters, gleaming patrons, rowdy and smiling. Two men stand behind the bar, joking as they pour drinks. Features so similar they must be siblings. The younger snatches up an armful of drinks and walks them around the room, chatting happily as he hands out orders. Just as he sets down the final air and turns around, a red-faced Amaua charges through the door, trailed by 3 sour-looking elves, slamming directly into him. The Amaua growls, knocking the young man out of the way, and demands an ale from the brother behind the bar. The man refuses, and the rest of the bar falls silent, sensing trouble. The older brother again asks the Amaua to leave, the younger brother placing a firm hand on his back and pushing him towards the door. And the scene freezes. With a sickening crack, the man is knocked backwards into the wall, neck snapping backward before he falls to the floor. He does not get up. The action is immediate as the other patrons come to the barman's aid, dragging the Amaua and his compatriots out the back, but the damage is done. The carpet oozes with blood, slowly seeping into his fibers as one brother dies and the other falls to his knees, horror piercing his eyes. By the time he gets up, the Amaua is long gone. You see 2 men walking slowly down a stone corridor. They move cautiously, frequently looking behind themselves. One of them is this man, who stops, bringing a piece of parchment closer to his light enchanted helmet so he can read it, while the other keeps walking, glancing over his shoulder. The first man looks up from his parchment in the middle of a sentence and stops, his expression changing from caution to fear. He starts to call out a warning, but it's too late. The Zorip, who appeared from the darkness before them, rushes forward and pushes its small sword into the stomach of the other man. It then squeals, seemingly repulsed by what is happening, and quickly backs away, leaving the sword protruding from the man's abdomen. Parchment falling from his hands, he leaps forward, catching his friend as he falls. The wound isn't serious. In fact, it doesn't even look like the blade has gone far into his flesh. The man turns his attention back down the hall, looking for signs of movement. Nothing reemerges from the darkness, so he strides down the hall, determination etched on his face, sword and shield at the ready. The corridor starts to widen as he enters, a whining yowl erupts from the darkness at the far side of the room. He slows, inching forward toward the sound. The light reveals a Zorip against the wall, holding a smaller one behind it with one arm. The larger Zorip has placed itself between him and the smaller one, attempting to shield the child with its body. The determination fades from the man's countenance as he lowers his shield and sheathes his sword. Putting up his hands, he slowly backs away, leaving the Zorip to care for its young. When the room narrows back into the corridor, he stops. Reaching into his pouch, he removes some rations, places them on the ground before returning to his friend. Okay.
I'm here.
Is in here. Hopefully not any more books. Right, everyone knows the plan. Up the wall and in the window. Grab the jewel for the pretty little lord. We got it. Listen, dwarf, if I have to... Langdon, we have company. Greetings. Dwarf eyes you suspiciously and hides his pistol behind his back. You, looking for someone? Because this isn't the best... Langdon rounds on the dwarf. Idiot, they're probably with the Crucible Knights. You made a grave mistake coming here. He raises his blade. What? Well, this is a thing. You hang tight. You also hang tight. You come over here. You stay here. You start getting that. You come around this way.
Ready, one.
Ooh, keep on him. Barely injured. Throw another. Get your honkus back over here. What are you doing? Oh my god, why is he running over there? Nice. Sorry, that was probably loud, chat. I apologize. Very nice. Badly injured, injured. You. Start shellacking that. Don't go through the ice. Jeez. Very nice.
Settle!
Sacre! Craved Alphilachili.
Okay, well that worked out.
Yes?
Fine rapier. Oh my gosh, man, we got so many grimoires. Thieves' letter. Our contract inside Raymont Manor will leave a second story window ajar. He's confirmed the location of the Heart of the White March is a hidden chamber. Get your crew together and head to Brackenbury before Lord Raymart moves the jewel. AD. Ooh. Intriguing. What is that? Poultry? We got some poultry. Okay. We're just gonna take all.
Yes? I'm here.
Okay. What's here? Fine stiletto. Long, jagged tears slice across the garden seen in the painting. A few bedrolls and spare tunics are bundled in the corner.
Absolutely.
I'll take a look.
I'll give it a try, as requested.
Oh, we like that. Oh, baby. Couple of bloodstones. Okay. House Demonel. Oh man. Let me make sure that I don't already have this. Because if I do, it means I've already read it. Doesn't appear so. Okay, here we go. House Dominil. What can be said about House Dominil that isn't whispered fearfully in a back room over the dim light of a dying fire in fear that the wrong set of ears will hear it? The Dominil history is colorful and violent, exciting, and more than a little bloodied. The Dominils were a small Adiran family that dealt most exclusively in textiles. They made a modest living, slowly gaining a reputation for having high-quality product. This reputation earned them connections, business, social, and sometimes marital, that solidified their position as the premier family of the region. If you wanted access to anyone, the Dominils were the way to do it. Soon, every city had a business that was owned, at least in part, by the Dominils. Their power and influence grew until many said the family had more power than even the Verkoning of Adir. But with the power came the corruption. One cannot have that level of control and expect to keep it through strictly legal means. Soon rumors were spreading of threats and extortion. Though it cannot be proven, the unofficial report is that the Dominils were responsible for the death of Trindig Birnwigger, which left his entire shipping empire in the hands of his wife, Udil Dominil Birnwigger. Let's see, that's a name. With their hold on the land practically secured, the Dominils no longer stuck to the shadows, brazenly eliminating opponents, manipulating deals, and threatening anyone who might cause them a problem. Because they now dominated the trade route, no one dared oppose them anymore for fear their business would be strangled. Like most empires, though, not even theirs could last forever. The end came during the War of Defiance. Unlike most of the land, the Dominils threw in with Adir instead of Admeth Hadret. After the defeat of the Empire and the destruction wrought on the land during the war, not even the Dominils could rebuild what they had, and having history show them on the wrong side of the war, no one would touch the name. The domain that took years to build crumbled in mere months. Today, the Dominils have once again built a name for themselves, proving they are still capable and savvy business people. Rumors about the family still circulate, though. Word is members of the family are striving to lift the family from its current obscurity and elevate it to the level of power it once held. Okay. Muddied boot prints and splotches of ale stain the bed sheets.
I think I see something.
Oh yeah. We like that. All these traps, man. Oh, it can only stack that many. Dude, you're taking traps. This is crazy. I've got to start using this kind of stuff. Crackling bolt. Necrotic Lance wouldn't be bad. It seems like a really good single target. Meh. Rolling Flame. These are the same? They are. Okay. So much stuff. Okay, same thing as the other bed. Oh man, come on. Dunrid Row. Let's make sure. Alright, more reading. Here we go, chat. The origins and practices of Dunrid Row are difficult to nail down. When asked, everyone seems to know how Dunrid Row started and how long it's been in operation, yet every person asked gives a different account of its creation and a different date. The only thing everyone can agree on is that it seems to have been around as long as anyone can remember. Without fail, everyone recalls hearing about the exploits of Dunrid Row when they were children. Aside from the organization being comprised of special investigators, most of whom seem to be ciphers, and the fact that they seem to have their hands in everything yet never admit to it, anything reported about Dunrid Row walks the line between truth and outright hearsay. Information abounds, but no one can say which fragments are truth and which are fiction. I will provide all I have uncovered and leave it to the readers to decide for themselves, as all of it feels both plausible and unbelievable at turns. The group is supposedly named after the street where its headquarters are located in a building called Hadrit House. It is said in some circles that this is just a name they want people to think they're known by. Their real headquarters, people whisper, is elsewhere. Why would they do this? It's simple. It's far easier for them to infiltrate, to hide, to carry on behind the scenes if everyone is concentrating on Dunrid Row. Divert attention where you want people to look, and you can act behind their backs with impunity. People who have had interactions with agents from Dunrid Row invariably describe them as unmemorable. No detail as to their appearance, behavior, or anything beyond the fact that they were there seems to stick with anyone. Are they truly nondescript, or do their ciphers use their powers to remain anonymous? As with so many questions regarding Dunrid Row, no one seems to know. While no specific details about the agents are ever reported, one fact that all people agree with is that they seem primarily to be Orlans and Glenfathan elves, though theories as to why this may be are many and conflicting. Their presumed headquarters is supposedly run by Lady Edith Webb, though no one seems to be able to pinpoint the time of her arrival. The author was unable to locate a single person familiar with Dunrid Row who could remember a time when she wasn't around. Many things are hinted at behind closed doors about Lady Webb, but few are willing to elaborate, for it is rumored that although she has not left Hadrit House since anyone can remember, she is a cipher of tremendous power, and that she can read the thoughts of the entire city at will. Theories abound regarding her age, her reasons for what would seem to be a lifetime of seclusion, and even of her secret control over all of Defiance Bay, if not Deerwood itself. But as with all matters regarding the organization, no one seems to be able to say anything for sure. Okay.
I'm here.
All the texts. Okay, well, I think we're finally done with this area. Not a bad battle.
Well, whatever happens, at least we're out of that mud hole, Gilded Vale. I grew up in Gilded Vale. Quaint. That's what I meant to call it. You had it right.
That's funny. Let's get us some foods out of here. Hey, a fish! The shields have been battered and scarred in long ago battles. Okay. Yeah, reach out for the soul. You see a small band of people walking down a rutted road, surrounded by a thick forest. This man walks alongside them, chatting and joking like they were lifelong friends. Though his appearance is one of frivolity, his jovial facade is betrayed by the occasional sideways glance into the dense tree line. There's a noise from the trees around them, the sound of someone breaking a twig. The man holds up a hand, silencing the travelers and destroying the light-hearted tone of the evening. They look around, worried expressions on their faces, gathering closer together. The man motions to the group to stay where they are and head into the trees. There is silence for several seconds as they all strain to hear anything, clutching one another nervously. There is another rustling, this time coming from the direction the man entered the woods. A single figure emerges from the tree line, and the group visibly relaxes, seeing him approach. The figure comes close enough for the group to see his face, and one of them lets out a cry of dismay when they realize this is not their friend. No sooner has the sound left his mouth than another group emerges from the woods, weapons drawn, surrounding the travelers, as none of them are armed or in any state to fight. They are quickly subdued, bound, and relieved of their valuables. With a laugh, the bandits disappear back into the woods, leaving their quarry on the road. Safely back inside the forest, they meet up with the man. He smiles, mocking the gullibility of people who will trust a complete stranger as long as he buys them a drink. He takes his share of the spoils and leaves.
Yes?
Solid. Refugees. Okay. Take that. Yep. Shields again. Kitty. Mercenary, mercenary. Add meth's dent. Okay. We'll go ahead and do this. Nothing over here. Oh man. All the reading.
This looks like
It's
the kind of place we could find
Most of it
out
is very well
for
written
a price.
text. It's just so much. Okay. Bandolier. A well-groomed man steps through the hall with a confident swagger, a smug grin etched on his face. He is flanked by 5 other hard-looking individuals. Bind the nimble. One of his companion eyes you for a moment before spitting chew at your feet. Another pup come wandering in, I see. Just know that Bind's giant slayers run things around here, and you'll be fine. Never heard of him. His eyes narrow. You have now. Stick around Defiance Bay and you will again. Plenty of bounties to go around, but there's reason the giant slayers get the lion's share. Remember that. I'm gonna take all of your stuff at some point. A voice bellows across the hall. Enough jabber, Bind. You gonna do the job or talk about it? His jaw tightens. Bind's jaw tightens. Weenan's right. The coin ain't gonna collect itself. He looks at his comrades and jerks his chin toward the door. See you around, pup. Okay.
Don't stand on ceremony. State your business.
Tell me about the dozens. Weenan's expression becomes serious, the timbre of his voice deepening. Good men and women trying to walk in the footsteps of great men and women who came before us. We're a loose association of warriors and expeditionaries in the Deerwood. Not as fancy as the Crucible Knights, mind you, but at least we remember our roots. At least they remember someone else's roots and pretend to be like them, he means. I'll say thanks. Weenan casually nods your way. His eyes continue to float from mercenary to mercenary as he speaks. What else do you need? Looking for work.
Go see Osric. He's usually got something. You do well for him, maybe I can find you more.
Farewell. Do I want to get involved in this right now? It's kind of what I'm wondering.
Gods keep you.
Woman looks up from polishing a dagger. Haven't seen you before. You headed out with an expedition company? She raises an eyebrow. Or are you betting on one? How long have you worked at Admeth's Den? She leans on the countertop and drums her fingers. Oh, a few years. I got in the minute the last merchant cleared out. She nods toward the main area of the hall. They've got new expeditions venturing out every week, so this is a great place to do business. And the dozens make loyal friends and loyal customers so long as you stick by them. She taps the counter. The vendor who was here before me, they ran him out when he sold his best helms to a pair of Crucible Knights. I've been careful not to make the same mistake. Tell me about the expeditions. They're groups of adventurers that venture into the wilderness. More than a few of them try their luck scouring the ruins. Most of them come back empty-handed, if they come back at all. Betting on them is almost as risky as actually going, but that's how the expeditions get funded. And every once in a while, one of the adventuring companies will strike it big and make a fortune in their backers. I'm afraid not. See, the dozens only do business with me as long as I only do business with them, and they're good customers. She jerks her thumb at the door. But if you get on Osric's good side, he could make an exception for you. He's probably training some of the new recruits right now. Farewell. Farewell.
For the last time, Aidwig, keep your fucking blade up. If that dummy was armed, it'd have your head off.
Tell me about the expedition hall. It's treasure hunting, plain and simple. Sponsors put up money, hire adventurers to explore the wilds, looking for ruins mostly. If they come back alive, they split the spoils. If not, it's because they handled their weapons like this lot in front of me, who might as well be digging their own graves right now. Anyway, I can get access to Sonild's merchandise. She only sells to friends of the dozens. Although he sized you up, I do have something I need done. Something that requires... He glances sidelong at an adventurer flailing away helplessly at a dummy. Competence. What do you need done?
I was formerly one of the Knights of the Crucible. When I left, they kept my arms and armor. The arms they can have, but the armor belonged to my family. I'd like it back.
Doesn't sound like leaving the Crucible Knights was your choice.
You don't choose to leave knighthood. The Crucible Knights, they may not be a real knighthood, but the oaths you swear are just as true. Still, turns out that even unofficial knighthoods have politics. You cross the wrong man, suddenly all kinds of accusations are thrown your way, and nobody believes you.
Nothing more destructive than a crowd with the wrong idea. What's this armor?
Not much to look at, and it's seen far too much use, but it's been in my family since the liberation. And then it's Penhelm you're looking for. A low snake of a man. If he was to die choking on his own black tongue, it'd be too kind of fate. He kept it when he had me kicked out.
He leans in closer. I got word from a reliable source that Penhelm visited a forger in Andra's gift right after having his soul lineage read by a cipher in Dunrid Row. Should you have it in your heart to find a way to ruin his life while you're there, well, drinks on me. Having his soul lineage read?
It's a requirement to join the Knights. They have to ensure a novitiate doesn't have a subversive lineage. If Penhelm's superiors found out his affidavit was a fake, his career would be over. Every novitiate gets an affidavit from Dunrid Row, and those are stored at Crucible Keep. If you find Penhelm's, one of those ciphers could tell you if it's real.
Crucible Keep. Okay. Skani scratches the back of her neck. If generations of Masuk's traditions are any indication, this Penhelm probably doesn't remember it. Still, a past like that has to count for something.
You want an expedition? Talk to Wenin. I just handle these mercenary shit shovelers. Adventurers, I mean.
Very well.
I'm here.
Go see Osric. He's usually got something. You do well for him, maybe I can find you more.
I'll do this after I finish Osric's quest line here. I don't want to start an expedition. We got some other stuff I want to do first. I'm afraid that if we start an expedition, we only have so much time to like get it done or something like that. So we'll take care of a couple of quests. Do the one there, getting his breastplate. When we come back, we'll try an expedition. Right now, we need to come down here to the goose and what was it? The Goose and Fox. Okay. So, we need to come upstairs. Try to get this dagger from these people.
Welcome.
Did you buy a March Steel dagger from Igrin? He displays the blade on a flat palm. I did, and a fine piece it is. I don't know of any more circulating in the city outside the still in the Crucible Keep, of course. How much to take it off your hands? Turns the blade in the light, admiring it. Seeing as there's a sudden demand for this, 100 pans seems fair. You mean Igrin sold you March Steel for less? I wonder why he wanted to get rid of it so badly. Either that blade was stolen from the knights, or it's a fake. He looks from the dagger to you and back in. Oh, fine, but I won't take less than I paid for it. He pounds the table with a fist. I knew 50 pans sounded too good to be true. Still. Where is it? Not even see it, or is it a quest item? Right here. About to find out, chat. About to find out. Let's go talk to this guy first.
Welcome.
Okay, I don't have any options here. So let's go see the kid, who is right here. Okay. I can't wait to go back and see Nereid in my gel. Awesome. Grab the dagger right here. It's going to be a fake. Gordy stops bouncing and stares at it, gaping in awe. So sharp. I'm going number 3. Slowly hold out the dagger, pommel first. So we're handing the dagger to the kid by holding the blade ourselves so he can grab the handle. Listen first. When you're not using it, keep it sheathed or it will rust. Don't show it off or someone's going to take it away from you, or worse. It's a weapon, not a toy, understand? Gordy's hand trembles as he restrains himself from snatching the dagger away. He nods, holding the dagger in its sheath. I'll take good care of it, I promise. You have lost an item. We gained some experience. So about that secret. Gordy puts his hand up to his mouth and whispers loudly. I saw one of the actors hide something under a loose stone near the theater. Probably nothing as good as Mark's steel dagger, though. Great secret. I already knew that. Tell me something else. He scratches his head and wrinkles his brow. Sometimes my dad goes to Andra's gift without telling my mom. Someplace called the Salty Mast. Ha! There's a secret worth some investigation. Oh my gosh, number 2. Number 2, look at this. That's amazing. Here's a secret for you, Durant. That's amazing. Here's a secret for you. Your dad doesn't love you or your mother. Thanks for wasting my time, you little dolt. Oh man, we're just gonna tell him thanks. Bye. Okay, man.
I'm here.
It only cost us 50 and we got a good amount of experience from it, so that's okay. To the water line added. Quest expires in 1 day. What? A Ruatai merchant ship was sunk by Adrian pirates off the eastern coast of Redcerus. Before the ship collapsed into the waves, pirates made off with a variety of precious treasures, many of which were experimental animancy implements or nautical devices intended for Defiance Bay and Spirento. The concerned would-be recipients of the cargo are discreetly inquiring about potential help. Their hope is to recover the shipments before the pirates learn the value of what they take in. Cool. Chat, I need a quick break. Stretch my legs, quick bio break, grab some more drink, and we'll get back at it. Thanks for being here. Okay, now. No companions at the stronghold. Okay, so that's how that works. So we have to have other companions at stronghold for stuff like that to take, or for us to accomplish that stuff. Okay. Okay. So we have so much more we have to go around here and look at. So let's do that. We need to go here. And there. And we have to go down to the catacombs as well. Let's go this way first. Jeez. 12 minutes. Let's go. Charred barrel. Let's go in here. Vermont Guard. Raymont Guard. Lord Raymont. Ledger lists quantities of wheat, copper, and weir wool. A deep crease alongside the spine suggests the book never closes.
Hail, traveler.
Lord Raymont holds a shipping manifest in his well-manicured hands. Despite his expensive clothes, he has this sallow complexion and restless air of a man who devotes all his days and most of his nights to work. If you have business to discuss, make an appointment with my attendant. I don't have time for unexpected visitors. Tell me about yourself. He snaps the pages in his hand. I'm lord of this house and not prone to idle chatter. If you have no business here, I suggest you be off. He doesn't look up from his papers.
Hail and well met.
Give letter. He lowers his papers and looks at you for the first time. Is that so? Let me see that. He scans the parchment with the speed of an expert clerk. You have lost an item, thieves' letter. When he returns his attention to you, his tone is brisk and businesslike. You've done this house and this city a great service. I'm certain you will consider this an adequate reward for your labors. It's a lot of experience. What's so important about this gem? The heart of White March is a nearly flawless diamond. It's also the patrimony of the dwarves of White March. It was seized by an Adrian lord in the early days of colonization, and the dwarves haven't forgotten it. Now the Knights of the Dozens are both bidding for it to make a peace offering to the dwarves. He shrugs. Whichever party buys it, the dwarves will make useful allies for Defiance Bay, especially these days. Gained 2,000 copper. Gained item a ring of unshackling. The letter was signed AD. Does that mean anything to you? I suspect it means Abracan Dominal. The scion of House Domino. A look of disgust crosses his face. A pandered lad, if ever there was one. He's ruthless, I'll give him that much. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the wits to match his appetites. Tell me about House Domino. They were once eminent and admired house. Now they're just a den of thieves. Back in the Deerwoods colonial days, the Dominils were respected members of the ducal court, which is why it was so surprising that they remained loyal to Adir during Hadret's rebellion. When Hadret and the Deerwood won independence, the Dominils lost their favor but not their wealth. Rather than return to Adir like other loyalist houses, they dug their heels in here and turned from politics to commerce. Why can't I read right now? He shrugs. In one way of looking at it, they simply partnered with the wrong side. Not that they haven't prospered since in their own way. He rubs his jaw. Lately, they've been seeking to carve out a new niche for themselves. One right between the Crucible Knights and the Dozens, it seems. Excuse me, what will you do now? Lord Draymont pinches crisp, sharp creases into the note. Eliminate the competition. Farewell. Okay. Well, that happened. Hostile effects suspended over 5 seconds. That was fairly easy. Oh. Maybe it makes more sense. Uh, on her for now.
What? I'd be glad to.
Labels all perfectly angled outward, boast an array of fine vintages, however, they're all coated in dust. Amont servant, the old serving woman regards you with bleary eyes. Begging your pardon, but I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to return downstairs. Visitors aren't permitted on the upper floor. Go back downstairs. I almost clicked attack, I think. Okay. Well. Thirstwind. The young elf's dressed in gaudy robes that he seems ready to cast off. He picks at a heavy brocaded sleeve and continually adjusts the gold chain around his neck. He looks up at you. Did she send you to run me out of town? You can tell her I'm not going anywhere without the medallion. I told Cyril I wouldn't let her sell it. If that's what you're here about, then save yourself the trouble. He puffs up his chest but glances at the exit. Not after you, but maybe I can help. He pulls at a shining button. That's a relief, but I don't see how. Cyril's a courtesan over at the Salty Mast in Andra's Gift. We've been working together for over a year now. I find a noble with more money than sense. Fill him up with liquor and send him her way. They have a good time. Cyril takes her fee and a little extra. He rubs his fingers together. 100 coppers here, a trinket there. It's a bounty for us, and these lords and ladies never notice anything missing. Go on. Anyway, we always split the bounty until a week ago. He sneezes. He squeezes his lips into a tight frown. She takes a necklace off some noble. It's an Ingwithan medallion. Dang near priceless. That relic is sacred to my clan, but she won't part with it for any sum I could afford. He tugs at the gold chain around his neck, and even if I wanted to, I can't go home without it. Sagani's brow furrows in pity. That's a hard thing. I mean, they are stealing from people. Tell me more about your situation. He picks at the hem of his sleeve. What do you want to know? Haven't we gone over all this? What makes the medallion so important? I grew up in Glanfath with the Shattering Spear clan. We Glanfathans have protected Ingwithan ruins for thousands of years. It's the one duty the gods ask of us in exchange for the freedom to live as we please. He fidgets with an emerald ring on his pinky. But treasure hunters looted the ruins in our territory, and we left the wilds we dwelled in for generations. Most of my clan mates scattered to towns around the Deerwood probably live on crusts of bread. He looks at his embroidered robes with disgust. Restoring this medallion to the ruins would earn us the gods' forgiveness. The Shattering Spear could go home. This is all rather fascinating. A single medallion to earn the gods' favor and so return home. It rather reminds me of a story I heard somewhere. Tell me about Cyril. She's a courtesan at the Salty Mast over in Andra's Gift. She wasn't born to much, but she's done what she has to in order to escape that. He gazes at a string of amber beads around his wrist. She's a good friend. He folds his arms in his trailing, wrinkled sleeves. Without her, I'd probably be living hand to mouth like the rest of the Shattering Spear. But this isn't about her or me. It's about the 40 people in my clan and the way of life we've held to for generations. Seem like you've done well enough for yourself. Clenches his heavily adorned hands. It was this or scrape by in the gutters like the rest of my clan, but I'd give it all for that medallion. I offered to, but it's worth more than anything I've got. Cyril knows it. That's all I wanted to ask. I'll see if I can get the medallion. You'll find her with the salty mask. The only way anyone sees her these days is by paying, so you'll have to go through Maya. He fidgets with his sleeve, but whatever you do, please don't hurt her. Wasn't planning on it.
I'm here.
Scripts and props belong to a production of the most unfortunate tale of Fevia and Bernat. Okay. Naunton. Begging your pardon. Oh, it's you. It's good to see you. Well, we had a few rough days here, but then we found this place and they were kind enough to hire us both. Things have been wonderful. I can't tell you how much we appreciate what you've done. It's hard work, but good wages. Can't complain.
Gods keep you.
Albert Scarian. The man is dressed in neat but functional clothes. His sun-wrinkled skin and limber musculature reflect a life spent in the wilderness. Well met. What brings you to the Charred Barrel? Is this your place? It's my retirement. He thumps the bar. Used to be a warehouse back when Brackenbury saw more ship traffic, but fell out of use when the area became mostly residential. I inherited it from some great uncle who'd never had any luck pawning it off on my cousins. Now it's the most popular spot in Brackenbury. The nobles come to unwind and kith from other districts come to mingle. He leans closer. We get a few rough types too, but they behave in here. Besides, their coin's as good as anyone else's. Who are you? I was a cartographer for the Duke for decades. He rubs his neatly stubbled cheek. Crossed the White March half a dozen times and mapped most of the ruins of Thien Bog. He grins, flashing a gold tooth. A good career, but one suited to younger men. When I came back to Defiance Bay for good, Cliver and a few other friends of the Knights helped me get the rights to refurbish this place. Show me your menu. The huge. You see a woman clad in expensive finery. Her eyes flash as she interrogates a trembling wreck on the ground. Reaching into his pocket, her hand curls around an address, and she smiles grimly. Moments later, she is in a bedraggled alleyway, her pace quickening. Her braids trail around a corner, and she is upon them, or perhaps they are upon her. The action does not last, as she easily dispenses of man after man. Searching their faces, clothes, shouts for something she fails to find. Frustrated, she moves on, but not quickly enough, as an Orlan attacks her from behind, the seal upon his finger glittering with malice. The woman's eyes alight upon it as she twists to evade his blow, and her eyes burn bright. Perhaps this was not a wasted trip after all. Watch out for the soul. You see a large group of people gathered in the common area of a large inn. This man is standing in the midst of the people, engaged in conversation with someone. He is smiling and talking gregariously, moving from person to person with ease. He is able to extract himself from one conversation and insert himself into another without a break in his stride. He kisses the hand of a well-dressed woman, dipping her, then twirling her back into the arms of her escort. He moves on to another group, slapping someone on the back while laughing at a joke. Then he's off again. Sliding between people, hugging someone, shaking hands, he never stops. Finally, he seems to have hit his limit, and he excuses himself from the gathering, much to the dismay of everyone there. He smiles and waves as he leaves, making a little bow with a flourish of the hand as he closes the door. Once he is away from the inn and around a corner, he pulls several objects from a concealed pocket in his jacket. He looks at each one in turn: a necklace, a brooch, a couple of coin pouches, and a small jewel. Smiling, he pours the money into his palm and quickly counts it, still aimlessly wandering the streets. He passes a beggar and holds out a bowl to him, pleading for pittance. The man stops, smiles at the beggar, and drops all the coins into his bowl. Then he walks off, whistling happily. So, having a little chat with my associates. Spirits. Anybody have spirits on them? Right there. Like that. Okay. That's not a bit sus, is it? A bunch of bandits hanging out in the cellar. Don't mind me. Oh, dude.
I'm here.
Yeah, reach out for the soul. See a group of children shouting, twisted laughter erupting from two small mouths. An eyeless boy, face grown over with strange black tusks, cowers against a log. His small shoulders shake as he whispers to himself, trying to block out the relentless trail of insults. Freak, monster, death head. The boy stays long after the other children leave. You see the same eyeless boy, now a man many years later. Another group crowds him, but this time it is an audience. He tells a long joke about a ghost and clearly. By the time he reaches the punchline, the crowd is yelling, starting to sound very much like the first.
At once.
Got for the soul. This is a pair of chain gloves sitting on the table between two men. The gloves are inlaid with gold runes, and glow with a faint blue aura. This man stands on one side of the table, and across from him is another man dressed in arcane robes. The man retrieves a small pouch and hands it to the wizard, telling him to count it to ensure his entire payment is there. The wizard smiles, giving the man a half bow, and then empties the pouch into his hand. You wanted these gloves protected from thieves and other unsavory characters, he says, dropping the coins piece by piece back into the bag. Put them on and they will never leave you. The man slowly slips his hands into the gloves. A look of satisfaction on his face. His smile falters a little once they're on his hands. The gloves flash briefly and then start making a light metallic tinkling noise. The look of satisfaction quickly becomes one of concern, and he grabs at the gloves, trying to pull them from his hands. His fingers tug at the openings, but they have shrunk, trapping his hands inside. The metal begins to work its way into his skin, small drops of blood appearing on the surface of the gloves. The man drops to his knees, fighting with them and crying in pain. The gloves constrict until they have completely shrunk around the man's hands, becoming one with the flesh. The man looks in horror at his hands, then up at the wizard, who has finished counting his money and is standing at the door. You certainly won't be losing them now, he says, stepping through the door, slamming behind him, leaving the man on the floor staring at his hands. Wow. That's a thing. Okay, reach out for the soul. You see a woman sway, her voice floating gloriously above the court. Lilting and sweet, it twists around them and they smile. Enraptured as she palms their hearts one by one, she begins to dance. But something in her step is offbeat. She pauses, confused, a snatch of some foreign sound in the air. Competing, resisting. It takes her a moment to spot him. A small man with a single brow, chanting under his breath. Disrupting her song with his staccato incantation, she intensifies the dance, the swing of her hips wider, her feet a flicker above the square-tiled ground, the underlying chant in her own song more persuasive. His lips twist intently, vibrating with the effort of countering her charm, and then a note, crystal clear, bright and tinkling. He begins to smile dazedly as her song continues, and he forgets all about resisting. She has won the day and the court. Okay,
I'm here.
After Deerwood, your glance appears to be pretty at the discovery of some of the ruins in the east. It's fine. But a photographer, a scary.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Pirates. Rathian scripture. Do I have this, man? Dude, we've already read it. Not reading it again. Here. Alright. No way out of here. Oof. So much reading.
Your brother, did you and he get along?
We got along how brothers do. He used to throw water on me to wake me up in the morning. I used to fill his boots with stinging ants.
My own brothers and sisters are doing very well for themselves, back in Takoa. I don't know that they'd search for me if I were killed so far from home.
Brothers can be funny. I bet you'd be surprised how far they'd go.
I like their interactions. Pretty neat. As you near, yeah, reach out for the soul. You see a dark room. Noise filters in through a nearby doorway. The sounds of battle, scuffling metal on metal, cries of pain, rise and fall as the fight rages on outside. There is a bellow of rage, and Azara runs into the room, holding a book tightly against its chest. It looks around frantically, searching for something. It hurries to the far side of the room and opens a box sitting on a makeshift table. It places the book in the box, closes it, and then bends over to push the box under the table. A small stone hits the back of the Zarp's head, knocking it forward a little. The stone bouncing to the ground, rattling a little as it comes to rest on the floor next to the Zarp's foot. It freezes in place, hands still on the box, eyes wide. As the clattering of the stone quiets, silence takes control of the room again. The battle outside has stopped. It spins around to find this woman standing in the doorway, leaning on a savage-looking two-handed sword. That book contains the answers I need. She snarls at it, moving forward. It hisses, rushing to meet her. Seconds later, she is retrieving the stone from the floor. Having separated its head from its neck with a practiced flick of the sword, she smiles, kisses the stone, and then places it in a pouch on her belt, patting it fondly. Leaning over, she pulls the box from under the table and opens it, elated with her find. Good job for the soul. Oh my goodness. So much reading today. You see a lush forest, quiet and dark in the early morning light. This woman walks through the trees, a captivated look on her face. She doesn't appear to have a particular destination in mind as she wanders slowly between the enormous trunks, looking up through the branches and occasionally making a low chirping sound. When a responding chirp echoes through the quiet morning, she turns to head in that direction, obviously not concerned with losing her way. A loud metallic snap, followed by a quick yelp, cuts through the air, and she looks to it, focusing in the direction from which the sound came. She moves toward it on the verge of running. She seems to realize suddenly that caution is important and freezes, looking down, her foot hovering over the pressure plate on a well-hidden bear trap. She leans back and gingerly places her foot back on the ground next to the trap. She looks around, anger darkening her features. Grabbing a nearby branch, she presses down on the plate and disables the trap. When it snaps shut, she hears another yelp, this time much closer. Scanning the ground for more traps, she carefully makes her way toward the trapped animal. Rounding one of the trees, she spies him, a large wolf, bony with malnourishment, right hind leg held tight in the rusty metal teeth. He looks at her, and a low growl starts in the back of his throat. His hackles rise, and she pauses briefly to let him catch her scent. She lowers herself closer to the ground and holds her hand out, palms down, in front of him. Aren't you a beautiful boy? She inches towards the wolf. Okay. Ho, ho, ho. So, the mortared stone wall is sheltered by the eaves. A knotty green vine climbs all the way up to an open window. Two ornate shutters seem to beckon you. We don't steal in this playthrough. We are not thieves. Our main character is the paladin. Rope. Bracing your legs against the wall, you climb the rope. You perch atop the windowsill, steady yourself against the frame while the breeze pulls you back. You detect movement inside the house. Blinking as your eyes adjust to the dim interior, you slip inside the manor. I just want to see... I know what's up here. Okay. So what we're going to do is take her. The Moons of Eora. Do we have that one? Let's see. Doesn't appear so. So we get to do more reading. Look up into the night sky and you see the moon Balatha. Ubiquitous and persistent. She remains forever in view, but also forever out of reach. What many people do not know, however, is that our world is actually orbited by two moons, Balatha and Kaulta. Balatha. Hanging low and large in the sky, Balatha travels swiftly in her race around the world, completing an orbit in about 18 days. This proximity and speed can cause extreme tide conditions in some areas, making the sea shift so quickly and rise so high that there are some beautiful coastal areas that are virtually uninhabitable for a good portion of the year. Before we learned the truth behind the cause of the tides, legend held that Andra, the goddess of the sea, was in love with the moon, and when she saw it in the sky, the tides, great waves, and violent storms that happened were her attempts to reach it. This is why the moon is formally called Sen Balatha or Andran Balatha. The beloved or Andra's beloved. Halda. 315 years ago, the grand empire of Velia suffered from terrible storms and terrifying high and low tides. Records show the same thing was happening in the Aedir Empire and that several new Aediran colonies along the Deerwood coast were completely destroyed by storms and high tides that engulfed the settlements. At that time, during an eclipse, Glenfather astronomers spotted something small orbiting near the edge of Balatha. After much study, they realized it was a small satellite with an extremely irregular orbit. They called it Kaldha Deb, or the Black Runner. Since it is smaller than Balatha, it doesn't have much effect on the world, but when it aligns with Balatha's orbit, it wreaks havoc on the tides and weather everywhere. This happens with an erratic frequency and severity and have been dubbed lovers' tides. Kaldha has been rolled into the Andra myth, and when they are both in sight, her desire to reach them is increased tenfold, which is what caused the terrible weather. Alrighty, cool. So, it says that this is not stealing. So we're going to take. The Light of Dawn, a Red Surin morality play, Part 2, Compassion and Judgment. The amount of reading in this is killing my throat. Sorry, I'm not reading through this this play. I don't feel it really is going to play into the lore or anything, and my throat is kind of killing me right now from all the reading today. So, Maybe we'll read it at the start of the stream tomorrow. We will see. Oh.
Ready, Watcher.
I'm here.
So I'm
Ready,
not
Watcher.
really after this jewel. I don't really care about the jewel.
Ready, Watcher.
And I'm not trying to... We're not stealing anything in this playthrough. So if it has the icon that would say we are stealing, we're not doing
Right.
it.
Always something new.
Yeah. Okay. How come I can't do anything with it, though? It's not letting me click on it. Does she not have mechanics? Is that why?
Right.
We're good. We're good. Now,
Feels like I ate bad stuff.
Look at all she can!
A campfire would be
I'd be
good.
glad to.
really, dude, she came out of... Okay.
Ready, Watcher. Right.
How may I help? Aye?
Ready, Watcher.
Aye?
I'm here.
How may I help? That's unusual.
I'm here.
Yes? I shall be discreet.
Oh my gosh, there's two of them walking around here. What the crud?
I'm here.
Okay, so the heart of the White March. I mean, it's not telling us that this is stealing, though. Obviously, we're stealing stuff. What I'm meaning about the playthrough we're doing is, if it has an emblem that says it's actually considered stealing, we don't take those things. But it's not giving us that. See? Weird.
Yes?
I'm on the
No.
trail. I've got this.
Nope.
How may I help?
I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment.
Oh, nice. Okay.
How may I help?
Now, there should be another one coming right behind him, right?
Ready, Watcher.
Hmm. Okay, they're both coming.
Yes?
I know. I see him.
I?
Ready, Watcher.
How may I help?
No. Okay. Everybody just get back in here.
Ready, Watcher. Ready, Watcher.
Let's see something. Okay, so okay, I don't know. We'll hold on to it. I mean, it didn't say that we were stealing. Right? So okay.
Ready, Watcher.
No. Okay.
Yes?
We're just gonna get out of there. We're gonna get out of there. Don't know what that really does for us, but we got a little bit of extra cash.
How's the hand?
Turning purple. I'd have to cut it off.
I warned you not to pet him.
If I'm not supposed to pet him, why is he so soft?
That was awesome.
I'm here.
Oh man, that's so good. Okay, I don't know.
At once.
Dude, it just, I can't, it just never stops. Reach out for the soul. You see this man kneeling naked before a dais in the center of a large round room. Across the room, opposite from where he kneels, stands a large throne. The throne's back and two of its legs are broken, rendering it unusable and causing it to tilt precariously on its stand. The room is ringed with figures clad in black robes, each chanting quietly, resulting in a low drone that pervades the room. On the dais, across the brazier, is another robed figure holding a leather-bound book with charred marks on it. He is speaking to the naked man about fealty, dedication, and law. When he finishes, he bids the other to rise and holds the book out to him over the burning coals in the brazier. The naked man nods, and the robed man drops the book into the fire. The naked man drops to one knee, briefly pressing his forehead to the side of the brazier, then stands and thrusts both of his hands into the coals at the bottom of the brazier. He retrieves the book, slowly, presenting it to the robed figure before him. The man rubs his thumb on the ash that has collected on the cover of the book, and uses it to draw a mark on the naked man's forehead over the burned flesh. The naked man bows his head and whispers, "Was that right, Da?" The robed man nods patiently. The naked man looks to the broken throne with childlike eyes. "Did you see that, Mom?" Okay. You see a burly man inspecting a dilapidated inn, the Amaua salesman almost dwarfing him as they walk through the once proud establishment. The walls are rife with stains, and only Whale knows what else smeared on every available surface. Not one thing stands unbroken, and moth-eaten blankets, rotting food, and trash give evidence to a succession of squatters. The man frowns, scrutinizing the space. The Amaua gives him a final offer, flashing 2 white teeth with each syllable oversized and threatening. With a sigh and a jingle as he hands over the coin pouch, the man acquires the dump of an inn and begins to plan.
Yes?
Word up. Oh, hey, come back. Grab the stuff. Yeah. Okay, whatever.
Hail and well met.
Curran, the Orland man is surrounded by books and scrolls. His wiry hair stands nearly on end, and his ears prick up as you approach. You carry whispers. Saint Nua, Gilded Veil, old voices indeed. How did you know? Orland grins, revealing a row of dagger-pointed teeth. As a cipher, it is my job to know these things. You carry the whiff of ancients. What else can you tell me? His ears twitch downward, not as much as I would like, unfortunately. My duties for Lady Webb require me to focus my talents elsewhere. He regards a table piled with scrolls. What brings you to Dunrid Row? What are you so busy with? The small furry hands gesture expansively at the papers before him. Hollowborn, growing unrest, and the ever-present political intrigues. With so many missing souls, missing persons are the least of our concerns these days. Tell me more about your skills. I check for soul connections, looking for lost things, missing things, or troublesome things, particularly where people of power and influence are concerned. I'm a cipher. In Irglanfath, we were once known as Brishalgwyn, Mind Hunters. Nice title, yes, but it wasn't until the Animancers began working with my kind 40 years ago that we truly understood our power. Now we make some of the best detectives in the world, tracing souls. We can look at a person and see where they have been, or look at a weapon and see who has touched it. His nose twitches as he looks at you. Useful for solving crimes, as you can imagine. Looks as though you could use some help. Corinne wags a clawed finger. Not at liberty to discuss my work, unfortunately. Dunrid Row, ears only. A civilian would need the confidence of Lady Webb before I could share. Farewell. Okay. All of that stuff would be okay. Hmm. She wants to see what she sent for me, huh? Okay. Apparently we can't do anything here yet. So we out. Okay.
I've never been to Nasitak. Is it very cold? What creatures wander the tundra? How are your leaders chosen?
Do you always ask this many questions?
Well, that's just to get us started. Let me get out some parchment for notes.
Ask whatever you want. If I don't know, I'll make something up.
Hello.
A woman stands in the shade of the garden, muttering to herself. She's fixated on the pages of a large and well-worn tome, seemingly oblivious to the blooming flowers and the cool, fragrant breeze. She only looks up when your shadow crosses her page. Do you mind? I'm rather busy. What are you so busy with? She snaps her book shut. I'm studying soul attachment. We all know that souls move into people at birth and out of them at death, but we still have a lot of questions about what makes them stick, so to speak. What do you mean about making them stick? She brushes a stray lock from her forehead. Souls power bodies and give their tissues life, but only when they're firmly attached. It's separation that leads to a whole spate of soul-related ailments, including the Hollowborn. But if we understood how to reattach souls, we could end Waidwin's legacy, maybe even conquer death. She scratches behind her ear. That's the theory, anyway. Unfortunately, I don't have all the research I need to put it into practice. What exactly do you need? There's a manuscript called The Theorems of Pandgrim. It contains research from Pandgrim's experiments on detached souls. The Hall of Revealed Mysteries is rumored to have a copy in the Elder Archives. Pandgrim's work is considered to be one of the more daring animancy texts, not something generally circulated among novices, nor easy to get a hold of. I wonder if we might have a peek at it. The theorems could advance my research by leaps and bounds, but Grimda, the High Archivist, worships well, which means she has some paradoxical views on sharing and restricting knowledge. Since she's not exactly a proponent of animancy, she tends to restrict the kinds of information that would be useful to me. Maybe she could be persuaded. You're welcome to try, but you wouldn't be the first. Look at me spilling my troubles. It's kind of you to listen, but I should really get back to my work. Questions about Theorems of Pandgrim? That's it. I'll leave you alone. Farewell. Okay. Reach out for the soul. You sense a strange divide in the woman's soul, an unnatural boundary between two opposed wills. You see the woman pausing by a roadside to hand something to the driver of a stopped wagon. These herbs should help with his party's sickness, she tells him. He can find more along the road, easy to spot with their serrated leaves, but avoid the ones with the green berries. It's a different species, toxic. He thanks her and offers her coin, but she waves him off, explaining that she is merely doing what her order asks of her. He nods and she heads off down the road as he begins to hungrily consume the herb. You see the woman searching alongside the road now, the wagon just up the path, and you realize you have skipped backward in her memory. She sets eyes on a plant with serrated leaves and green berries. She picks several handfuls, Tearing the berries off one by one and tossing them to the ground, she nudges them off the path into the brush quickly with her boot without looking down, as if to hide them from her own sight, before striding back toward the wagon, hands outstretched. Yeah. Eee. Hello. Okay. As you near, you feel by. Okay. You see a dark room with garnished furnishings, a large bed covered with pillows, several couches, and expensive rugs. This man is sitting in a chair, pushed against the wall of the room opposite the door. He is dressed in dark clothes with a black cloak wrapped around his shoulders. Its hood pulled close around his face. Shadows fall across him, the darkness rendering him virtually invisible. Two other men wait in the darkness with him, watching the door. All three are motionless. Noise from the crowded common room below echoes up through the floorboards. The handle rattles. Oh my goodness, man. A man staggers in, dragging a young woman with him. The two standing men exchange a quick glance, one of them tilting his head and shrugging only slightly before jumping to the task at hand. One steps forward, grabbing the girl's wrist, wrenching it from her escort's hold with one hand while pushing the door closed with the other. Then that hand is over the girl's mouth before she is even aware she is in someone else's arms. He takes a dagger from its place on his belt, draws it across her neck. He holds her still, waits for the struggles to stop. The other standing man has already subdued their target, now tied to a chair, arms and legs bound with a rag stuffed in his mouth. The girl, no longer moving, is placed under the bed, the man who dealt with her taking his place beside the other. They stare down at the man screaming against the cloth, but the muffled sound is unheard over the raucous noise of the crowd below. One of the men begins murmuring softly, putting his hand under the chin of the man in the chair. There's a brief flash of light, and the man stops struggling, a suddenly placid look in his eyes. The two captors ask various questions that the bound man answers happily. After they finish, the two look to the man sitting against the wall. He has not moved as the events transpired before him, but only sat, silently observing everything as it happened. He stands, holding the cloak closed around himself, and nods to the two men. He then walks to the door, opens it only far enough to allow himself to exit, and leaves them to finish their task.
I'm here.
My dear customs, I think we already have that. Really? Okay. Adir is a country rich with customs, and they are known for their strict adherence to them. Their customs run the gamut from grand celebrations like the Feast of Feasts to mundane superstitions such as ways to avoid theft addiction. This volume will focus primarily on bigger celebrations, as no one knows how to throw an extravagant party quite like an Adiran. Feast. Biggest and most important of all Adiran customs is the Feast. This week-long celebration happens the first week of Fenestu, deep summer, and is dedicated to honoring the life of the first Furkoning. Each day of the week is devoted to some aspect of the Furkoning's life, and there are very specific dishes to be served at each meal. Now, Feast of Feast originally began as a festival celebrating the birth of Furkoning's first son, and soon became a yearly occurrence during the week of his birthday. Currently, Adirans simply use it as an excuse for a party and pull out all the stops in an effort to outdo the previous year. Unless you wonder, as I did, which Furkoning is honored during the Feast of Feast, it is always the current Furkoning. For each Furkoning is the first and only Furkoning. Okay. Sweet Treat, a special custom that arose at some point during the Feast of Feast. Sweet Treat started as a way to keep children occupied so the parents could dine in peace. While it is still used for that today, significance has been added to it. Each treat is placed in a container, usually small metal boxes, and hidden somewhere on the property. After everything has been hidden, the children are sent out to find the treasures. It is said now that the hidden treats represent Glenfathan artifacts. The children are the explorers, bringing the riches back to their new and rightful owners. Carnival of the Mask. When the original colonists for Adir traveled to the new land to found the Deerwood in the name of the Idiran Friconi, they encountered the Glenfathan people. The Carnival of the Mask celebrates the meeting. Originally, it was merely a formal reenactment as a play of the tensions between the Glenfathans and Idiran settlers, but it has since evolved into much more than that. Participants choose sides and come dressed in elaborate outfits depicting which group they have decided to align themselves with, Idirans or Glenfathans. Everyone attends a masquerade ball, and this party replaces any semblance of play that was presented. Winter's End. Winter's End was never anything more than an excuse for a celebration, and it hasn't changed in all the years it has existed in Adir. It takes place during winter dusk and lasts all 3 days. People use the time to reflect on the year, celebrate their lives, and remember the dead, especially those who have passed in the recent year. Cool. Cool.
I'm here.
Oh my gosh, dude. Alright. On Tuotica. What's that look like? Yeah, okay. Oh man. It just does not stop. Nope. I'm not reading this one. It's just Midwife's Memoirs. My mother lived every note of life's song. Bringing me into this world was her last verse. For this, my father scorned me and abandoned me. And for this very same fact, my town's midwife and adherent of Hylia raised me as her own. When I came of age, I learned that Hylia visits us on the screams of women in childbirth. And when a woman dies giving life to her child, her soul is carried away and reborn as an avian attendant of Hylia's court. Through the miracle of the Queen of Birds, my mother has been with me, watching over me my whole life. I wear the fetish charms of the cloud singer, the bird I dreamt my mother became. My feathery trinkets look gaudy and unbecoming, but it is a signal fire to women in need that I am a trained midwife, blessed by Hylia, and living every note of life's song. The Queen of Birds wills us to shepherd new life into the world, and not, as the other gods so often desire, to end it. A follower of Magrin once mocked my faith, saying, I worship paintbrushes and birds, piddling things beneath the gods. I do not resent the other gods and the brutal necessities that they must oversee, but it is not language, love, the arts, and creativity that which separates us from simple beasts. Hylia allows us to rise above our savage, feral selves. I am often amused that upon seeing our holy aviaries, visitors frequently ask, This is nice, but where is the real temple of Hylia? Perhaps they think hallowed ground requires oppressive stoneworks and ceilings that hide the sky. They do not realize the bird queen stands not on ceremony. She makes herself manifest in the music of birds and in the beauty of the ubiquitous open sky. Hylia prefers the worship of two children singing over 1,000 petitioners silently praying for victory. The Sky Mother asks so little of us and yet so much. We are charged to live every note of life's song. It surprises me how many fail to embrace this divine calling. Oh my gosh, man. I've read this already. Yep, I've already read this as well. But we'll take it.
I'm here.
Because why not? Wait, when farmer become god, I'm pretty sure. No, knock it off. Yeah. I'm hoping we're getting to where we've read through almost all the text at this point. Head Warden Ethelmer. A well-maintained statue of a middle-aged man presides over the room, looking down, unblinking, over the bustle of harried academics pestered by the hopeful desperate. A strong warmth emanates from it that you could sense from across the room. There is a human soul stored beneath the stonework. You feel its attention turned towards you. Headwarden Ethelmer. It has been some time since a watcher graced these halls. His voice echoes deeply, rumbling the floor beneath you. I am envious of your natural insights, traveler. I can only imagine how it might have helped my work in life. Now, what is it that has brought you to my sanitarium? Curious as how you've come to be in your present state. In the statue, you mean? Well, he laughs. I was old. And it seemed wrong to me, a lifetime spent in pursuit of discovery, only to lose it all in death. Somewhere, someday, I would wake up in a new body, none the wiser, and pursue a different course entirely. All that experience wasted. If we are ever to unearth the principles behind our existence, it will be in spite of our condition. Of that I am quite sure. To live on as part of something I helped build seemed to me a better legacy than what nature had in store. The transfer itself was quite simple as our techniques go, and for that I am grateful. Playing with souls is far easier to accept when they are not your own. I do miss being able to take an active role in the scholarly efforts here. Now and again, one of our animancers will humor me and consult over some problem, but they are a jealous breed and are too often afraid to collaborate. If you are considering it yourself, I can tell you that it isn't for the easily bored. Tell me about the sanitarium. A history lesson. A history lesson? That's a question. This is a rare pleasure. Most come in here only concerned with cheating death in one way or another. We are an old institution as Deerwood, sorry. This is our 94th year. As with many cities, the growth of Defiance Bay brought with it a host of problems. One of the worst was that those born with, shall we say, ill-favored souls came to populate its streets in droves, thus the sanitarium. Brackenberry was natural fit. It was growing, but there was also a lot of money here back then. This place owes its survival to the curiosities of the wealthy more than anything, I think. Our founding came at a time of great suspicion and animancy, much like today. So much progress has been lost to the mishaps of a few careless practitioners. But in time, it was forgotten that, as all things are, since then we have been at the forefront of animancy's resurgence. We have played host to many gifted researchers and pushed the boundaries of our knowledge in ways never thought possible. Some of the first safe transferences were done here, and we have pioneered work in soul purification, lineage analysis, preservation. It's really quite a list, if you'll pardon my pride. Today well, I can't say it's exactly the same. There's been some push to shut us down. It comes from Deerwood's more excitable denizens, whose minds are more passionate than thoughtful, I'm afraid. People see this legacy, and they see it involves something they don't understand, so it's natural for them to suspect people whose understanding exceeds theirs. It looks to them like we're hiding something. We have a representative in the palace this very moment defending the entire science of animancy at a hearing before the Duke, absurd as it sounds. If it does not go well, it could be the end of animancy in Deerwood. I fear Avira may be swayed by all this unrest, irrational though it may be. We shall see. Okay. Let's see what is downstairs. Oh. Here we go. Closed doors. Sometimes we get people in here trying to make trouble for the animancers. Okay. Belsage. The strange device seems to thrum with power.
Hail, traveler.
Belisage. A woman paces back and forth, her feet crunching on the soft red carpet. She gestures and mumbles to herself, shaking her head as she pores over pages of notes. She almost walks into you. Ekosi, here I am, looking so hard for answers in my research that I do not see the kith standing in front of me. What can I do? What do you do here? According to my research grant, I study awakenings. Subliminating pre-awakened souls has been one of Animancy's greatest successes, and I am working on a method to replicate the process on awakened souls. She nods at her lip. But the truth is, I find few suitable subjects here. Waidwin's legacy has left plenty of awakened souls, but most are too broken for study. She sighs. I fear I will return to Revua with nothing to show for my efforts. I'm awakened. I've been recalling flashes of a past life. She scratches her chin. Most interesting, but not the kind of awakening I can study, I'm afraid. I need someone whose awakened soul can be triggered with predictable stimuli. Souls such as these tend to be manifest as alternate personas in the host. She gives you a broad, if strained smile, but I thank you for the offer. Like to know about animancy in the Valian Republics? Holy moly. It's a dynamic and respected field. Even the Bell-Rich incident did little to slow it. People in the Republics are more accepting of risk, less superstitious, ready to try anything that shows promise. I'll just say it's a shame. It is, but such is the way of the Deerwood. The people here are fierce about their sovereignty, but they are not so independent from their Adrian brothers and their Glenfathan neighbors that they would like to think, as they would like to think. They rely too much on the mysterious workings of the gods and fear the very advances they need. Goodbye. In a corner of Modred's lab rests a large weathered trunk. It seems likely to contain something important, if only by virtue of its size. Maybe I should talk to him first. Leave the trunk alone. Okay. An animancer scribbles feverishly on a parchment scroll while his free hand dances through the air, counting off unseen objects. His lips move in silent discourse. As your shadow falls over his scroll, he looks up at you with mingled perplexity and irritation.
Good day to you.
Can I help you? He forces a polite smile. What are you working on? My area of focus is witched. More specifically, how to cure them. What's a witched? A hollowborn who received a transplanted animal soul during infancy, one of Animancy's early efforts to cure the legacy, if not a successful one. He removes his spectacles and wipes his brow. They show signs of developmental abnormalities throughout their childhood, but when they reach adolescence, they become aggressive, feral, but still victims in need of cure. Transplanting animal souls into children seems like an odd solution. We animancers were trying to do something about the crisis, better than letting it swallow a generation of children. He stares at a fixed point on the far wall. And desperate, the controversy. It only went so far because at first it seemed to work. People called it the salvation. Children that had never been responsive to any kind of stimuli suddenly seemed aware of their surroundings, of their families. Takes a slow breath. Complications don't begin until puberty, but that's when the incompatibilities between body and soul take shape. Children become violent, ravenous. But we paid dearly for our mistake. I promise you. Angry mobs hunted down animancers and burned down their homes, with them still inside, often as not. People took to calling it the cruel salvation, and many still loathe us for it, but we wanted to stop the legacy as much as anyone. The public begged for our help, and we did the best we could. I still don't know if that absolves us. I see. Just looking around. Be quick about it and don't touch anything. The sanitarium has a lax visitor policy, but I don't. Okay. Without another word, he resumes his work. Okay. Examine the trunk more closely. Nothing grabs your attention except for the large padlock on the front. Whatever this Animancer keeps in here, he does not want anyone else to have or see. We'll just leave it alone.
Yes?
If I was doing like an evil or like maybe even like a neutral playthrough, I'd probably just open it. But we're playing as a paladin, trying to be pretty good. The edges of the cage are dented and scored with claw marks. Proper key. Proper key. Okay. Oh man, so much reading today in this game.
You must have seen some amazing sights on your way north.
Sure. Pirate cities floating in the archipelago. The mountain halls of these northern dwarves. Plenty.
I haven't been further south than the Deerwood myself. Maybe I'll come back after I've convinced the Ranga Nui and see all those things for myself.
I hope you do.
I love the way they just like strike up conversations with one another. It's awesome. Yeah, reach out for the soul. You see a rocky clearing overgrown with weeds. A crumbling wall cuts through on one side, and the trees reach toward each other overhead, blocking much of the light that would otherwise illuminate the body lying near the wall. The body belongs to an elf, face down in the dirt. His clothes are torn and ragged. Large bruises seem to cover him, and there are cuts, abrasions, and lacerations everywhere. Skin is exposed to the air. The elf twitches, a muffled cry escaping his lips. Blowing dust around his head, he begins to moan, his hands scribbling against the ground, fending off something you are unable to see. His breath comes faster and faster until he is almost hyperventilating. With one final sound, a swallowed scream, his eyes fly open. In an instant, he is on his feet, crouching, eyes wildly looking around. His breath doesn't slow, and every exhalation is a groan. With one last look over his shoulder, the elf runs into the embrace of the crumbling wall's shadow, all but disappearing into the gloom. Looking down at his present condition, he murmurs, "I don't see how someone so clearly screws... I don't see how someone who..." Okay. Well, let's just not read that part. Jeez.
Welcome.
Okay. Dominal doorman. The burly guard eyes you warily. "I don't recognize you. What business do you have with House Dominal?" "Tell me about House Dominal." "It's an old and respected family. Much of Defiance Bay's property is due to Dominal business activities. Now, do you have any further business?" "Farewell." Okay. Well, that was that. Oh, by the way, I have the diamond you want. Too bad. Anger's gift. think this gets done, we're going to go straight into getting the south and west curtain walls taken care of. Just really beef us up big time. This place is huge. I mean, it's taking a very long time to get through it because of all the text we're having to read. Take the cheese. Okay. Explore up here first. Grimy windows have been papered over from the inside.
I'm here.
Okay, let's see what's up. Looking like a rough place. Bunch of attics. Dozen tiny somethings squirm within the pot of rice. Ah, nope. Okay.
I'd be glad to.
We don't want that stuff. Okay. Oh man. Reach out for the soul. You see 4 flickering torches, the only source of light reflecting across the 4 tense faces. Harsh words crackle of the air between them as they argue about their course. Some wanting to return, some wanting to continue. They move step by careful step through the dank cave, noses pitched and eyes alert. One, a ghostly elven woman, is thrown into the air and onto the ground with a sudden snap, the victim of an unseen trap. The group is surrounded now, skeletal hands reaching from beyond the grave at the intrusion of life in their midst. The group scrambles for their weapons, but too late. Skeletons are already upon them. The fallen elf cracks her eyes open. One of her companions falls, about to be impaled by an ancient spear. Adrenaline floods her system and she screams into action, moving faster than anyone, just unconscious. The fallen elf cracks her eyes open. One of her companions falls, about to be impaled by an ancient spear. Adrenaline floods her system and she screams into action, moving faster than anyone, just unconscious, has the right to. Oh, okay. That wasn't making sense to me for a second. Eyes white with fear, she conjures a wall of fire, incinerating the skeleton and providing a momentary reprieve for the party. Breathing hard, they share a glance as the passage is flooded with flickering orange and ready their weapons. This time they are ready, and the skeleton lasts mere minutes before falling to the ground once more. You see a young woman standing against the backdrop of a wide grassy plain. Her face is all silver and shadow in the moonlight, and she looks down at the wooden raft at her feet. An older woman lies on the raft, her arms crossed over her chest and her eyes closed in death. Her face is the same dark gray as the younger woman's, and her head bears the same curving protuberances, but that is where the resemblance ends. The younger woman takes a pendant from the older woman's neck and ties it around her own. The platinum medallion shows a crescent moon engulfed by a curling wave, the symbol of the goddess Andra. The young woman pushes the raft from the grassy beach and onto the tide. She stands in the surf and watches it disappear, a silver tear rolling down her cheek. Okay. Let's talk to you first. Kolfik, a youngish elven man, squints at you in surprise. You can't just barge into somebody's home like this. Who do you think you are? Who are you? The elf who lives here. Now get out. What now? Okay. Well, taking that because it's not stealing. And I'm going to take that because it's not stealing. So, okay, guy. He's having a good night. Okay, let's go in this place. Well, good to know that's there. Rope coiled around the chair feels painfully scratchy. Sorry, chat. Woo! Excuse me. Water in the pail is murky with blood.
I'm here.
Okay. Refugee. Slums, yo. Okay. Quiet, motionless shape swaddled beneath filthy rags and moth-eaten towels.
I'm here.
Ada. The woman looks like she hasn't slept in days. Her hair is a rat's nest of tangles, and her eyes are lined with shadows. She casts an anxious glare at the door. Her eyes widen somewhere between hope and apprehension. Are you here about Darren? Who? My boy Darren. His father, Wade, took him fishing 2 days ago, and I haven't seen either of them since. The neighbors are no help, and the city watch hardly bothers with the gift these days. I'd be out on the docks and looking myself, but I can't leave the baby. Her eyes wander to a crib, and she lowers her voice. I don't dare take a hollowborn out with that. What with the violence near the brothel? You have a hollowborn baby? The answer is etched plainly on her face. Wademan's legacy is as potent in Defiance Bay as anywhere. People are scared, and they're looking for someone to blame, whether it's those women at the brothel or the families of these poor babes. Eater, might be nice if a god or two stepped in and set people straight, but maybe that's just me. Ada. She sighs and watches the motionless cradle. I don't approve of what goes on at Maya's place, but these attacks won't earn us the god's mercy, and it's only made it harder to earn a living. Tell me more about their disappearance. Tell me about Darren. The ghost of a smile flickers across her lips. He's a brave lad, a little too bold for his own good, but he's always been a dutiful son and a gentle brother. He's got dark hair, quick eyes, and a ready smile. When you find him, you'll recognize him in a heartbeat. I'm sure of it. Tell me about Wade. She scowls and brushes a greasy strand of hair from her face. Sometimes I don't know whether to rejoice or rue that he comes home as often as he does. He spends most of his time and all of our money drinking at the brothel. Has ever since. Ellipses. Her gaze returns to the silent cradle. Where did you see them last? Wade was taking Darren fishing at the docks. That was 2 days ago. Questions? I'll be back if I find anything. Ada closes her tired eyes, likely for the first time in 2 days. I don't know how to thank you. I don't have much to spare these days, but Andra bless you for anything you can do. Word. Alright. See if we can find these guys. This is just the way down, yeah. Oh, dude, there's even more stuff out here. Zowie. Kern, a hooded figure leans against the wall. When he notices you draw near, he stands up and raises his hand to halt your approach. If you know the words, speak them and we can do business. If not, then we are done. Speaking. Okay. I apologize for the unpleasantries. I am Kern, the Midnight Merchant, as some would say. I deal in sensitive commodities. Precautions must be taken. Now let us do business. Very cool. Get all kinds of stuff from him. We can also go ahead and sell to him. So let's do that. Okay. Goodness. I want to hang on to some of the plate armor. That should do for now. All right. Where are we going? Does this go all the way around? Okay. Reach out for the soul. You see only the barest glimpse of a jagged, disfigured scar before it is hidden with a hood as the man prepares to leap. One window to another, scaling a trellis with his soft, gloved hands, he moves promptly through the upper stories of a careless city. The afternoon is lethargic, empty, and he quickly hits 3 targets: a scroll hidden in some noble woman's cabinet, a bottle of dark red wine from a blackened and dilapidated cellar, a pouch of coins from a spheff-waisted, overly rouged young elf. He buys himself dinner at an overly orange raw scrubbed inn, and swills the wine as he eats, but his eyes are on the door. He has barely finished when it closes behind a sour white elf. Red eyes demanding answers, unperturbed, he kisses her on the cheek, discreetly placing the scroll in her pocket, before returning to his meal a significant deal richer for the gold in his hand. Watch out for the soul. You see an elven woman, her colorless complexion almost invisible amidst the falling snow. She's wrapped in white fur, tense eyes squinting in the glare. She moves rapidly, boots barely marking the snow underfoot, snapping glances behind her. A howl rises quickly, joined by another and another, and she loses a prayer to the wind as she begins to run. The wolves gain ground quickly, lopping effortlessly towards her. She fumbles with her spellbook, but it's trapped in loops of leather on her back. Cursing, she changes course towards the jutting outcrop of ice. She can hear them now, hot breathing crackling in the frozen air. Breathing hard, she tries to run faster, nose crinkling against the sweat down her face, clammy. With a cry of relief, she reaches the ice and disappears. She falls into the small opening with a muffled thump, holding her breath as the wolves try to track her, confused in the snow above. She shivers uncontrollably from cold or fear and tries to wait. Ugh. That's rough.
I'm here.
Okay. So coming out here was not doing much for us. All right. Run, 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 run. Grab his purse and go. Uh-oh. Noble. This man's fancy clothes are ripped, and blood flows from a fresh cut above his eye. He tries to push himself up, but his arm is shaking. He winces painfully. Help him up. Thank you, he gasps as he rises. My head. What happened? Carefully dabs at his bloody nose with a silk handkerchief. I was just on my way to the club. He slowly stretches out one leg, grimacing at his scraped knee. It's a rough part of town, but the rabble's never been violent. Even a night with Equali isn't worth this. He limps away.
Yes?
Okay. Come on, man. Read it. The Salty Mast. Here we go. Here we go.
Nothing like this in Gilded Vale. Just Wallaruna the milkmaid. She knew what she was doing.
Overfried cod, watered ale, and prostitution. A bastion of Deerwooden culture.
I hope you aren't expecting to find the leaden key in here.
Visit new lands, see the sights. I do love travel.
Now to find a home for my other staff.
Hey. Big Dermsey. The Orland man seems to walk with a slight limp. He doesn't say anything, but he stops and regards you with interest. What's wrong with your leg? He just laughs and shakes his head. What? How much? What?
I'm here.
Okay. Captain Pepperjack. Alright. What a name. Reach out for the soul. You see the prow of a ship slice through the deck of another, a Valiant spice vessel, and are immediately accosted by splintering wood and panic. Pirates are upon the ship in the space of a shout, all elbows, gold earrings, and violence. Crewmen are hurled, shoved, and punched off the deck as the dog-eared captain boards. The hunt begins immediately as water begins to claim the wounded merchant vessel. The larger cargo boxes are ignored entirely in favor of the smaller, more delicate boxes and jars. The captain stands, water snarling around his ankles, and he waits for each of his crew to return to the ship with their plunder. Counting them off, he takes a running jump and grabs the railing, hauling himself aboard as the remains of the merchant vessel are devoured by the ocean below. The crew applauds, raucous cheers and laughter as they begin to sort through the valuable Valian spices. The Fensington would eat well tonight. Captain Pepperjack. Oh hey, look who it is. Wade.
Greetings.
Orko catches your eye. A golden hoop dangles from one ear, and his fine fitted clothes whisper as he glides over to you. You have me at a loss. How could I afford time with such a magnificent creature? What are you talking about? Talking about your magnificent eyes and perfect lips. Truly, it should be a crime for you to ever close them. He runs a finger alongside a perfectly symmetrical goatee. What can Orko do for you? You tell me. Some things must be experienced to be believed. Not this time.
I'm here.
We're here for business, not pleasure. Okay.
How do you do?
The Amaua woman watches you suspiciously. One hand is tense at her side, but as you approach, she relaxes and gives you a friendly, if weary, smile. I don't see many outfitted like you who aren't looking for trouble. You aren't looking for trouble, are you? What kind of trouble are you having? Frown ripples across her blue facial markings. The kind that's bad for business. Local rowdies have taken to harassing my hardworking boys and girls, and our customers, they started showing up after this rash of Hollowborn. They've been driving my regulars away. She looks you up and down, scratching her chin. There aren't too many who care about what happens in places like the Gift, but word is you're an exception. The knights are too busy sniffing around Duke Avar to bother with us commoners, and I'd just as soon not deal with their bureaucracy anyway. Tell me how I can help. Maya draws you closer. These thugs tend to roam in groups, which suggests to me that these aren't random incidents. She places one large finger on your chest. You put a stop to these attacks, and I'll find a real nice way to thank you. She winks. Got me? If she means to bake us something, my vote's for cookies. Can I ask you about something else? Is there someone here named Cyril? She laughs. You must be new in town, dearie. She's only the most sought-after girl in the district. You want to spend time with her, just ask. She's 1,000 for the night, but she's worth every pound, or so they tell me. Fancy a go with her? She nudges you in the ribs. Best money you can spend in the Gift. We have to... So we're on a quest right now to try to convince her to part with this artifact. So we'll find her quarters upstairs. She lays a large hand on your shoulder. Don't mind the burly fellows at her door. They're just there to make sure everyone has a good time. You've lost 1,000 copper. That's a lot of copper. That's a lot of copper. Now let's talk to you. Wyatt's eyes are red-rimmed and unfocused. He stares into a filthy mug as if searching for something. He shivers and takes another drink. That weight on his shoulder. His eyes are filled with shame and self-loathing. What do you want from me? What about Darren? Are you okay? Turns the mug in his hand. No, not at all. I was taking the boy fishing and I just wanted to stop on the way for a drink, a quick one. So I told him to wait for me outside. I only meant to stay for a few minutes, but by the time I came out, he was gone. And you sit here still? Sagani snorts. He stares at his mug again and takes a quick drink. I don't know what I'm going to tell Oda. I want to say number 4. Should have never left him out there in the first place. Think I haven't tried? I've lived in Andra's gift all my life, and someone's been missing this long. He returns back to his drink and takes a long gulp.
I'm here.
Well met, friend.
Not from around here, are we? The young woman's voice rolls with the saucy cadence of Andra's gift. You need a local girl to show you the highlights. Like for you, I'm one. Okay.
Good day, stranger.
Lines 2 lips. She leans on the bar, her black painted nails tapping the wood. What'll it be? Tell me. He arches an eyebrow. Every foreign sailor in visiting villager knows about the Salty Mast. It's the most famous brothel in Defiance Bay. Okay, cool.
I'm here.
Dude, no. Rolled bills and receipts show amounts paid to Maya's staff, as well as her expenses for elfish and new linens. Okay. Old drunkard. It's in here. Okay.
I'm here.
Old drunkard. His robes are torn and stained with vomit. Nice. He turns his eyeless face towards you, wiping his mouth. Come for a story? His speech is slurred and his voice ragged. I told all the best stories. He slaps his chest. It's my club, anyway. What club? The club for refined and prestigious gentlemen. He prods your shoulder. Wait, if you don't know about the club, you must be... He heaves, catching at his chest. After several precarious seconds, he recovers. Where was I? Oh, you must be here about the ring. The ring. He shoves it into your hand. Have to have that to get into the lounge, he hiccups. They don't let just anyone in, you know. He wipes a hand on his shredded robe. It's the most exclusive club in Defiance Bay. He slaps you on the back. And whatever you do, don't tell them you're new, or... He turns away, overcome by a fit of dry heaving. What? Club of Refined and Prestigious Gentleman membership ring. Fantastic. Let's go. Oh, this dude is hammered. God for the soul. You see a tall woman crouched over her drink, sitting alone in an unkept inn. A few other patrons are there, leave her well alone. Walking a wide berth as she drinks. Even the innkeeper avoids her eye as he serves her a procession of drinks, but she seems to take no notice. The man swaggers in, and he does take notice. With an imperious nod to the innkeeper, he seats himself next to the woman. Her buxom form his clear interest. She turns away from him, but he persists, reaching a hand across and touching her knee. In seconds, he is prone on the floor, shocked and still, scrambling to get back up, and is prevented by her shoe on his throat. She raises an eyebrow, expression empty, as he sputters for mercy. He's red by the time she relents, and she turns back to her drink as he scrambles backwards and out the door, casting affronted glances behind him as he retreats. The other patrons shake their heads knowing. Don't mess with her. Oh, madame. Reach out for the soul. You see the burned out shell of a room. This man stands in the middle of it, scorch marks surrounding his feet, smoke rising from his fire-singed robe. Debris is littered about. Broken shelves, torn, burned books, smashed chairs, and a sundered table. There are cracks in the walls, and light shines weakly through a small hole in the roof. Every window in the room has shattered, and a lamp lies on its side in the corner, burning oil forming a pool under it on the stone floor. The man looks around, surveying the wreckage, his eyes stopping briefly on the 5 bodies lying amidst the debris. They are twisted, burned, torn, and nearly unrecognizable. He turns back to the only living man remaining, sitting against the wall, legs and pelvis crushed under a heavy stone beam. The dying man stares blankly over the beam, blood running from the corner of his mouth. The uninjured man leans over, looking into the eyes of the other. No other may have this knowledge, he says. The other man opens his mouth to speak, but this man has already walked away. He drops his hand to the side and speaks a short phrase. An inky drop falls from his hand and hits the ground, growing into a ring of black energy that extends outward. As it passes over the other man, he transforms. His skin becomes ashen and gray, his flesh desiccating and wrinkling on itself. The ring extends past the man and blinks out of existence as his body, now nothing but ash, collapses in on itself. Creepy.
I'm here.
All right.
Hello.
The dwarven maid raises the hem of her skirt to show you a well-muscled leg. You've never experienced anything like this before, trust me. What do you mean? Why, I could climb a tall thing like you all night. She slaps a smooth and firm thigh. Right now.
At once.
What is his name?
Well met, friend.
Who are you? I'm a native of the Deerwood and an expert in subtle arts. With its practice, skill, and finesse you seek, look no further. Not yet. Not yet. No. I want to go to the gentleman's place, but I want to try to speak with Cyril first.
Welcome.
Cyril, powder almost hides the circles under her eyes, and rouge dusts her 2 prominent cheekbones. Despite it all, Cyril is beautiful. She favors you with a smile she must have practiced and perfected. Hello, stranger. Let me make you more comfortable. It is rather warm in here. There's something I need to discuss with you. She runs a smooth finger along your neck and under your chin. Just tell me what you like. It's extra if you want to bring someone else in, though. Okay. Oh, eyelash. Got me, chat. Friend Thristwind sent me. He needs that medallion. So do I. Cyril raises her chin. I offered him half of the money, and he refused it. She crosses her arms and paces in a slow circle around you. I'm sure he told you all about his broken plan. Did he also tell you that I got him where he is today? I'm really sorry for him. but I'll bet you anything he lives better now than he did in Air Glanthap. I've worked a long time for a way out, and I'm not giving it up just because Thirstman's suddenly gotten nostalgic. Let's forget about the medallion. I'd like you to help me find something else. What? I'll buy it from you. £6,000. I want to help him get the medallion. But I just spent 1,000 to come up and see her. I wonder if I would have to spend another 1,000 to come back up. And what is this supposed to mean? Help me find something else. As you wish, I'm afraid I can't offer you a refund. On second thought, why don't I stay and see if it turns up? That's the spirit. What? I have just almost enough. I just need to sell a little bit. I really want to buy it from her. Let's see what this is about. Not yet. I'm about to waste all my money. Probably. But let's see if we can do this real quick.
Hello.
No. Yeah. Just... Are you kidding me? What? What timing, man?
Good day to you.
Insane. Okay. Dash. I've got 2 of these. I'll hold on to it. Let's see. I don't need much here. Breastplate. That'll work.
Greetings.
Hero goggles at the bag of coin in her hand. She looks back at you for just a second before reaching into her bodice. She holds a carved Adra medallion by a cord and gives it to you. You've lost 6,000 copper. Wow. I could be in a cottage in Brackenbury tomorrow. She looks hopefully at the medallion in your hand. I'm not going to tell you your business, but if you do mean to give that to Thurstwind, it would mean a lot to me too. I hope he finds everything he's looking for back home. You have gained an item, Cyril's Ring. Party gained 192 experience. Okay, cool. So that worked. That was a lot of money. Jeez. Resolve 2. Okay. That works. Club of Refined and Prestigious Gentleman Guest Book. The names scrawled in the guest book span pages of the thick tome. Fenrir.
I'm here.
First time at the club for Refined and Prestigious Gentleman, sir? Vincent Dwellier. The man looks down his nose at you. So you're a member, I see. Are you here for the exclusive club equipment? Show me your stock. I've been collecting the finest equipment for over a decade. I guarantee you won't find a superior collection. Word. Okay. Cool. Habba's hammer. Dude, he's got some spectacular spetum. Cool.
I'd be glad to.
Very cool.
You
All
must
right.
gather your party.
Let's get out of there. Chat, I need just a few minutes here. I'm going to grab something else to drink other than coffee and take a quick break, stretch my legs real quick, and then we'll keep going here. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Today's playthrough has been a little bit brutal. I'm sorry. I know it's been real slow. So much reading and everything, but I'm doing my best to keep us up to date with all the lore and everything in the game. So I appreciate you sticking with me. Be able to knock out a few more quests here, I think, pretty quick. And then I really want to get back to our stronghold before the end of the stream today and take a look at our prisoner and everything that we've gotten upgraded there. So probably about 5 to 7 minutes here and we'll get back at it. Thanks for being here, everybody. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Now, I think we are really kind of done here for the most part. We're going to go up and talk to Oda again real quick and let her know, hopefully let her know we found her husband. He's a drunk piece of crap.
Who's a good boy who needs his belly scratched?
Nice. What have we here? Another tourist in the gift. He nods to his shifty-eyed companions. Let's give him a proper welcome. Let's talk this through. He draws a sharpened blade and smiles. I'm afraid you're missing the point, friend. Buddy. Why is this so jacked up looking? I'm just not used to it, that's why. There we go. Harassing thugs. Let's go. All right. Knock a bro down. Give him a shellacking. You. Right there.
Hey.
Nope. You're gonna have to come over here. Yep. Take on him. You're going to do that. You. Very nice. Oh, no. Just do that. That's what I meant.
Dead on!
Oh, nice. Knock down. Keep going. You got 3? We got 3.
Ready, Watcher.
Not bad. Not bad. Now give me all your things. Hey. Rusty bronze key. Okay. Yeah, we'll just throw all this in stash.
I'm here.
Wait. Okay. Okay. So she really doesn't give a care about the husband. It's just Darren. Oh my gosh, dude, this area is huge. So that's the salty mast. We need to basically come down here and explore all of this.
I'm
Okay,
here.
let's go. Goodness.
At once. Welcome.
Come take a look at my wares. Exotic goods shipped straight from the Republics and Old Valia. You know what we have? Dude, I have no money. Beagle dog, calico cat, cool. This guy's got all kinds of cool stuff. I don't want to use it. I want to hatch it. What is in here? Mestre Versano. A man stands in the corner of a warehouse directing traffic. Gems wink from the many rings on his fingers as he points and waves at the laborers. His silk clothes, though finely embroidered, aren't new. You notice a couple of mended seams around the shoulders and a discreet patch on one elbow.
Well met, friend.
When he sees you, he throws his arms wide in an expansive welcome. Greetings. You have come to the warehouse and headquarters of the Valian Trading Company. He consults a pocket watch. Some of the gold filigree has chipped away. But you are late. I sent word to the expedition hall yesterday. This delivery cannot wait. He snaps the watch shut. Tell me what you do here. I'm a merchant from Ansinzi, the fairest of the Valian republics. Here in Defiance Bay, I run the Valian Trading Company. He gestures at the stacked crates. We ship cargo to and from the republics. We are part of the grandest mercantile organization in the world. Anything you can imagine, we can ship it. Anything you can imagine, we can ship it. He grins. For a fee. I'd like to know more about the trading company. We're a confederation of merchants and traders from the republics. He looks proudly around the warehouse. We sell all manner of goods and equipment, and for years we've enjoyed fruitful contracts with many shops, inns, and armors throughout Defiance Bay. His smile flickers. Is something wrong? It is nothing. He waves a hand. Only that competition has grown especially fierce in recent months. But I suppose this is to be expected given the legacy, as the locals call it. What's the delivery? He tugs at his beard. I must assume, then, that you are not from the company I contacted at the expedition hall. He waves a hand. But you are here, and they are not. It is a bag of bitter squash seeds that are prized for their medicinal properties. Few merchants in Defiance Bay deal in them. But those who do know their value. Seems simple enough. Why ask me? A frown distorts his meticulous goatee. My own couriers have been robbed and beaten these past weeks. It would seem that some of my competitors resent my success. In any case, you are not a known associate. You would be left alone. And if not, he shrugs and grins, you look like you could handle yourself. And as for your integrity, I suppose I will just have to trust you, as you will have to trust my assurances that you won't find a buyer outside of my contact. I'll do it. Now deliver this package to a man named Gretch at the Goose and Fox in Copper Lane. He will know what to do with it. He slips a bag of pebbly seeds into your hand. Return to me when you are done, and I shall see to your payment.
How do you do?
Better deliver that package, no? Business such as this is best concluded quickly. Okay, dude. Easy enough.
Gods keep you.
Young woman stands behind the counter, watching you with quick, intelligent eyes. Welcome. This is your first visit to the Valian Trading Company, is it not? Please let me know how I can assist you. Her tone is both professional and inquisitive. Who are you? I am the assistant manager of the warehouse. Currently, I help Versano run things, but I'll take over when he retires, or when the company bosses back home decide it's time for new management. She rolls her eyes. What is this place? Valian Trading Company is an association of merchants from the Valian Republics. We oversee trade deals and negotiations on behalf of our merchants. Farewell. Okay. We didn't look through this whole place, though. Let's see what's back here. Okay. Bye-bye. Cool.
God's damn that son of a cool.
Wow. An angry woman clenches her jaw and stares out toward the harbor. She looks awesome. With glimmering golden eyes, eventually sensing your presence, she turns her feathered head towards you.
Want to run it down on its luck, Valiant Trading Company? If you have more than half a brain, you could really do something with it.
She clenches her jaw and continues
As
quietly.
long as you're willing to clean up a few bloodstains.
What's going on exactly? Or remain silent. Yeah, I would say what's going on exactly.
Exactly? If I knew that, I'd be in a better mood. The only thing I know exactly is that Mestre Versano is determined to wind up in a grave before the season turns.
The woman looks back at the warehouse for a moment and grimaces. After a slight nod in your direction, she storms off. That was weird. See a man probing at a lock, hunting for the click, click, click of success. It takes him more than a moment, but there it is. Click. He turns the needle further. Click. A smidge more. Click. His smile is all smug self-assurance as he pushes into the well-fortified building. He shivers as he steps over the threshold, pupils contracting briefly as the door swings shut of its own accord behind him. Click, click, click. Locked. He moves through the silent building, no subtlety to his search. He pockets nothing, despite the slack-jawed ache in his face as he passes over jewelry and potions alike. Nobody stops him as he slinks from room to room. He is alone, uninterrupted in his search. Finally, in a dingy, dust-encrusted room, he finds a trap door, carelessly hidden beneath a fraying carpet. The lock is rusted, old, and crude, and breaks with ease as he takes his sword hilt to it. He whistles through his teeth at the collection before him. Hammers of Adra, obsidian blades, dragon scale armor. He replaces his sword with an enormous symboled blade of black, and takes as much else as he can carry. Dropping the trapdoor back down, he hears a wailing, piercing screech. Panicking, he tries to run, but his collection is too heavy. He curses, dropping all but the sword, and scales a bookcase to a barred window. He smashes the glass with his sword and begins to bash at the old iron bars. Shouting in the distance renews his desperation, and with a great clang the bars fall from the window. He squeezes through the opening, every inch of exposed skin cut with glass, and runs, the obsidian blade on his back glowing gently in the dark night. That's a pretty good one. You see a man lying on a mat, restless in sleep. He tosses about, unable to claim total peace. Behind his lids, his eyes dart about, and small moans of distress escape his lips. He rolls around, moving from lying on his back to his side to his back again, sweat standing out on his forehead. The door to his chamber slowly opens, the weak light from the hall outside falling across the sleeping man's face. This man, much younger than he is now, steps lightly into the room. His feet rise and fall as he crosses the floor with calculated precision, never once making a sound. He approaches the man on the mat, slowly raising 2 daggers as he does. He stands over the man, staring down at him, intense hatred burning behind his rocky features. He doesn't move, a statue poised to strike at the man's bedside. The man's eyes fly open, blinking in confusion, trying to drive the sleep from his mind. He sees the boy standing over him, daggers at the ready, and the blinking stops. Terror replaces the confusion, and he only has time to say one word. You! Before the boy is on him. He drops, planting a knee on the man's neck, and plunges one of the daggers into his stomach. The boy leans over, tilting his head back to reveal a large black scar that cuts across his neck, from the right side of his jawline to the left collarbone. The man gurgles and makes a muffled coughing sound, trying to speak through his crushed windpipe. The boy looks at him again, locking eyes and holding his gaze, as the man slowly slips away. He then lifts both daggers and brings them down into the man's eyes.
Yes?
That's a tale.
Greetings.
Imito. An old man paces the dock and looks out over the water. He's fussing over something large and round, which he constantly shifts from one hand to the other. You're not certain whether his wide-eyed, gaped-mouth expression marks surprise or fear. It seems he isn't either. You, don't look like a guard. He examines you and your equipment more closely. Say, you wouldn't be interested in making some coppers, would you? Shows you the object in his hand. It's a large round opal with Gwithan runes carved in it. It glistens with his sweat. See the ship that went down over there? I've been looking for someone to help me recover some missing cargo. Have you seen a boy named Darren around here? I see him there every time I'm at port. He nods at the half-sunken boat. He's the one who found the opal. Good kid, despite that loafer of a father. Any idea where Darren could be now? He frowns. That boy loves ships. He's probably playing pirates with the sailors, if he hasn't stowed away with the cargo. Thanks for the information. You see that lad? You tell him old Imitil remembers the deal. I owe him a basket of mussels for finding that opal. Maybe more about this missing cargo. He licks his lips. We started it in Coldmorn and we were making our way down the river, loading and unloading it as we went. Business as usual. Give me the short version. We picked up some crates from Kleiben Relag, Suits of armor and a broken scepter is what I heard. We were almost to Defiance Bay when the armor came to life and slaughtered everyone in the hold. He avoids your gaze, so I locked the hatch. He rolls the stone between his hands. I'm just a deckhand, but I was the only one left. I piloted the ship as best I could, but I hit rocks as we were passing Brackenbury. I barely made it to Andra's gift before I had to jump overboard and swim for the docks. I'd given up on the cargo, not to mention the payday, when one of the lads pulled this up in his nets. He shows you the opal again. It's part of that scepter. From what I recall, there were 3 other pieces, and I'd bet you anything they're somewhere in the shallows, too. If anyone could find them, there'd be profit to follow. There must be a reason you haven't gone looking for the rest of the artifact yourself. I'm lucky to have escaped the ship like I did. I'm not taking a chance with those things. What happens if I find the rest? You find the missing pieces of the artifact, and I've got an animancer friend from my expedition days who will find you a stack of coppers. He scratches his beard. All I want out of this is a few hundred pans for my lost payday. If that sounds fair to you, I'll give you this stone and the name of my contact once you have everything else. Amital regards the opal again. Seeing as the kid dredged this stone up in his net, I'd wager you could probably find the missing pieces out in the shallows during low tide. About that Ingwithan relic. Yes? You have any idea what your animancer friend wants with this relic? She was always tinkering with these things back when we were young. I used to think she was the fool, retiring to some dusty study in Brackenbury, but after the horror on that boat, I'm thinking she made the wiser choice. Tell me about Andra's gift. He scratches his sunburned scalp. We've got docks, fishing, and steady ship traffic, all this. He waves at the listing shanties crowded against one another. This sprang up all around the docks. It's the poorest district in Defiance Bay, but one of the liveliest. He grins, and for lively, nothing beats the salty mast. You'd do better to ask a younger man than me if you want to know about that place. He nods towards a large round building to the east. Emital doesn't sound like a Deerwood name. That's because it isn't. I'm from the Ixamiddle Plains, a broad savanna north of the Deerwood. Not so different from the ocean in a way. There are places where you can stand and turn a full circle and see nothing but the winds making waves in the grass. He watches the surf lapping against the wrecked boat. But at moments like this, I wonder what business and plainsmen like me had taking to the water. Okay. Very well. Sailor.
A dozen Adiran ships were shattered against these levees during the War of Defiance. Best to heed the astrologers, I find, where tides are concerned.
Place gets my blood beating in all the right places.
Captain won't be happy to hear about this. Marsano. This young, lanky sailor is wringing his cap anxiously, sweat beading on his furrowed brow. His eyes widen as you approach, and he takes a few steps forward.
Hail, traveler.
If you've a moment, you're not from around here, right? You don't look like you're from the docks. He looks around nervously. I could use your help. What's the problem? Oh, thank you. They weren't lying, saying you're a kind-hearted sort. He runs a hand through his hair nervously. It's the captain, or rather, not the captain himself, but his chest. His sea chest. He keeps all his valuables in there, tucked away safe. I was unloading it with the rest of his things, with what staying in port a couple days, and I may have gotten a little distracted. Marsano nods toward the buildings nearby. I wasn't gone long, just an hour at the salty mast. When I got back, the chest was gone. He sets a pleading look on you. It really hasn't been that long. Whoever took it can't be too far. But the shifts change. And I'm on watch. I can't sneak off to look for it. And the captain will kill me if he hears of it. I'll get strung up on the yarder. Please, if you can get it back for me, I swear by the flame I'll make it worth your while. You can have my pay. I won't be spending it if Captain Fortunero finds out anyway. Any idea where the thieves might have taken the chest? Well, the chest itself is pretty heavy. Nobody I've asked has seen it getting carried around, either. I figure they may have stuck it off somewhere nearby, just out of sight. They can't have gone far. Any chance you've seen Darren? Huh? Oh, sure. He wanted to play on the ship, but I couldn't let him. Fortunero's very strict about that sort of thing. I had to shoo him off. Felt a bit bad about it. You're a sailor? Yes, sir. I signed on about half a year back. Pay's decent, and the sight of the sun coming up over the sea, I wouldn't give that up for anything, he sighs. I just wish I'd asked around about the captain first. What makes you think I'm not from around here? Well, don't see many like you around here is all. He shuffles awkwardly, even on the docks. Okay. And we've got all kinds of stuff to do here. We are not too far off from leveling. So I'm going to hold up on opening this.
A touch of Margaren's fire should settle spirits here.
Okay.
Greetings.
Nia, as you approach, she eagerly turns to you. You interested in doing some construction work? Her clothes are simple but nicer than most you've seen in Andra's gift. Pays good money. But you're having trouble finding workers. Workers who aren't superstitious cowards anyway, she shakes her head. I offer good coin, but as soon as I tell them about the job, they say an oath to the Lady of Lament and spit over the dock. They all think the lighthouse is haunted ever since the floods of Andra's gift. Echoes of the war. The flood certainly claimed enough souls to pack a lighthouse full to bursting. Have you gone inside? Who, me? She laughs nervously. Not exactly. See, my health is rather delicate and all that dust. She sighs. All right. When I saw two Amaua deckhands running as fast as they could down the pier, I lost my nerve too. I can take a look. Good, about time someone put an end to this foolishness. She rummages in her pocket, pulls out a skeleton key, and she hands it to you. She hesitates. Just be careful. Not that I believe the ghost stories, but it's an old building, so watch your step. I have some questions. Do you know what might be inside the lighthouse? If only, Nia shrugs. It's been uninhabited since they flooded Andra's gift. Have you seen Darren? The name doesn't ring a bell. If you find him, ask if he's interested in doing some construction. What are you building? An inn. Allegedly. She brushes a single loose strand of her bun behind her ear. The gift needs a spot with a little more class than the salty mast. This district has been in the dumps since the War of Defiance. It seems ready for some fresh development. So imagine my excitement when I find this place. 3 floors tall and right on the water. For sale at a reasonable price. Tell me about the flooding of Andra's gift. Hadret ordered it near the end of the War of Defiance. It was one of the finishing blows to the Adrian military. Cost us a lot, though. The whole district was supposed to be evacuated, but not everyone left in time. The Aedirans put everyone they found to the sword. The lucky ones who escaped the slaughter drowned hours later when Hadrat's forces broke the dams. You're not from Defiance Bay, are you? She laughs bitterly. What gave it away? The accent, or the fact that I was the dupe who paid good coin for this place? I'm from New Hamar, on the northern coast. Smaller than Defiance Bay, so I came here hoping for some fresh opportunities. Maybe the chance to do a little good in this neighborhood. Farewell. Okay, rusty bronze key got used. Cool. Let's see what's in here.
Welcome.
Afre wears a defiant expression and sturdy yet battered suit of armor. She seems to bear each scratch and ding with pride. You don't look like one of the knights. Can I help you with something? I'm here about the trouble at the Salty Mast. Ordinary kith are angry, as they should be with the crooked Amaua. Toadying up to the nobles, she sneers. She's using the tragedy of Waidwin's legacy to line her pockets. She's no better than the Adirian overlords we drove out 200 years ago. Now, you're a logical sort. May has made it so only the rich can afford her establishment, yet she sits in the poorest district of Defiance Bay. What do you think's going to happen? We've taken matters into our own hands, but she's the real criminal here. Why don't you tell her to back down? That's a good point. I'll see if I can get May to lower her prices. But you see our side. Okay. See, we can play both sides of it. What do you got there? Spirits. I'll take those spirits. What you got here? You got some food for me? Take that rice. Take that rice. Give me that rice. Okay.
I'm here.
All right. So much to do. Thug. Monk thug. What are you looking at? Brill Brian Walker. That's a medieval name right there if I've ever seen one. Reach out for the soul. You see a young man contort, screaming, strapped to a wooden table. Above him, a machine crackles. Tiny strikes of lightning caress his emaciated frame. A trio of mages chant around him, eyes white, hands lifted in benediction of their agonized victim. It goes on for more time than you could say before the screams stop, replaced by horse-stabbing sobs and silence. A silver-haired woman enters, kissing him on his forehead, motherly hands soothing, cajoling. He quiets, unable to speak for screaming, and waits for a death he'll never see. Goodness. Reach out for the soul. Man. You see a dark, foreboding room, heavy with incense smoke. Two figures stand in the center of the room, performing some sort of ritual with slow, exact, deliberate motions. This man follows along with the actions of an older man, and it becomes obvious the older man is teaching the younger one how to perform the ritual. He calls out steps, corrects imperfections, and berates the young man when he missteps. Watching the younger man's motions, you note he seems to be intentionally making mistakes. But what he hopes to accomplish with this, you can't discern. As the ritual continues, the master becomes more irritated with the young man. He walks over, leans in, and begins chastising him eye to eye. This appears to be what the young man was waiting for. The young man takes advantage of his master's distraction, dropping the censer he is holding. He locks eyes with the older man, completely focused on his target. A wisp of energy leaps from the younger eyes to the older, and the master stands up, eyes now milky white, rocking unsteadily on his feet. The younger man never breaks his gaze on the older, slowly circling him, almost seeming disappointed. He stops, toe to toe, and looks disdainfully into the deep blank eyes. "Is that it?" he whispers, staring his master down like a snake. "How did I ever think you had anything to offer me?" He blinks and twists his head to the side, turning heel and striding from the room. Bright blue mist flows from the master's eyes and mouth, wrapping sinuous tendrils around his body. It slides across his arms, working its way to his abdomen, down over his legs. The mist speeds up, moving faster as it circles the master's body, glowing brighter as it does. Its speed increases until it no longer looks like mist, but a shimmering cocoon surrounding the old man's body. A faint humming buzz emanates from the mist, growing louder and more forceful by the second. The young man stops in the doorway, looking back at the older man, only a mild interest in his eyes. With a whoosh, the air around the master ignites, starting him on fire. The smell of his own burning flesh breaks him from his reverie, and a scream erupts from his lungs. The young man turns around again, unmoved, and walks away, leaving no one to hear his master's dying cry. Okay, well, good times. And relief. Wow. Okay. Okay. Have I talked to you? You see a body on the bench, a team of mages and healers buzzing around the room, shouting instructions and incantations. A pulsating crystalline device lies in the body's chest cavity, steaming slightly in the magically cooled room. The healers stitch the skin as a priest murmurs healing charms. Finally, it is done. The body is again whole. The mages gather for a final enchantment as the others watch, a complicated ritual that has them sweating rivulets. A hush falls over the room as the body shudders, electrical arcing from side to side, eyes fluttering open. For a moment, he's there, but something is wrong. He goes to scream, and he's gone. The room is silent as they trail out, overcome. But something stays, not quite tangible, and shouts wordlessly as it sees its own body for the first time. Frankenstein. Right? Frankenstein. Okay, we'd already been in here. So many quests going on right now, jeez. Okay, so that's how we get down there. We're gonna go do some searching. Let's go in here, see if we can talk her into lowering her prices. That way both sides will be
Good day, stranger.
Progress with the Suggs. I want to talk to you about that. I hear you've been raising prices. Hey, 10. Let's see it. Yeah, 10. I'm loving it. It is just so much text. Today's been one of those days where, especially getting here to Defiance Bay, just so much text reading today. But I'm loving it. I've saved this game, the playthrough of this. This is my first playthrough. I've saved it because I wanted to be able to stream it, and so here we are. Oh, hey, thanks, Tinwin. I appreciate it. But yeah, I'm loving it. I'm trying to work my way through this right now. Our main character is a paladin, so we're trying to play our way through it as good-natured as possible to keep with the alignment of our paladin. His faction that we chose wants benevolence and to be passionate. So we've done okay. Out of the six traits we've obtained so far, half of them have been either benevolent or passionate. So we're doing all right, I'm having a blast with it. It's a lot of fun. How's your day going? What else am I supposed to do? I have to provide certain... Good, I'm glad, Tinwin. Glad. Very cool. I'm guessing you have an amount of time in playing this game, huh? Yeah, cool, man. Yeah, it's been a very long time since I've played this type of RPG. I knew I was going to be in for an amount of reading, so it's not like I wasn't necessarily prepared for it. It's just, you get those, like the first day we played, it was a ton of reading, and then we slowly got into more action, and then coming into Defiance Bay, 532 in Deadfire. Wow. 343 into the first. That's a lot of time. They're good. They're great. I knew they were really good games even before I started playing them, and I've had Pillars of Eternity, the first one, for quite a while. I didn't play it because I wanted my first playthrough to be streamed, because I was hoping at some point I would be able to start streaming, and here we are. So not that I have a huge community right now or anything, but the people that do hang out, I think they're enjoying seeing me work my way through the decisions and character creation, and even for people that have that, the amount of time that you have, I think it's fun for them to watch somebody have a first playthrough, and I'm very vocal about what I'm thinking as far as my decision making, and whether it be with NPCs and the quest lines, or even through character creation and level ups and stuff like that. So I know a lot of you individuals that have spent a lot of time in the game, what the meta is, what the best in slot stuff is for all the characters and stuff like that. And for me, I'm just trying to do what sounds fun and looks nice, so. Oh, very cool. Oh, I'll have to check it out. Yeah, and I know that some people are, though. I've had a couple of people come in that have been spending some time here that are big fans of these games as well, and they do hardcore playthroughs where if you die you're done, and so I understand min-maxing and stuff like that, because you do those kinds of playthroughs, right? But for me, and I'm playing it on hard and I'm playing it on expert mode because I want a challenge. Absolutely. But it's also, it's just fun to me to do what sounds fun, and to really invest in who our character is and try to be, what a traditional paladin tends to be in medieval, their medieval role, which they tend to be pretty good-natured individuals. So, which that's, just kind of how this played out. I don't always play a paladin or anything. It just kind of how it worked out for me. Yeah, 10 win. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Yeah, I'm having a blast with it so far, though. Yeah, and it's really, it seems to be very versatile in the way that you can build your characters. You can really branch out into getting talents and skills from the other classes. Like if you're a paladin, you don't just have to have paladin talents and skills. You can grab stuff from fighters or even, chanters or what have you. I'm not doing that. Being my first playthrough, I'm trying to stick really in line with what all the characters are. I'm picking talents with, if you're a fighter, you're doing fighter stuff. If you're a chanter, you're doing chanter stuff, But yeah, I'm loving it. I'm having a blast with it, Like I said, today's been a lot of reading. You're a Pleek Walker, it's another value. Yeah, right? Yeah, I'll show you my character as soon as... so Wayfarer Paladin, right? Yeah, so that's what we are. I'll pull up our character in just a moment, and I built him a Fire Godlike just because I kind of figured I would try to make him a tank of sorts, because the Fire Godlike gets that bonus to defenses whenever they're I'm losing the not their health, but their endurance, right? When their endurance gets down to a certain level, they get that boost to defense and they start shooting fire on people and stuff. So I was like, let's see if we can build this guy into a tank. And we've been trying to play as good natured as possible. We're not stealing anything in the game. Like, now we've snuck in some places and we've taken stuff as long as it didn't have the icons saying you were stealing anything, right? So as long as there are no icons saying we're stealing stuff and the lock isn't red, then we're good to go, right? so that's how we're kind of playing it right now. But I'll get through this and I'll pull up the character screen so you can kind of see what we're working with right now. What else am I supposed to do? I have to provide certain measures for my employees and their clients, especially with so many Hollowborn in the district. And with the price of bitter squash as high as it is, I've got no choice but to raise mine. She taps her chest with a finger. And don't get me started on cutthroat business, not with the dominoes carrying on the way they do. I could talk with the dominoes about their bitter squash prices. She raises her arms. It's your neck. Bricanta Domino would be the easiest to persuade. She handles the family books. With any luck, you can find her at their manor over in Brackenbury. Just watch your step around her. Watch your step around all of them. One second, chat. Super hard mode. Ultimate challenge. Smaller challenges put together. Finish this challenge. Oh, really? No way. That is insane. That's crazy. Very cool information, though. Thank you, Tinwin. I appreciate that. It's one of the things I try to do here, and I really appreciate the people that come in and provide that kind of information to the community and myself whenever we play these games. Just like last week, we were playing Enter the Gungeon, and one of our community members, Helios, he threw some knowledge on us that basically nobody that was hanging out knew, which was the fact that Enter the Gungeon was developed in 3D. It's top-down 2D play, but the entire game is developed in 3D. None of us knew that. He pulled up a break due to class combos. Yeah. Yeah. that's pretty crazy that only that amount of people have done that, you know. But I think that's one of the cool things about these kinds of games and the kinds of challenging modes they throw into it, you know. I mean, for myself, I like to play a lot of different types of games, and now that I'm streaming especially, I'm going to do my best to get as much done in a game as I can, and complete as much of the game as I can without spending too much time in it. And not that I won't go back and play the games at some point, you know, especially if we can do some challenge runs in the future, if, you know, we get the community to a point where we can start doing some charity streams and stuff like that. I think that'd be really neat to do some kinds of challenge runs in certain games and stuff. But, you know, some of the time that the gaming community, you know, people spend in games trying to accomplish some of these very, very difficult challenges is very impressive. Very impressive. Absolutely. That's really cool information, though, Tinwin. I appreciate it. Yeah. And that's one of the things I love about streaming, you know, is having people come in and drop that kind of knowledge on us. I had no idea, you know, so I appreciate that. And it's really neat whenever people come in and they know things about the games we're playing like that, and are able to kind of inform and educate us on some of those cool pieces of information about the titles that we're playing. So thank you very much. I appreciate it, Tinwin. Thanks, and thanks for the follow as well. I appreciate it. Man, I have got like all kinds of stuff to do now, trying to get these people to come together and be cool with one another. Okay. So let's get out of here. We're going to come down into all this water stuff too, but so what is this? Yeah, I know that. Wish I had somebody to assign to that, but I don't. I want to get back to my stronghold and see about this, which we will do as soon as we finish in this massive city. Okay, I get it, man. I get it. Okay, we got just a little bit of cash. Map. This takes us to First Fires. Heritage Hill. We haven't been to Heritage Hill yet. We got to work our way through there. We got to do all this water stuff too. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so hold on, Timwin. Sorry. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah. So Tinwin, you know, I've just got some, you know, what I'm trying to do with this, with my channel and my community. I don't know if you've read very much about my page or anything yet, but just trying to make this as cool of and chill of a place as possible. And right now we're playing a title that's rated M for mature, right? So it has an amount of violence and adult-oriented content in it and stuff like that. And it's hard to get away from a good amount of that in video games, right? And there are a lot of really good titles that I want to play that are going to be that. What I'm trying to do with my community is kind of switch off. Like right now we're playing a title that's rated M for mature. Previous to this, we played Enter the Gungeon, which was like rated T for teen, right? The next title we play, I'm not sure what it's going to be yet, but it'll be something that's more family friendly, right? So I'm trying to switch between that stuff, and you know, I want to make the content of my channel as available to as wide of a age group, age range, family friendly, safe for work as possible, right? So you know, I've got a lot of stuff set up to where like brothel, yeah, you know, I approved it, right? I mean, you could say that it's part of what's in the game that we're playing right now. Yeah, and you know, everybody that has come in and we've talked about this, you know, they've been really cool about the way that I'm trying to create this community and this channel, and it's not that like I don't want people to come in and have fun and we can't joke around with each other and stuff like that, you know, but I also I'm trying to create an atmosphere here where everybody feels comfortable, and we can at times play titles where you know, a large range of people. Oh yeah. I figured as much. Yeah, that's why I'm probably not going to be doing like Pillars of Eternity 1 and then going straight into 2, right? I'll take a break from between playing this one, and then I'll play something else a little more chill. And yeah, well, there's a lot of games that have that kind of thing, right? But and this is what I was kind of trying to get at. This is going to pull the game down again, but so like in the title of my stream, it says yeah. Well, and I mean, even like the old God of War games and everything, you know, the old God of War games, even on like PS2 and everything, you know, you were getting busy in those games. And so there have been games for a long time now that have been rated M for all kinds of different stuff. And what I'm trying to do is just make the community as aware as possible. Like, so one of the commands I have set up for chat right now is you can !ESRB, and you can see right here that every time, no matter what I'm playing, this will be a command. Yeah, right. Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is, you know, like I want people to be aware, and hey, everybody has different feelings about, you know, what they're okay with and not okay with their kids being exposed to, right? So that's really up to people's own judgment and how they feel about what they want their kids exposed to. My job here in creating this environment in this channel is just to make sure that everybody's as informed as possible about what these games contain, right? So that's why I have like this command for ESRB. In my stream title, I'll almost always have the rating of the game. That way people know that maybe, you know, we're playing something that's rated M and it might not be appropriate. I just want people to be as informed as possible. Then it's really up to them whether, you know, they think it's okay for them and their kids, or maybe just their kids to watch, right? As the community grows and things like that. So just trying to do the best I can to make sure people are informed. Then it's really up to them to decide if it's something they're cool with maybe a younger crowd being exposed to, right? We have so many quests right now. One of the first things I want to do okay. We got to find Darren. Not that. Where is the... Okay. Yes. Okay. So much to do here. I gotta do some backtracking. Yeah. Let's just go this way for a second.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
So do you currently, Tinwin, do you currently have a playthrough of either Pillars or Pillars of Eternity 2 going right now?
That animancy.
Oh, okay. Yeah. One of our other community members that's been coming in and hanging out a lot, Matt, he's been getting back in. I think he plays it quite a bit, but he was just trying to do a Moon Godlike monk playthrough, hardcore, and I think what did he get, like Act 2? I think Act 2 and died, so he had to start over again.
Warrant attacks on innocent practitioners?
Felt bad, man. Felt bad for him. Who did it say? We'll just talk and see what happens.
Good day to you.
Okay.
Yes?
Maybe it wasn't here, huh? Yeah, maybe not. Oh, yeah? Nah, I'm good. I'm good. That's funny to know, though. Wow. Huh. Wow. Sanitarium is not where we need to go. That's funny.
Good day, stranger.
I need to speak with Bricanta. She's upstairs, the room at the end of the hall. Mind your manners. Cool. Okay. You gonna let me through?
Feel underdressed?
Let's say real quick. Just gonna try some stuff. Yeah, no worries, Tinwin. Yeah, all good. Yeah, this is just all gonna be... Okay. Servant. Okay. Take it easy, buddy. There she is.
Greetings.
Bricanta Dominal. The woman must be well into middle age, but there isn't a line on her face. Her large green eyes are watchful behind a curtain of glossy black hair. She studies you. I don't believe we've met. I'd remember you. What do you do here? She looks you up and down. Let's just say I'm a merchant. I handle the trade of certain goods that my enterprising children and husband happen across. But I only trade with special friends, and if you want that kind of relationship, you'll have to do a little something for me. What kind of favor did you have in mind? She crosses her arms and watches you out of the corner of her eye. There's a certain someone who may or may not be named Colfac. He's insulted me. I'd like you to make an example out of him. Just what do you want me to do to him? I'd hate to stifle your imagination. She wrinkles her nose with a quick smirk. Just see that you teach him a lesson he won't soon forget. Guess I could help. That's the spirit, she winks. I know that little runt holds up somewhere in Odra's gift. Once you've taken care of him, come back to me. I've got some stocks that I reserve for special friends. I'm not going to ask her to do anything with squash seeds till I do this for her. Man. Okay. And here we go.
You must gather.
I had a pretty good feeling this place was going to be like this, though.
Don't pawn your personal problems off on me.
They will use you, cast you off when it suits them. Never speak another word to you.
Maybe they just don't answer to fiery whore.
Oh man, I love the characters in this. There we go.
Gods keep you.
Did you do it? Did you get the medallion from Cyril? Yes. Ursulin's eyes are as wide and round as the artifact in his hands. You've given my people a gift we couldn't possibly repay. I'll do the best I can, though. He shoves a bag of coin in your hands. This is everything I have. Take it, please. So we lost the medallion. Dude, we paid 6 G's for that. We'll say keep it. The Shattering Spear will sing of your kindness for generations to come. If you ever find yourself in Ir Glanfeth, please honor us with your visit. Farewell. Hey, Thebalt, how are you? Good to see you, Thebalt. Hope you're doing well. Hope your day's going well. He hurries out of the inn, his fancy cloak dragging on the ground. Oh, baby. So we got another benevolent. Oh, and Tinwin. Oh, I'm doing very well, Thebalt. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't sleep real great last night, but other than that, I'm doing all right. Yeah, having a pretty good day. Working our way through. Man, lots of reading today in this game, Thebalt. Lots of reading. So, but we're working our way through it. It's all right. Doing anything for the weekend or just kind of taking it easy, Thebalt? I'm having a liquid lunch, chat. Okay, I don't think there's anything else for us to do here. Not right now, anyways. Sounds good, Thebalt. Yeah. Put that in. Does she not have... Yeah, that'll work. Inventory always fills up quick. I'm going to go back to the goose, deliver those seeds. This... No. I don't want to talk to anybody in here because I took that diamond. What I am going to do is go here. Knock out another quest real quick. Actually need to go right there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Hammer. You asked me for one and I said no, not until you're older and more responsible. Do you remember this conversation? Gordy's eyes are fixed on the ground in front of him. Yes, sir. And yet I find you out here playing with a blade that clearly belongs to the knights. Do you see the problem? I didn't steal it, honest. I traded a secret for it. He points at you. Ask him. Oh, no, dude. Oh, man. Here we go. This is what I was afraid of, and I even said it, too. I was like, dude, I would not want somebody giving my kid a knife. Is what my son says true? Yes, it is. He's just a boy. Do you understand me? What were you thinking, getting him a blade like that? You stay away from him from now on. Come along, Gordy. I won't have you loitering out here all day. That probably wasn't great. Probably could have answered that differently and got a... The other one that I wanted to answer it with probably would have gotten me passionate or benevolent. Unfortunate. No safes coming, though. No safes coming. We do what we do's, and we go with it. Who am I looking for here? No, we've already done all this. Okay, hold up. I need to know who I'm looking for. That's done. Supply and demand. Is this it? No. Gareth. We need to find Gareth. What am I doing? Rad. Upstairs? Nope, right here. The man skulks near the bar. He seems like he's trying to blend in with the wood paneling, and he watches the other patrons out of the corner of his eye. He gives you a quick nod as you approach. Rosano has a delivery for you. He glances around and snatches the pouch from you. Keep your voice down, will you? The Dimenals have spies everywhere. Tucks the pouch away. You tell Verzano this is the last time I'm buying from him. This is getting too dangerous for me. What do the Dominals have to do with this? Dominals. You have no idea, do you? Let's just say that the Dominals have exclusive rights to trace certain merchandise within the city. Verzano likes to make some extra coin from time to time by dealing in the same merchandise, undercutting the competition, he says. Did I just do something illegal? No. He grins weakly. Tell me what was in the pouch. They're squash seeds. They interrupt pregnancies. Even though they're not exactly legal, many folk nowadays prefer them to the risk of hollowborn or celibacy. He pulls a wry frown. I have heard of the Dominals, but I'm going to say this anyways. I don't think I've heard of them. The more important thing is making sure they don't hear of you. They are old Brackenberry stock, but these days the Dominals are known for their business activities, most of which involve some degree of bribery, extortion, theft, or murder. Are we done? Yeah, we're done. I get out of here before... A woman swaggers in, her polished boots thwacking the floor with slow, deliberate steps. A crooked sneer warps her smooth face. Gareth, I'm hurt. You promised to buy only for me. What's a girl to think? Gareth bows. His knees knock me together. Please, my lady, I was just explaining that I don't do business with anyone else. Except this one last time, right? Dana crosses her arms and rocks back on her heels. There's always one more deal until you run out of credit, that is. Dana turns and regards you, looking you up and down. And just who are you? You don't exactly look like a seed dealer. Aloth glances at Gareth. I think that's a compliment. Let's stay silent. You've got pluck, but don't try to hold out on me, especially not when I'm inclined to let you off the hook. Rizano put you up to this, didn't he? That old fool's on a sinking ship. He's determined to drag anyone who gets close enough down with him. She eyes the trembling Gareth. Gareth here knew better, but I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. In fact, I'll also give you a chance to get even with the imbecile who's been playing us both. She narrows her eyes. What do you say to killing Versano? My lord, there's a lot of, a lot of stuff going on in this city here. Tell me about the Dominos. I don't know whether to be relieved or insulted. We're one of the wealthiest merchant families in Defiance Bay. Let's just say, however, that some of our business practices are not officially sanctioned. Gareth groans and stifles a sob. Why would I want to do that? Why wouldn't you? He's used you to do his dirty work, and without telling you anything about what you were carrying or who you were crossing. She taps a finger to her jaw and her voice slows. Of course, I'd also consider it a personal favor, and House Domino is never stingy with its friends. She glances at Gareth, the loyal ones anyway. I'll decide his fate when I talk to him again. You better make up your mind quickly, because we're going to pay him his dues one way or another. Just make sure you stay out of our way. Okay.
Yes?
Oh yeah, let's go see, since we're already in Copper Lane. Hey, Thebalt. We're already in Copper Lane, so let's just try to go to the Hall of Revealed Mysteries and see if we can get into the Elder Archives. This would be a much easier playthrough had I just played like a neutral or like chaotic character, you know?
Good day, stranger.
Very well. All right, Grimda.
Hail, traveler.
An animancer named Naden asked me to retrieve the Therms of Pangram from the Elder Archive. She's gonna say no. Yo, Helios, what's up? Just finished. Right on, dude. Good. Good, man. Awesome. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah. 8 out of 10, dude. That's a solid score right there. Yeah. You jammed the heck out of that game, dude. When did it come out? That game just came out, dude. You throttled it, man. Yeah. That's what I thought 2 days ago. Yeah, not even 2 days ago. That's awesome, Helios. Hey, congrats, man. Good job. Good job. That's awesome, dude. Very cool, very cool. Good to hear it. Love to hear it, man. Yeah, really cool, man. Dude, I've had to read so much text today in this game. I'm worn out from reading, man. I am worn out. Be sure to tuck that tome away from prying eyes. See that Naden never sets foot in here again. In the meantime, here's a token of our appreciation. Copper. 9 hours for story on hardest difficulty. Really? That's it, dude? 9 hours? That seems low. Especially on the hardest difficulty. That sucks, man. Really? That's unfortunate. Yeah. I don't know, man. Only 9 hours to beat a game on the hardest difficulty and paying that much money to play that game when it first comes out, you know? It's like, I expect a little bit more. Because, I mean, uh, I expect a little bit more gameplay than 9 hours. But I mean, you are God of the Sun gamer, right? So you don't have to spend quite as much time as some of the rest of us playing games. It's just let's be real here. All right. So, you know, maybe I would get 20 hours out of it. You know? Who knows, man? That's a lot of experience. We all probably got levels up right now. I want to try to sneak in there and grab the book, dude. Is this what we wanted? To see her barred entirely? It seems a fearsome price to pay. Knowledge dangled just out of reach makes a tempting prize for any soul. What else do you need? Boss Gauntlet and Ratchet and Clank, which I don't know if it was meant to be as farmable as it was. Oh, bit of an exploit, was it? Ah, yeah, Helios. Hey, man, bad on the devs, dude. That's where quality control comes into play, man. Getting those testers to really flesh out a game before it's released. You know what I mean? You know, I'm getting a bug in this game, Helios, where my fog of war keeps just disappearing to where I can see the entire map. But, like, I can see the entire map, I just can't see, like, any of the enemies until I get close to them and stuff. It's really weird. A lot of bugs. Yeah. The Bolt, are you asking me that? Yeah, I know, man. Really weird. Really weird. Named Clem in real life? Oh, okay. You guys are funny, man. You guys are funny. I'll return with the scroll.
I'm here.
That sucks, yo.
Ready, Watcher. Right.
You can't see me. You can't see me. There we go. This is stupid, but I'm messing around for a second. 9 different times? Very solid game, yeah. Yeah, I haven't played it, man. But I've watched an amount of gameplay on it, and it looked pretty amazing. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's no way.
Yes?
I'll see what I can find.
Maybe I should have brought her to scroll first, man. That was probably a bad move.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
That sucks. That sucks. I forgot that she wanted us to get something else for her. I should have done that first. I don't know. It happened, though. Yeah. Lost 622 to bandits, earned 39. What do I have to do, dude? Killing me. I hadn't heard or of very many people saying that Revillage sucks, man. To be honest. Dude, the mods that they've done for that game, though, are hilarious. Oh, are you serious? Dude, there are some funny mods in that game. Hilarious. Hilarious, yeah. The gaming community, man, can do some incredibly funny stuff whenever they're able to mod things. So good. It's really weird, man. I mean, I think that's another thing where as a community, us gamers, you know, it's such a difficult thing for us in the way that we view development of games and the way the industry views development of games, you know, as far as like what we want and what they want, right? Because as much as it sucks for us, really, Thibault, no kidding. Yeah. Well, yeah, and I mean, hey, Helios, there are certain types of gamers that try to look for things like that in games, right? So sometimes that's a lot of fun. But there's something to be said for game developers rushing projects and not not taking the time to really develop. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Helios. That's what I was thinking too. Yeah, Thibault, that's weird. I hadn't heard very many people say that. And again, I haven't played Revillage yet, but I watched some gameplay of it and it looked pretty good. And people seemed to enjoy it, at least from what I saw. But again, I would have to play it to know. Um, but anyways, back to what I was saying. It's like, you know, there's almost never a game that gets released anymore that is like fully fleshed out where there isn't hardly any bugs in it or anything like that. You know, it's just the industry has gotten to a point where it's like they're so scared to delay games anymore, you know? And, you know, for me, I'd much rather have Troll Lady run her sofa. Yeah, yeah, at the wall. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, and, you know, that's the big difference, right? Because the indie devs, they're their own boss, right? And a lot of indie developers are at their core gamers just like we are. And they're passionate, very passionate about what they do. Not that the big developers are not passionate, but many of the people at the top making the decisions are very number focused, right? So they're just like, just we can't delay it. We just got to get it out. You know, we'll patch it afterwards. We just got to get it out. It's all about the numbers. You know, it's not about what it's going to make us. You know, the gamers look at that company and go, "Wow, you guys suck," right? So yeah, you're right, Helios, and that's one of the things I was going to bring up. You hit it on the head. Indie devs, man, they do a great job. Very rarely do you. I mean, do their games come out with significant issues? You know, and Um, but a lot of the major developers nowadays, it's pretty bad practices. No QA and never want to delay anything, you know. And while, you know, highly anticipated games, yeah, I mean, it's always going to be a little bit disappointing if a game gets delayed, but I'd much rather have a game get delayed and be fully playable and not be crashing on me and losing inventory items or losing hours of game time that I've played, you know, because the save gets erased or something like that. Oh yeah, absolutely, Helios. Absolutely. Yeah. And again, I mean, a lot of these indie companies are very small and they're very passionate and they want their game to be the very best it can be, right? So they spend an incredible amount of time and they test the heck out of it, their games. And so, yeah, I don't know. It's difficult. I really hope to see a change in the major developers, because there are a lot of good major developers out there too, right? And I would really like to see them take more of a stance in their game development like indie developers have, right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I totally agree, Helios. Yep. Yep. Yeah. I'm glad you liked the game anyways, though. And even, you know, to give it a score of 8 out of 10, even with the bugs and glitches and stuff, that's pretty good, man. That's pretty good. I'll have to give it a shot. I'll have to give it a shot at some point. This game is a tutorial to learn how to assemble a baby in IKEA. Wait, what? Story was very solid and deep for a kid's game. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. It was like, you know, Ratchet and Clank has always kind of been aimed at a younger audience, correct? So that's probably one of the reasons that, like, hard mode wasn't all that difficult, right? That's kind of what I was thinking when you said that too, but yeah. Oh, yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, the ball. Yeah. But with that being said, regarding Ratchet and Clank and hard mode not being hard, they have to know that there are a large quantity of adults that are going to play that game, and they're going to expect a challenge out of it. Yeah, yeah. I would have gone into it expecting the exact same thing you did, Helios. Yeah. It would have been nice for them to include like a super, super difficult mode, though, for those people really looking for that challenging playthrough, you know? Okay, the ball. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things about Ratchet and Clank, right? They've always had some pretty cool, like unique weapons and stuff like that in the game, right? I haven't played a lot of those games actually. I've got some friends that have been into them in the past, you know. I wish I wouldn't have turned that quest in first. Oh man. Where I'm not gonna do the level up stuff yet. We actually each gun was entirely unique with 30 plus upgrades, and when max level, the gun upgrades itself into its strongest form, sometimes completely changing. Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool, Helios. I'm glad that the devs did that. That's neat. Oh yeah. Oh, cool. Good. Well, at least they, you know, and that's one of the big things about games nowadays too. That most gamers are looking for, man, is replayability, right? Doesn't really matter what genre of game it is. Can, you know, again, how much gameplay can I get out of it? Not necessarily how much time is it going to take me to beat the game, but if I beat the game, what's going to keep me coming back and allow me to still have fun playing it, right? That's what we all look at really nowadays is, is it worth the money? Is it worth the money? Does it seem like there's going to be enough um, kind of after the story content for me to continue to want to grind and play around with the game? Whether it be a new game plus or, you know, whatever. There's all kinds of different ways to get that implemented into video games. Um, but I still see games being made all the time, where it's like very shallow end game stuff, where yeah, yep, yeah, yeah. There's something to be said for those games where you get to where they have a really good weapon system, right? Um, that's always been one of my favorite things about the Borderlands games. Uh, the weapon systems in those games have always been great. I've always loved all the different kinds of weapons and stuff they have in Borderlands, as well as the art style. The art style in Borderlands was fun, and it's very humorous, right? Uh, very, very funny games. So I've always enjoyed playing Borderlands. But the weapons, were great. Not even just the unique ones, but playing your way through the game and just having a really good weapon drop that wasn't unique, was exciting because they can drop with all kinds of different stats on them and stuff. Pretty cool. That's hilarious, Helios. I'll probably have to look that up, man. That's funny. Mr. Meeseeks, man. What a great character. And Rick and Morty, what a great cartoon. Obviously not one for kids, so if anybody's watching this and you have kids, that's not a cartoon for kids. But good adult cartoon if you're not familiar. So definitely check out Rick and Morty if you want to laugh. Great cartoon. Pickle Rick. Pickle Rick. I'm actually like losing my voice. I think I'm actually just gonna. I've done so much reading today. I didn't sleep great last night. I'm probably just gonna call it right here. We can talk for a little bit longer. At max level, it became Miss Fungi. Summoned two of them, and they would just ask if anyone else wanted to take their place. That's really funny, man. That's really funny. So, what do you have plans to play anything? I'm sure you've got something on your mind to start playing now, right? Now that you're done with Ratchet and Clank, what are you aiming for, Helios? Slay the Spire and Monster Train. Cool. Yeah. Both of those are games that I have not played and I would love to play. We might actually get into some Slay the Spire pretty soon. What about what is the name of that other game? Hold on, let's see if I pull it up. Is it Griftlands? Have you seen this one? We'll just spend a little bit of time talking for a little bit, talk about some different games and stuff like that before I end the stream. Uh, yeah, This is another one that I would really, really like to grab and play. Very similar, right? Very similar to. Yo, Steam, what's going on? Well, that's not working right, is it? Hold up, man. See if this one does the same thing. I guess, dude. Can't even minimize it. What is going on? See if it does it in big picture mode. Where's my search at? Now I can't adjust the volume or anything though. Turn it down for you guys. Oh, it's super loud. I don't want to show the cartoon part. I want to show the actual gameplay. Hey, Thabal. Oh, okay, yeah, I'll pull it up, Helios. Hey, Thabal, this is called Driftlands. So yeah, it's like kind of like Slay the Spire and Monster Train, that kind of stuff, you know, roguelike card game type. So you've got like all these different choices you have to make with these characters as you move through the story and stuff, and upgrade cards, and it looks like a really good game. Yeah, I'll pull up Helios. I'll pull up SNKRX in just a second. So you like unlock different characters to play through the game with and stuff like that. I've seen a little bit of gameplay of this. It looks like a lot of fun, a whole lot of fun. Who knows, man? Maybe this might be something that I try to play next. Yeah, Helios. And what's crazy is like it's got a really deep, like it seems like anyways, it's got a really deep story that kind of goes along with every playthrough of it, right? So this is one of the other characters that you can actually play as. But it's all like there's a lot of different decisions that go into it, and you have to like try to convince other NPCs to be part of your team sometimes, and it's like these little mini battles. Get out of the picture mode, I hate it. No, not minimize big picture, dude. There. Yeah, that's about. But you'll get into these like little mini battles, trying to convince other NPCs to help you in an upcoming battle. And okay, yeah, it looks like a really fun game, anyways. So we'll probably try that out at some point. Let's take a look at this. Dude, there's something up with my video card, I think, or something. Or maybe I just need to restart Steam. I'll restart Steam tonight and see if that helps. Yeah. It looks like a Flash game. But I mean, I don't say that. I don't mean that in a bad way by any means. You can't deny the fact that I mean, so many good games have been developed off very, very basic graphics and you know, like play style. You know, it's pretty amazing what some people have been able to accomplish. Uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, I've been playing with a lot of different stuff in the behind the scenes stuff, Helios. So uh, I'm continually, yeah, I know. Did it do it again? LMAO. It even did it for LMAO. Yeah, I'm trying all kinds of different. So yesterday, um, my OBS was kind of messed up. It needed some updates, so I restarted it. And then there was, uh, then yesterday people were getting past my bot coming into the stream with like spam stuff, and they weren't able to do that before. So I've just been having to try different stuff with between my own Stream Elements bot and the inherent like built-in stuff with Twitch. So I've just been having to try different kinds of filters and different levels of filtering, man. Just so it's going to take me some time to figure it all out. But I would much rather things get filtered that didn't need to be filtered than things get through that should have been filtered. You know what I mean? So it's just going to take me some time to figure out where to get all that stuff configured and tweaked to the best level. So yeah, I don't know. It's a pain, man. It's a pain, but that's just part of the nature of what this is. You've been there, you've been there. That looks cool, man. That looks cool. They're having a pretty big sale right now, aren't they? Speaking of games that came out looking like busted trash, this. Everything that I saw and heard about Fallout 76 whenever it was released was that it was a hot mess of bugs, man. No, not really, Thabalt. Not really. We don't talk about that game. Thabalt, I took a little bit of French whenever I was in high school, but yeah, same here, Helios. I don't remember much of it. And what I do remember, man, I'm not confident in even trying because I know that it would be butchered. I can barely even speak my own language, Thabalt. Let alone yours, But I have like so much respect for people that know more than one language. That's so amazing to me. I really wish that I had taken more of an interest in learning an additional language when I was younger. It's really neat. Really neat. People know multiple languages. It's pretty cool. Yeah, that was a bad one when it came out. I'm gonna buy this, Helios. I'm gonna snag this while it's on sale. Not that I mean it's like huge on sale or anything. It's not super expensive, anyways. So here's what I. So this is an early access game, right? Um, yeah, that's fine. I'll allow it. Yeah. So again, the you know what, Thibault, this what I remember, one of the only phrases I remember, and I know I'm going to butcher it because the way I remember it, I'm sure I'm not going to be saying it right. Very cool, Helios. That's a huge thing too. That a lot of we didn't really hit on earlier was a lot of indie developers. They're really good about having roadmaps for their games, and that's just not something that a lot of large developers do anymore. They're not worried about keeping a roadmap for the gaming community. It's like we'll get it to you when we get it to you, right? Just don't worry about it. But a lot of the indie developers are really good about that, and that's huge for us. We love seeing that kind of stuff. Uh, so yeah, I'm gonna buy this, man. We might actually play this next. We might. Um, the ball. What I remember was something along the lines of like "Je m'appelle Dallas, comment t'appelles-tu?" Something like that, which was like "My name is Dallas" or "I am Dallas." Um, who are you or something like that. I don't know. I know I butchered it, man, but that's about all I remember. Yeah, yeah. Helios. Yeah, that's funny, man. But really, that's all. That's all I remember the ball. It's been quite a while, and I didn't pay enough attention in school like I should. At least, like once I got into college and everything, I did really well in college. I did good in school too. I just I didn't really apply myself. Right. Yeah, yeah. Okay, there you go. There you go. Yeah, the ball. Yeah, I'm sure it was very bad enunciation, uh, pronunciation of the French word. So I do apologize. But yeah, that's about all I remember. That's about all I remember with Walt. Yeah, it's very cool that. How many languages do you know, Thibault? Hey, Thibault, do me a favor. Um, yeah, I know, I know. I don't know why. That's what I was just getting ready to say. Um, yeah, I know. Really weird. Thibault, even abbreviating curse words. Let's just like all curse words. We'll just keep it out of chat, please. Okay. Don't even like abbreviate them or whatever. Again, just trying to keep the stream like safe for work and as available to you know a larger age range of audience as possible. So um, we'll just try to stay away. And I know I almost dropped an H bomb earlier. I think I caught myself, but yeah, it's tough. I know it's tough. I know it's tough, and you know, most of the people that are going to be in here are adults, right? So I know a lot of times, and look, cursing is not like a huge deal to me, but and I used to curse a lot. I used to curse a lot. Um, but whenever I did have kids, I realized that it was something that I didn't want them to do, you know? Now, granted, once they get older, they're gonna have to make that decision for themselves. And if they're gonna curse, they're gonna curse. That's fine. I just don't want to have that kind of influence over them, right? So for me, I just feel like it makes sense to have this community be built up in a way where we can be available for as many people, um, even families, to come hang out and have a good time and not have to worry about any kind of vulgarity or bad language, or just to be a really cool, chill place. You know what I mean? And that way, nobody has to worry about, you know, a younger audience being exposed to um, terms or words that might be a little bit above their age range. You know what I mean? I want this to be a place where even, parents and their kids can come hang out from time to time. Again, we're going to play games sometimes that are rated M and everything. That's what I'm playing a game right now. Pillars of Eternity is rated M, and I try to make sure to the greatest extent possible that I have that in big bright letters, that it's rated M. It's got language in it. It's got um, all kinds of different stuff, and the reasoning behind it. That way, people don't bring their kids into that kind of content if they're not comfortable with it. But yeah, I think that's the best way to explain it. Like, just kind of the environment that I'm trying to cultivate here for the our community that we're building and everything. I hope you understand, and I'm not mad about it or anything. It just that's kind of what I want to do here. You know, I really appreciate you guys always coming in and hanging out with me every once in a while and stuff. It's always fun to talk with you guys. Very cool. French, English, and Spanish, the ball. Wow. I curse only when it's funny. Yeah. The ball. That's amazing that you know three languages. And so the ball. You're in Europe, correct? If you don't mind me asking, in Europe. Yeah. Cool, man. You know, in I always wanted to go to Europe. I've always wanted to go to Europe. I've always thought it would be really neat um, to be able to be over there for a while, and just because you can be, um, there's so many different cultures and countries and everything that you can experience in such a close proximity to one another over there, and I know that it it's not all of that is probably great, but I definitely think that more people in the world should experience other cultures and other countries and things like that. I've done that myself. It's a huge growing experience for people to get out of your comfort zone and go be exposed to different cultures and different people, and it's a great thing. And I think more people should do that. And especially over there in Europe, there's just so many different countries and languages and cultures, and that's such a cool thing, And you can just basically like take a train and just go all over the place, right? It'd be really neat. It'd be really cool. You know what's funny? One of the things that I don't play very much of is like fighting games, right? But I've got a couple of streamers that I watch play fighting games. I enjoy watching people play fighting games because some people are really good at them. I've got one guy in particular I watch play Street Fighter Five. Yeah, the ball. It's really neat. I haven't even really experienced any of Injustice 2, Helios. Really? It's got a loot system? Are you serious? Yeah, the ball. That's really neat. I really need to figure out why. Really, Helios? Do you play it at all? Have you played this at all?
That's supposed to impress me.
Why is it doing this? Why is it doing that? It's driving me crazy. Let's go back to it. You used to? That's been out a while, right? Been out quite a while. Or am I crazy? When did it come out? Yeah, 2017. But I mean, that's like Street Fighter 5 as well, right? Came out like 20 around that time, dude. Oh, really?
That's supposed to impress me.
No way, the turtles? My kids would go nuts, dude. They love the turtles.
Injustice 2, the Legendary Edition, available now.
Superman's behind bars.
Yeah, so I watch one guy, his name's Brian F. I watch him play Street Fighter 5. He's really, really good. Plays Balrog. And it's incredible the way they talk about the game, like, you know, with the different kinds of frames and everything. And it's just, it's crazy how much they know about the intricacies of the game and all the characters they, you know, play and how to fight the other different characters and stuff like that. Oh, Harley Quinn. Harley Quinn.
Superman's behind bars.
I am Brainiac.
How do I beat him?
The ball. So Thabal, which of the three languages you know do you feel is the hardest? And also, if you don't mind, so I'm guessing that, like, if you're from France, then you know you were raised speaking French, right? So if you were not also raised learning English and Spanish, at what age did you learn those other two languages? If you don't mind me asking. Dying Light 2. You know what? I have Dying Light 1 and I haven't played my way through that either. That's supposed to be a really fun game. Everybody's playing this right now. Guilty Gear Strive. Yeah, French is the hardest of the three. French is such a cool sounding language, though. I love the way French sounds. I really do. I always have. So if you think about it, like, you know, being in the United States, and where I'm from, not where I live now, but where I'm from. Ninja Turtles are in this game. So is Hellboy, Raiden, and Sub. Really, Raiden and Sub Zero are in it? That's crazy. Right on. I'm from a part of the United States that's much closer to Mexico than it is Canada. So it would have made a lot more sense for me to learn Spanish than it would have been French. But not that I, was serious about learning it when I was in high school, or else I would know a lot more than I do now. But that's one of the reasons I took French, was because I've always liked the way the French language sounds. English at 10, Spanish at 12. Right on. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they say that, the earlier you can start to learn additional languages, the easier it is, right? Um, I don't know. Good on you, the ball. That's really neat. It's really neat. Really cool stuff. Person of culture. 3 languages. Pretty amazing. What is this? Oh, Fantasy Star. Nah, I'm good. You know what I might play, though, is New World. Oh, okay. Okay, Helios. Let me see if I pull it up real quick. I'm actually probably going to mute this just because I'm not sure if it has uh, any kind of DMCA stuff in it, but we'll watch it real quick. Hey, thanks, Helios. Really cool. I guess I could have looked it up myself, huh? When I was forced to learn English in middle school, I didn't like it. When I started to learn it on my own, I started loving it. Oh, really cool. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I've always heard that English was a very hard language to learn, but it's hard to determine that. Or yeah, right on, Helios. Hey, thanks for pulling this up. I appreciate it. Um, when you've never learned another language, how do you compare the only language you've ever known to be a hard language? You can't really do that. Let's just see real quick.
A monster in the night.
Mm. Yeah, that's some pretty good looking graphics, dude. So this is like showing all the equipment and stuff you can get?
I emerge reborn.
Or it's just like giving you like it's showing you that like
On the other side. And I will show up.
Yeah. I get it.
Evolved.
Cool, man.
Adapted. And prepared.
Oh, dude, that's a sick Batman outfit, dude. That was cool. Very neat. Hey, thanks, Helios. That's really cool, man. Dude, what was the last fighting game that I played, man? I don't think so. I don't think so, Helios. I don't think I have. I think one of the last fighting games I played was what was the name of that? That's funny. That's funny, Thabalt. For the memes, baby. Okay, Helios, yeah, I'll check it out. What was the name of this game? Dude, this is an old game, but this is one of the last fighting games I played. Uh yeah. Yeah, dude. I can't like uh this is one of the last fighting games I ever played. I don't play a lot of well, and I've played some UFC games after this, but um here, pull that up. Okay. I'm gonna mute this. You definitely can't play this on stream because it's have you guys ever seen this? No. This is old school, man. This is old school. This was Def Jam Fight for New York, man. This is way back in the day. Um, so I had a whole bunch of like different rappers on it and stuff like uh, Redman and Method Man, and this is I think this is Exhibit, and that's Busta Rhymes, I think. But you can make your own characters too. Hyrule Warriors. So I played a lot of I've played a few of the UFC games, so I've definitely played fighting games newer than this. But uh, dude, I loved this game back when I was young. Uh, you could make your own characters, and me and my buddy, man, we were always like fighting each other on This game, it was really funny. Old school stuff, man. Def Jam, Fight for New York. But dude, it's got like you can't you can't really play it on stream or anything because DMCA, easy, real easy. See something? Okay. Oh, that's not what I want. Marvel Nemesis Rise of the Imperfects. Yeah, I never heard of that. Huh? You like that superhero stuff, huh, Helios? No, I haven't. The ball. Actually, it's on my list though. Where's the? It should be over here. See, got it right here. Got it right there, man. It's on my list. It's on my list. I listen to what you guys tell me, man, and like I said, I've got a list of games. I'm gonna try to get a list put out into my Discord. Get links out to everybody for the Discord. Um, that way we can all start deciding what games we want to play together and stuff like that, or you guys want to watch me play and everything. Um, but I appreciate the Helios Marvel or DC Marvel DC for games and comic. But yeah, yeah, that makes sense. What about the boys? Have you guys watched the boys on Amazon? Dude, that show is so good. Yeah, that show is so good. That's one of those shows where like I just want to keep watching it, man. I just want to keep watching that show. I've also is that the that's not the cartoon one, is it? On Prime? Oh, it's The Ball. You should definitely watch The Boys. Or are you talking about Invincible? It is? Yeah, Helios, I'd heard good things about Invincible too. I just haven't sat down and watched it yet. I need to check it out. I should probably check it out this weekend. What else do they have? I haven't even heard of most of these games. I'll have to check it out. Boys was so good. You know, one that I've been watching my way through is have you heard of Snowfall? It's on I'm pretty sure it airs on FX, but it's on Hulu as well. It's called Snowfall, and it's dude, it's a really good show. If you have Hulu, look it up. It's a pretty sick show. Oh, this is one that I want as well. Dude, I really want to play this game. Have either of you played this? Oh, I think we talked about this, didn't we, Helios? This game looks great. Of course you've 100%ed this game. It's a roguelite. Helios, I feel like I'm asking you a dumb question there. Yeah, and it's supposed to be a really good game to play on stream too. So this is way up there on my list of games to play pretty soon. Yeah, the ball. This is supposed to be a really fun game, man. And it's a game where we have to make choices of like, basically what weapon do we want to use, what powers do we want to use, what So it's a really cool game to play on stream because people hanging out in the community, you know what I mean? I'd be like, all right, you guys decide. I'm just gonna try to play my way through it. You tell me what we're picking, stuff like that. That's the kind of stuff that I like to do, playing games and building the community and everything. It's like I haven't 100%. Yeah, at least with roguelites, anyways, right? Yeah, no kidding, the ball. You're right, absolutely. You got to be getting close to Helios. I bet you'd be really close, if not already 100%. Yeah, if you hadn't taken the break to play Ratchet and Clank, man. Yeah. Yeah, the ball, that was pretty good. That's funny. BPM's pretty cool though. That's another one I would like to play through. Absolutely. I've got so many games I want to play. I'm definitely going to need to play something after Pillars of Eternity. I'm having a lot of fun with. I haven't played a game like Pillars in a long time. It's very slow, It's so story driven, and there's a lot of reading, and like you'll get through some parts where there's a good amount of fighting and action, but it's like even that part of it's very tactical, right? So even the battling in Pillars, it's like there's a lot of pausing and making sure that all of your characters are doing what you need them to do, and then start it back up and let them do a couple of actions and then pause it. So it's very slow paced. And whatever we play next, man, I need to play something where I'm going to be able to just keep jamming through, you know? Like, it was actually kind of brutal going from... Here, let's turn this up a little bit. Let me know if that's too loud for you guys. I forgot that I had turned down the volume. It was a little bit brutal going from playing Enter the Gungeon, you know, something that's pretty fast-paced, bullet hell kind of game, right? Into playing Pillars, because Pillars is so slow. Yeah, basically, Helios. Yeah, reading simulator. I mean, especially that first day, you know, because went from playing a bullet hell kind of game into basically reading all day long on that first day of Pillars, man. I was just like, it was brutal. I'm having a lot of fun with the game, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. It's just, it's so weird when you go from something so fast-paced. Yeah, huge change of pace. Absolutely. It's kind of rough. I mean, I've gotten used to it now because I've been playing it this week, but definitely going to need something more fast-paced. What about Dead Cells? You guys play Dead Cells? Great game, if you have not. And if you can't tell by the 66,000 overwhelmingly positive reviews, Dead Cells is a sick game. Okay. Yeah, so I played Dead Cells early in its release, right? So when it was like early access, and then I never went back and played it since they've done a lot of the additional content. Yeah, let me see if I can pull this trailer up real quick. All right. Hey, don't be getting me in trouble, Helios. Here we go. Let's see what we got.
The final campaign in my long war against Superman. While his powers were drained from constant battle, I struck, luring him.
Imagine your eyes so excited for this trailer. Dude, I mean...
My obsession had blinded.
There's a part of us that, you know, that...
To Earth's
that,
true
like...
enemy.
That kid in us never really leaves, right?
On your own side.
Cyborg, concentrate fire on Luthor while I call down.
I vaguely remember seeing this.
Deathstroke, time for you to join the party.
Oh yeah, baby.
We've got
Deadpool.
lots of murdering to do.
Ooh, and the Joker. I love the Joker, guys. guys watch the latest Joker movie, the one with Joaquin Phoenix? Yeah, I mean, for as far back as this was, man, that's pretty legit, dude. Oh, dude, Helios. Yeah, I agree. I love that movie. I like bought it immediately whenever I could. Great flick. Great flick. You know what's funny is, like, I went into it going, you know, I don't know if anybody would be able to top the Joker from The Dark Knight, right? And Heath Ledger's Joker. You know, there's always going to be an amount of that where people are going to believe that because of the fact that he passed, you know, during that time. Yeah, that was you know, Heath Ledger did an amazing Joker as well. The dude. The Joaquin Phoenix movie was so good. So good.
Batman! Adam!
I like Superman's chin there. Superman's chin looks jacked up right there.
You don't deserve to live! Diana.
Oh, by the way, that face melted, yo. Skittles look yummy. Those are Skittles, right?
You've lost everything. No, I beat you.
Did you guys watch, have you seen Loki? The first episode of Loki yet? Sorry. Yeah, Helios, I liked it too. I liked it too.
For years, he'd been stealing the powers of Earth's protectors, but we were too busy fighting amongst ourselves to see the danger.
Pretty good episode. I think it's gonna be
dead. Brainiac quickly eliminated.
Oh no, I won't. Yeah, Theobald, I'm not gonna say anything about it. Yeah, you should definitely check it out though, Theobald. I think it's gonna be a pretty good series.
Survived.
Pretty good series.
In the walls of the Brainiac construct.
And I hadn't actually watched anything with God, what's that other actor's name that's in it?
And it means the end of
Owen Wilson.
So together,
yeah, I had no idea that Owen Wilson was going to be in it until I started watching the episode last night. Yeah. I was like, wow. And the fact that, like, he doesn't have his shaggy hair was kind of weird, you know? But it was good. It was good to see Owen Wilson in something. I hadn't seen him in anything in a long time. I know he's done some other stuff. I just hadn't seen him in anything in a while. So it was cool seeing him in it. Yeah, dude, for a 2010 trailer, that was pretty legit. Yeah, you're right, Helios. Absolutely. I don't know, maybe I need to go back and play Dead Cells at some point. Because, I mean, there's been a ton of content added to that since I played it last. There's a lot of stuff we need to play. A lot of stuff. So many good games, dude. This is supposed to be a fantastic game as well. If you're not aware. Came out October 15th, 2019. Didn't mean to do that. Very positive, 33,000. Yes. I haven't played Noida, but Ravita. I don't think I've heard of Ravita.
Behind the hostile cafeteria. And a strike.
Have you heard of this? Helios? Worth the ball?
57 sent their finest. Precinct 41 sent...
Yeah.
You.
Not necessarily something on my...
Prove them wrong. Or lose your mind.
Like, list that I really feel the need to play soon. But it's supposed to be really, really good.
Get it now.
What is, Revita? Oh, dude, I already love the art. I love pixel art so much. Dude, this just released. Really? Here. I don't know what's up with my Steam not working right, but I'll have to figure it out after the stream. Oh, cool. Very cool, Helios. Good on you. Good on you for helping out. Is that still playing in the background, dude? What? Yeah, there's something going on with my, dude. My son. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, it absolutely is. I know, that's what I was saying. My Steam's jacked up right now for some reason. I don't know what's up. It might just need to be closed out and restarted. But I've got like two-factor authentication on my Steam and everything, and I don't feel like dealing with it right now. My son would probably love this. It looks really fun. This is his kind of game, though, dude. He loves these games. That looks really neat. Okay, Steam, you're about to drive me flipping crazy, dude. So dumb. Driving me crazy. Yeah, we'll add that, dude. That's pretty neat. Are you serious, Helios? You know, I see people playing Binding of Isaac, and sometimes they have builds that are so nuts, I wonder how their computer isn't crashing with all the crap that is going on the screen. It is insane. You know? I mean, look, man, computers are very powerful nowadays, right? I've built myself, like, I built the computer that I have that I'm using right now. I built it specifically because I was going to be, you know, streaming and everything. I hadn't built a computer since 2012, just because the computer I built in 2012, I had kept doing upgrades to it, but I built it very well back then. Obviously, it's still doing really well, but you know, building computers is expensive. But once I was like, you know, I'm going to try this streaming thing out, I needed to build a new one, so I did. I filled the whole screen with one Tirthibalt. Nice. Oh, dude, yeah, Risk of Rain is also another one. Yeah, I haven't played it, but I know it's amazing. So we'll wish list that. I need to get Binding of Isaac. Now, Binding of Isaac There's like numerous DLCs now, right? Yeah. Hey, no worries, the ball. I know it's tough, man. It's tough. It's tough. Um, I'm just gonna deny that one. It's all good. It's all good. We all make mistakes, brother. We all make mistakes. Um, no sweat. That's why I have filters. That's why I have filters for chat. So, um, again, it's just all about trying to build the kind of community that I want to have here. Um, and a lot of that comes from the fact that I have kids as well. And they there will be more. I don't have final. Oh, the final. You don't have final DLC yet. So what I was going to ask though is like, if I was going to get into don't get repentance yet. So explain reasoning behind that for me though, if you don't mind, Helios. So then do get it. Yeah, man. So then do. You mean yes, get it. Because it makes it 5 times harder. So this is the latest, right? Yeah. What an amazing thing, dude. They made this game or released it in 2014 and they're still releasing like huge updates for it. But this is the last one, right? I thought I had heard that they're not doing any more. Yeah, that's what I thought, Helios. But that's, dude, what an incredible feat for them. You know what I mean? That's to have this base game and to have so many people. I mean, the just binding of Isaac, right? Let's go back. Let's go back. So this is the very first, correct?
Scrambling around his
Rebirth.
room to find a hiding place, he noticed a trapdoor to the basement.
Really?
Under his
The last one is like double the content?
He flung open the hatch, just as his mother.
Oh, really, Thabal? First binding was Flash game? You know, that's not uncommon at all. As a matter of fact, the first game that I streamed, I told him, I don't think I've seen this. I want to see this. Yeah, I've seen all the characters that are in the game now. It's an incredible amount. So the first game that I played on stream was Titan Souls. It only took me like a day and a half to get through the game, but in doing my research and everything, it was originally a Flash game, and then they ported it over. It won a bunch of awards and everything. They ported it over to like PC and Switch, and yes, yeah. So it's basically like a top-down 2D version of Shadow of the Colossus, basically. Except you're not climbing on the bosses and stuff. But it's like, yeah, you have to one-shot everything, right? So you're going around finding all of these titans. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen some streamers, because I like watching people play Binding of Isaac, So sometimes at night, because that's usually Like I'll watch either people play like some fighting games, or if somebody you know, some streamers I like might be playing some Binding of Isaac or something, then I'll watch some of that for just a little bit before I go to sleep at night, you know. And dude, I've seen some people have some crazy builds on Isaac, man. It's nuts. Yeah, you can get some insane synergies. Pretty crazy. Yeah, Titan Souls was really good. It's pretty short. If I mean, so there are challenge modes for the game too, though, that you could definitely end up spending a lot of time on if you wanted to. But it was a pretty cool little game, man. Especially just for something to start out streaming with. You know, I just wanted something cool and chill to just try out. I had never played before and had it in my library, so I just gave it a shot. It was a pretty cool little game. They're actually the developers of that game, Acid Nerve, I think, the developers of Titan Souls. They've got a new game supposed to be releasing this year called Death's Door. Let's see if I can pull it up. Oh, it looks like it might be on Steam already. Yeah. So we'll just look at some of the screenshots here. This is what so the makers of Titan Souls, this is their upcoming game. Now, before we get into the screenshots. Yeah, it says summer 2021. So this might be one we could possibly be checking out. It's very pretty. But this one seems to be more like action combat based rather than Titan Souls was just going around finding the Titans and one-shotting them, right? Finding out how to one-shot them. I think this one is more action oriented, where you're actually like getting into combat a lot. Oh yeah, dude, Ori? Yeah, I haven't played it. Child of Light as well. I think my daughter actually has Child of Light. I don't know about Unravel or Beyond Two Souls. Let's see. We'll have to keep an eye on Death's Door though. Let's see. Oh, dude, I remember Unravel. I haven't played it, but I remember it. Yeah. Have you played this one, Vault? Oh, are you serious, dude? No, you can't be making me cry on stream. I'm a tough streamer. I'm a tough streamer. No fills. All still and no emotion. Tough streamer. Let me see. I'll look at Beyond Two Souls. Yeah, and you know, I'm not against.
Peggy 16.
Yeah.
Ever since I was born, I've been linked to an entity.
Oh my god, Steam,
His
dude.
name is Aiden, and
why?
He's always with me.
Driving me crazy, dude. Oh, give me a break, man. We're old. You see how
Peggy
old we are?
16.
Born in 1935. I'm looking pretty good for 1935.
Ever since I was
brag.
born, I've been linked to an entity. His name is Aiden, and he's always with me.
My name is Nathan Dawkins. Your mother tells me you have an invisible friend. Did he do that
yeah, no
to
kidding.
you?
No, that was the monsters.
The agency wants you to join their military school program.
Training starts tomorrow at 5 a.m.
They know what you and Aiden
Yeah, I
can
like
do.
Willem Dafoe a lot.
Welcome to the agency.
Something happened last night.
They've opened a passage to Aiden's world? I'm so tired. I don't think I'm gonna make it.
This one got you to vault, huh?
Jody, what have you
Tugging on those
done?
heartstrings, was it?
Tell them to leave me the fuck alone, because next time I'll kill everyone.
Oh well, I've got. Look, we're playing a rated M game right now, so people know that we're looking at we're playing adult oriented material. Like you'll notice that even whenever, yeah, I know. Well, you'll notice even whenever I'm like reading text in Pillars of Eternity, I'll come across curse words and I'll put in a filler word for it that's not as vulgar or as strong of language, right? I'm just trying my best, man. You know, so I don't know. Painted Grail. Do you guys ever play it?
Do you want to know how to survive out there?
Okay.
The truth is, you won't. You will fall every single time.
Oh, dude, yeah. Okay. I've seen and heard about this.
Then you will rise up again.
Either of you?
Stronger.
Very loud.
Wiser. Better prepared. Is it about having your wits about you? Is strength the key? The key
Is that better?
is perseverance. After all, death
Okay.
is a
Sorry,
process
Sabal. Yeah, it was loud for me
you're
too, man.
about to conquer.
So I was trying to turn it down for you guys through OBS before I grabbed it over here on my screen. Yeah, this looks really neat too. Yeah, absolutely, Vault. No, yeah, you know, anytime anything isn't optimal for you guys on your end from my stream, just let me know and I'll adjust as needed. I appreciate the input, so you just let me know. What I was going to say about the cursing stuff, you know, it's not that it's even a huge deal. And there's actually, you know, the way I feel about curse words is that there's definitely a good time and place where curse words are very effective, okay? So,
See, normally we all have to play the hand we are dealt.
it's not that I'm like
You are something different.
one of those, oh my god, you know, you can't ever curse or anything like that. Just trying to make the stream as friendly as possible to as many people
which can be conquered
as possible. You know what I mean? So that's really all there is to it.
You can bring back the flame of hope into this world. Now comes your moment of truth. The age of conquest has begun.
Yeah, I think this would be a very cool game. I'm actually going to add that to my... I never used... There we go. Yeah. What was the other one I saw? Thought I saw another one on here. I was like, oh yeah, that one too. There's so many good games, dude. Hey, I have Subnautica as well. And I haven't played through Subnautica. So that'd be a really cool game for us to stream at some point where we just need something chill for a little bit. I would like to play some Subnautica at some point. This is gonna be a cool game too, I think. Baldur's Gate. So many good games, man. All the Ninja Gaidens just got released for PC. What? Insane, dude. I loved those games. So good, man. So good. Thing is all kinds of jacked up for me right now. Do you guys have an Epic Games account? That's unfortunate, the vault. Yeah. Yeah, I was just gonna say if you don't, you should grab one. Just because they're always giving away like free games, and quite often there's some decent free games they give away on there too. Um, so nothing wrong with getting some free games every once in a while, especially some quite decent free games. Um, Rising Suns. Okay, I don't have my Epic Games account logged in right now, but I'll look at it. Crying Suns. I'll write it on my notepad. Oh, dude, randomizer playthroughs are nutty. Yeah, those are always a trip, man. That's fun. That's fun. Yeah, very cool. Good stuff. You know what? I think that's going to be it for me tonight. Um, my throat's a little bit scratchy from all the reading today. I appreciate you guys hanging out. It's been a good time. I like kind of just like ending the stream doing stuff like this of the Borderlands 2 stuff. Yeah. Maybe next time. I'm gonna go ahead and I haven't eaten very much today either, man. I'm gonna go ahead and just call it and go grab something to eat. But remind me next time, man, and we'll take a look at it. Yeah. No, I just wanted to say thanks to you guys for hanging out. I enjoy doing, just like kind of ending the stream without just kind of doing chill stuff like this, like talking just about games and what we might want to get into and things, just whatever. Talk about whatever. I don't care. It's just cool to kind of wind down and end the stream like this rather than just okay, I'm done playing. See you guys later. Sometimes that's the way it'll be, but I appreciate having you guys here and just having nice chats with you and kind of winding down the stream this way is cool. I enjoy this. So um, I don't know. I hope you guys have a good rest of your evening and night. Anybody else that might be lurking, you as well. Anybody that's hung out for the playthrough today, and I don't know. We'll be back at it tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock Central North American time. So I'll be back at it. I hope to see everybody here. Thobalt and Helios, thanks so much for hanging out with me this afternoon, man, and keeping me company and good chats as always. I really appreciate you guys hanging out. You guys are good peoples, and always giving me some good input and things to think about on what we might be playing next. Yeah, hey man, I'm about to just probably stuff myself with some good food and lay around and try to relax, man. Try to relax for a bit. I didn't sleep real well last night, so I'm gonna try to take it easy for a little bit. But I do hope you guys have a great rest of your day or night or whatever time it is for you. But again, thanks so much. I always appreciate you guys coming through. It's always good to chat and hang out with you guys. So I really appreciate it. Come see me tomorrow. I'll be here. Probably reading a bunch more. Hopefully not. Hopefully, I think we're actually getting to a point in the game where tomorrow. Oh, okay. 22:30. So 10:30 for you. Okay, right on. Yeah. So you're 7 hours ahead of me, the vault. Yeah, 7 hours ahead of me. I'll try to remember that. I hope the rest of your night goes well. Anyways, and I don't know. Whatever you guys are up to this weekend, be safe. Be safe. I don't know. We'll have to try to figure out what we're going to play next. It'll need to be something a little more fast-paced. I think tomorrow, actually, Pillars of Eternity. I know it's not necessarily a game that's right up everybody's alley, but we'll probably be getting into some more actual action tomorrow, doing some more fighting and stuff. So hopefully a little more action tomorrow than there was today. But I do appreciate everybody hanging out, and I don't know. Really appreciate everybody. So thanks so much. I'm going to end it here, and I hope to see everybody tomorrow, at least at some point. Be safe. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you soon. Have a great night. See you guys.